Support the author of Quirkless case by AniMegStories. Let's begin. In UA Academy. Mr. Aizawa rubbed the back of his head, as if he were still trying to wake up from his slumber. He couldn't shake this feeling off of him as he made his way to the staff room. He got a call from President Mike, saying that it was urgent. He didn't understand what was going on, but had a feeling that he knew what this was about. It had been going on for a long time now, but he hoped that it would never come up anytime soon. Especially not with Eri around. Mr. Aizawa knew that she was safe, but he didn't know what or why they were doing this. He didn't even know what most of this was about, which was what annoyed him to pieces about this. Especially since it was the beginning of the school year. Soon enough, he walked up to the staff room. Mr. Aizawa took a deep breath in and out and soon opened the door. The room soon revealed everyone, and even All Might was there to help them out. Principal Nizu sat down on the end of the table, ready to begin their meeting. All Might sat down, looking a bit nervous about this situation. Mr. Aizawa soon joined them, but still didn't know what this was about. He soon sat next to President Mike, who seemed just as nervous as All Might. Hizashi. What's going on? Mr. Aizawa asked him in a serious tone. Why did you call me so early right before classes start? It's Principal Nizu, he's got some news about that case, President Mike told him. President Mike didn't even have to explain anything, knowing exactly what he was talking about right away. His eyes widened in shock, hoping that Principal Nizu would leave this under wraps. His class didn't need to know about any of this. Sir. Whatever this is about, this has to be kept under wraps, Mr. Aizawa told him. My class has been through enough already. They don't need another weird incident. That flood was enough trouble as it is. We don't need to drag in any more of this into their dormitory. Oh. I agree with you, Mr. Aizawa, Principal Nizu said back. They can't know about this. It wouldn't be right to put this on them. Besides, they're busy and don't need more drama. They deserve a break, and we'll deal with it ourselves. Mr. Aizawa looked over at All Might, not knowing if he even told Midoriya any of this. Something about their relationship was different from the others, which made him wonder if he said anything to him. All Might could have slipped up and said something to Midoriya about what this case was about. He was out of the blue when it came to All Might and Midoriya. All Might. You better not be hiding anything from us, Mr. Aizawa told him. Midoriya better not know anything about this case. He's been through enough. They all have. All Might flinched, but he didn't seem to hesitate to answer him. To agree with you fully, Shoyuta. Young Midoriya doesn't know anything about this case, All Might told him. I could never put this on him. Especially after what's been going on lately. Mr. Aizawa seemed to let this go for now and settled down into his chair. Principal Nizu soon looked at a file, and Mr. Aizawa hoped that this was a short meeting. He couldn't afford to let his class wait. They'll just question why he's not there, and it'll be even harder to hide it from them. Alright. So you all know what this case is that we're talking about, Principal Nizu told them. Kids are going missing, and we don't know why. We've been trying to find patterns as to where or why this is happening, but we've all realized that they're random places. There's no particular pattern on where they're being taken away. Okay, so what about their ages? Is there anything that might help us with that? Ectoplasm asked him. Actually, even their ages are random as well. Some of them are in middle school and some of them are in elementary school, Principal Nizu told them. There's been no signs so far of them going after UA students, fortunately. They're in the clear and hopefully it'll stay that way. Mr. Aizawa felt a little stiff as he explained this to them. He knew what was going on, but didn't know that it was this bad. This secret villain group was going after students from different schools for different reasons. They don't know why, but none of it made any sense to him. There was no patterns, no specific ages, they were all random kids with random quirks that didn't add up to anything. He stared at the open file, confused as to what he was looking at. Mr. Aizawa noticed something weird, and he knew that Principal Nizu was waiting for someone to notice the pattern. He knew what it was, and Principal Nizu noticed him uncover the truth. Eraserhead? Do you have something to say? Principal Nizu asked him. Mr. Aizawa soon pulled over the file and looked at the information and pictures of the students. He noticed something off about their quirks once he got a good look at them some more. All Might sat nearby and noticed them as well. For a moment, he could have sworn that All Might stiffened up once he figured it out too. Principal Nizu, this can't be real, right? All Might asked him with a sweat drop running down his forehead. Principal Nizu looked upset about this uncovered information, finally knowing the truth. Mr. Aizawa knew that he wasn't lying, and he looked at the file some more. These kids, they're all quirkless, Mr. Aizawa said out loud. All of the teachers were shocked to hear this and sat there speechless. No one knew what to say and worried that this would change the case into something more public. Mr. Aizawa couldn't let this get out of hand and slip up to his students. They couldn't know that this was even going on. This would change things for them and their improvements because they wouldn't be able to focus on their hero training. They would want to help solve this case 100%. Even Midoriya wouldn't back down without a fight. What do we do, Mr. Aizawa? Snipe asked him. This isn't something any of our classes should know about. Even yours wouldn't stop until they found these kids. I agree. They can't know, Mr. Aizawa told him. We need to solve this without them knowing. This is the only way. They've had enough to deal with lately. Shoyuta. Are you sure about this? All Might asked him, looking nervous. Hiding this might just make things worse, don't you think? Mr. Aizawa hesitated for a moment, but knew not to give in. He had to leave them out of this, especially with quirkless kids being involved. They had to deal with this themselves, especially Yue possibly being their next target. Principal Nizu. Is there any quirkless students here at Yue? Mr. Aizawa asked him. We've got to be sure and make sure that they're out of the harm's way. He could have sworn that All Might flinched from that question for some reason. He decided to ignore it and waited for Nizu to answer him. It's possible, but I'd have to double check just to be sure. Principal Nizu told them, this is important, and we can't let any of our students leave the dormitories or campus without permission or after curfew. Any student that's quirkless here needs to be looked after. Mr. Aizawa noticed Principal Nizu eyeing All Might for a moment, which confused him. He tried to ignore it, but he knew that it was something important. Whatever it was, he figured that it was something that he should ask about away from everyone. He knew that things were stirring up soon, but had to keep things a secret with his class. He had a feel, however, that they might find out eventually. That's all. This meeting is over, Principal Nizu said to them. Mr. Aizawa got up to talk to All Might, when he soon got a phone call. His annoying ringtone rang through his eardrums, and soon All Might answered quickly. Hey Melissa. How are you doing? All Might asked over the phone. Mr. Aizawa noticed how nervous he was to talk to her, knowing that Melissa was someone that was close to him. He hoped that this Melissa wasn't coming over any time soon. He had a feeling, however, that this was just a phone call. After a good while, he noticed his shoulders tense up. Mr. Aizawa kept an eye on him as he kept talking to her. Something about his shoulders and him shaking wasn't a good sign. He soon hung up the phone and turned to Mr. Aizawa. They were both standing outside of the staff room, ready to head out. But All Might looked nervous about something as he held his phone. What is it, All Might? Mr. Aizawa asked him. This better not get in the way of this case. It's Melissa, she's coming over to UA sooner than expected. In Class 2A's dormitory. Midoriya stirred in his bed, feeling so refreshed in the morning surprisingly. He hadn't been able to sleep for a few days, but somehow he got a good night's sleep this time around. He tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't even get comfortable in his own bed. He soon noticed that the sunlight was shining in his eyes as someone opened his curtains. It was Uraraka with a bright smiling face in the morning. She stood there, ready to help him get up. Something about her beautiful smile and bright eyes made him feel him so relaxed in the morning. It wasn't something that he thought that he ever needed until now. Good morning, sleepyhead, Uraraka said back as she kissed him on the forehead. It's getting late, you know. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at her and get up to hug her back. He grabbed onto her and pulled her into a warm embrace. Something about her smell in the morning felt so good. She smelled like vanilla and strawberries from her shampoo, which only made him hug her even more. She hugged back, but tried to get back up. Izuku. You need to get up and get ready for school, Uraraka said with a smile. Just give me a minute, Midoriya said through his embrace. I needed this. Midoriya felt her accept it and hugged him back tightly. She snuggled into his arms, making him feel even more relaxed. He didn't think that she would come by like this. It felt so good to have her over in his dorm room in the morning. Something about it felt so good to see her when he woke up. No magic and weird spell books to ruin the moment. Not even Bakugo could ruin this moment. He even felt more refreshed after pulling that all-nighter with Kirishima recently. He was just glad that Bakugo and Kirishima were still together and had a great date together recently. Then he realized what they were doing and let go of her. You know, Ida's not gonna be happy that you came over here, Midoriya told her. You know how he is about rules. Even Mr. Aizawa won't like this either. Don't worry about it, Uraraka told him. Ida is busy handling another one of Kaminari's stupid pranks. You'd think that he'd learn by now. And Mr. Aizawa's not here. I think I saw him leaving early for some kind of staff meeting. Midoriya was surprised to hear that Kaminari pull another prank. He rolled his eyes, knowing that Ida would lecture him the whole day. Mr. Aizawa on the other hand was already out of their dormitory, which got him curious as to why he left so early. He figured that it must have been important to leave so early in the morning. He looked at the clock and noticed how late it was. Midoriya soon got up and noticed that he was shirtless in front of Uraraka. His face grew bright red as Uraraka got a little flustered about this situation. She soon seemed to almost be okay with it, but shook it off as he grabbed his school uniform. He looked around for his phone, but couldn't find it anywhere. Damn it. Where's my phone? Midoriya asked to himself. Soon enough, Uraraka noticed it on the floor by his nightstand. She went to pick it up, and it turned on when she touched it. Uraraka noticed a notification on it, saying that Midoriya had a message. From Melissa. Uraraka's eyes widened, and Midoriya wondered why she looked a bit stiff. She soon looked at him like he had done something wrong right at the start of the morning. Izuku. Why are you talking to Melissa? Uraraka asked him. I mean, I know that you two are friends, but it seems weird that I don't even know about this. Midoriya got a little nervous, but he knew that she was just confused. He tried to shake things off, but she kept staring at him. It's not what you think, Ochako, Midoriya told her. She's just excited because she told me that she's coming over to UA soon. Actually, she should be coming here soon to stay for a bit. I meant to tell you, but with school and hero training, I just kind of forgot. Uraraka's eyes widened, and Midoriya knew that she was shocked by this news coming out of nowhere. Midoriya had a feeling that she wanted to be happy for him, but didn't know how to go about this. She tried to smile, but something seemed off about it. Izuku, you should have told me from the beginning, Uraraka told him. I would have understood. Besides, she's a good friend to you. I'll give her a chance to settle down once she's here, okay? Midoriya couldn't help smile at her as she gave him his phone back. He took it and gave her a kiss on the cheek, making her blush. How'd I get so lucky to have a girlfriend like you? Midoriya asked her. Izuku. Don't make it such a big deal, Uraraka said back with red cheeks. I'm just looking out for you. That's all. Midoriya soon noticed the necklace around her neck, swinging back and forth. It was the heart necklace that he got her a while ago. It was magical for a while, but now it was just like any other necklace. At least he hoped it was. For now he was just glad that things were finally starting to go back to normal. Uraraka soon noticed him holding his clothes and proceeded to leave his dorm room. I'll go ahead and give you some space, Uraraka told him. You tell Melissa that she's welcome here at UA. Especially it's the beginning of the school year. Midoriya couldn't help but smile as she left his dorm room. He soon looked at his phone to notice that she sent him a message. Melissa, hey Deku. I'm here. Uncle Might and I are coming over before classes start. Smiley face. Midoriya's eyes widened, happy to see that she was coming over sooner than he expected. He suddenly ran into his restroom next to his dorm room and got dressed. He had to get ready fast before classes started so he could talk to Melissa for a moment. Even if it was just a quick moment, he had to see her. He hadn't seen her since the Island incident. He hadn't seen her since and was excited to finally have her at UA for once. As soon as he got dressed and tied his tie, he ran out of his dorm room with his backpack all ready to go. His red shoes were barely on and tied as he rushed to get into the elevator. He almost ran over Mineta, who was still trying to wake up from his slumber. Hey Midoriya! Watch it! Mineta cried out with sleepy eyes. So sorry Mineta. I'm in a hurry. Midoriya cried back. He soon closed the door as Mineta entered the elevator as well. He couldn't wait any longer as Mineta eyed him like he had done something wrong. He yawned, making tears form under his eyes. What's up with you this morning? Mineta asked him, did Uraraka ask you to go jogging or something? What? No. Nothing like that, Midoriya said back. Melissa from my island is coming over to stay for a while. I don't know how long, but she's going to be here any minute. Something about that woke up Mineta, and he was ready to meet her again. Really? If I had known she was coming, I would have done my hair or straightened my school uniform to catch her attention, Mineta told him. Midoriya knew how much of a pervert Mineta was and tried to brush it off like it was nothing. Melissa wasn't dumb enough to fall for someone like him or even much less get anywhere near him. He just hoped that he could at least take her around the campus and show her around UA at some point. Mineta. Please don't anything that you might regret, Midoriya told him with a sweat drop on his forehead. With Melissa, I won't regret anything, Mineta said back with a knowing grin. Once the elevator door opened, Midoriya stepped out to see Uraraka and most of his classmates having breakfast. She looked up to see Midoriya all dressed and ready for school. He walked over to her, and she smiled like they had just seen each other this morning. Good morning Izuku. You must have been exhausted from hero training last night, Uraraka said with a wink. Midoriya flinched and blushed from her wink, but tried to go along with it. Ooh. Yeah. Right. I was pretty exhausted last night. All of that hero training was pretty tough for once, Midoriya told her as he sat next to her. She soon gave him a piece of toast, and Midoriya smiled at her. He ate some of it as she poured him a glass of orange juice. He appreciated her looking out for him, but he eyed her necklace. He hoped that she was doing okay as well. You said it Midoriya, Kaminari said to him. Mr. Aizawa must be really tired as well. He hasn't even come out of his room yet. Actually, I saw him leaving really early this morning, Yaoyorozu told them. I wonder why. Usually he gets up to get some coffee and takes his time to get to class. He must have been called for a staff meeting, Ida pointed out. Something must have come up for them to get together like that. What do you think it could have been? Before Midoriya could even think about it, there was a subtle knock at the front door. He soon got up before anyone else and ran towards the door to open it. Once he did, Melissa and All Might stood there with suitcases and bags from Melissa's place on Island. Something about seeing her in person made him feel like he was back on Island with her for a moment. He soon forgot about what they were talking about once Melissa showed up. Earlier in the shadows, a mysterious figure stood in the middle of an alleyway, finally making their next move. They had finally gotten their hands on another quirkless kid, but things weren't going to plan. They almost got caught by a pro hero, but they could finally keep going. Finding these quirkless kids was the part of the plan, it was the only plan. They knew what to do, but the problem was not finding enough of them. Quirkless kids were hard to come by these days. Now with more quirks around, things were much tougher for them. Some of the villains backed out trying to find them. But only a few of them remained as they tried to find a couple more. They knew that there had to be at least a couple more of them somewhere around Japan. They didn't know where to look for a while, but soon they were drawn to one other school that they never tried, UA Academy. Something about it seemed forbidden and almost backed out of this plan. But then they realized how big of an opportunity this was. If they got this plan to work, then this would get more recognition that it deserved. Quirkless kids were their way towards a better way to stop so many quirks from taking over this world. They noticed how different things were now that All Might retired. They needed to see this through once and for all. They soon narrowed in on UA, not knowing if they would find another quirkless student there. They didn't even know if there were any quirkless students that went to UA. None of them kept track of UA, thinking that they would never infiltrate this place. It wasn't worth the risk, and they knew that they would get caught somehow. If there really were any quirkless students going to UA, they would have to somehow lure them out of campus. Something told them that it would be difficult to do so. They stood outside of UA's campus, not knowing what to expect from a place like this. Before they left, they soon noticed someone entering the campus with no problem whatsoever. She looked like someone that might go to their school, but she didn't wear any sort of school uniform. Something about her seemed like an outsider, but they weren't sure. They soon tried to lock onto her, but they were too far away to see if she was quirkless or not. Before they could get a good reading on her, she went behind the taxi to get her bags. The blind spot really threw them off, but they tried to get a better angle. Once she was in view, they tried to get in closer without getting spotted. For a moment, they were able to scan her with no problem whatsoever. Once they scanned her, however, there was an error. That error, however, was exactly what they were looking for. They smiled, knowing that she had no quirk. Soon enough, this girl entered UA not knowing that she was being followed by someone. Later in Class 2A's dormitory, Midoriya locked onto Melissa, not able to look away from her. She stood there with wide eyes and soon dropped everything to finally face her friend in person. He almost felt himself launch towards her as she too launched towards him. "Deku!" Melissa exclaimed to him. "Melissa! You're finally here!" Midoriya exclaimed back. Midoriya couldn't stop smiling, seeing his friend from Island finally here in UA. Something about it seemed almost too good to be true as she hugged him close. He soon let go of her and noticed everyone staring at Melissa. They were all shocked seeing Melissa in their dormitory. Not only that, but Midoriya and Melissa were hugging really tightly. Uraraka noticed, and Midoriya instinctively moved his hands away from her. "Melissa? You're here in Japan?" Ida cried out. Melissa smiled at them as All Might brought in some of her bags and suitcases. Midoriya felt his face turning red when he spotted Uraraka giving him a suspicious glare as she walked over to greet Melissa. Midoriya noticed everyone eyeing them as if this was a big deal. Midoriya looked back and forth between Uraraka and Melissa, not knowing how this would play out. Eventually Uraraka let out a sigh and hugged her, causing Midoriya to let out a sigh of relief. "It's nice to see you again, Melissa," Uraraka said to her. "Izuku told me that you were coming here to UA. Not us." Kaminari cried out, "You knew about Melissa coming over and didn't bother to tell any of us? You should have told us. We could have prepared a welcome gift or a special meal for her," Yaoyorozu told him. "Even Sato and I could have done it together to make it even better." "Sorry about that," Midoriya said back as he rubbed the back of his head. "I meant to say something, but hero training and school kind of got in the way there for a good while. Especially since it's our second year here." "He even forgot to tell me," Uraraka told them. "It's nothing personal or anything. Things have been complicated to say the least. I'm sure that you all understand." Class 2A all shared looks, and Midoriya tell that they were thinking about something that he wished to forget about. He didn't want to drag Melissa into the mess that happened recently. He just hoped that anything out of the ordinary was gone, or at least for a good while until Melissa leaves. Then again, nothing has really happened even when him and Kirishima were hanging out together. Even his quirk wasn't acting up recently, which helped him relax. He wanted this to be as normal as it could get here in UA without the magic spells and books that he's come across lately. He was sure that everyone else thought the same way once she came over just now. All Might soon came in with all of her suitcases and bags, confusing Midoriya. Melissa? Why do you have so many suitcases and bags?" Midoriya asked her. "Aren't you staying for only a week?" Melissa looked a little bit embarrassed, but Class 2A only seemed to be grateful to have her over. "Yeah, well, I don't like leaving so much of my stuff behind for so long," Melissa explained to him. "I always like having some tools and inventions on me that I'm working on, just in case. I get bored very easily when I'm not at home for a long time." Midoriya's eyes widened, shocked that he didn't know this about her. Then again, he didn't know her for very long and didn't talk to her as much as everyone else in his class. Soon enough, All Might put her suitcases and bags down to finally look at Melissa. Midoriya couldn't help but get emotional, seeing All Might finally getting to meet up with his niece. "Melissa, it's been a while, hasn't it?" All Might said to her. Melissa nodded her head, but Midoriya could tell that she was still going through something back on Island. He had a feeling that it was about her dad being arrested for what happened. She talked to him about it here and there, but probably not as much as All Might since he was important to her. "It has. 2M, I'm glad I'm here, Uncle Might," Melissa said back. "I missed you. and everyone here from Class 1A, sorry, I meant Class 2A. I forgot that you guys are in your second year already. Even if I don't know everyone here, I wouldn't mind getting to know you for as long as stay here in UA. Of course, Yayarosa told her, we're all here to support you. Midoriya noticed Melissa getting a little emotional, but she tried to hold it back a bit. He had a feeling that she was trying to keep things to herself. He couldn't blame her, but hoped that she and him could talk about it if she needed to. He was her friend after all, and he wanted to help her get through this. He noticed her bags and suitcases sitting there and grabbed some of them to help her out. All Might. I can help with the bags, Midoriya told him, just tell me where she's staying. All Might seemed hesitant about something for a moment, and he didn't know why. He wondered if something was going on this morning that he didn't know about. Mr. Aizawa had left earlier than usual, and now All Might was a bit nervous about something. Whatever it was bothering him a lot. Midoriya didn't want to ask him what was wrong while everyone in his class was in the dormitory. He knew that this would have to be a private conversation. Sure, but let me help you with that, All Might told him, there's some things that need to be moved in the extra room. She's going into the room beside Mr. Aizawa's dorm room since she's only staying for a week. He grabbed a suitcase and some bags as he led the way. Midoriya followed him, but noticed All Might looking a bit nervous about something as he left the common room. Melissa followed them to see her room for the week. Once they opened the door, Melissa was excited to be staying here at UA for a good while. Midoriya could tell that she was already excited about this place. He put down her bags and suitcases, ready for her to unpack. He looked around and noticed that it had pretty much everything that they had when they first got their dorm rooms. There was a bed frame with a mattress for any standard bedroom. She even had a basic desk and chair with a dresser for clothes. There was floor lamp, mini fridge and even a coffee table in the middle of her room. Luckily she had a restroom to wash up right by her room just like the rest of their dorm rooms. She still had to shower in the girls' restrooms on the next floor up. Wow. This is quite the dorm room. Then again, it is UA, Melissa said to them with big eyes. I'm so glad that you can stay in our dormitory, Midoriya told her with a big smile, maybe I can give you a tour around the school campus. Mr. Aizawa might even let us look around the school soon. Midoriya was so excited, but soon noticed All Might looking a bit hesitant to say anything to them. Something about this was bothering him even more, especially since All Might should be excited about seeing Melissa. He was clearly hiding something from him, but didn't know what exactly. Why not take a tour around campus as you head to classes? All Might asked them, I mean, you are a great student. I'm sure that I can get Mr. Aizawa to get you to go to school for one day just to look around. Who knows, maybe you'll learn something during classes. It is their second school year after all. Melissa's eyes lit up, and Midoriya felt the same way as well. Really, Uncle Might? Melissa exclaimed to him, oh thank you. I promise to not get in the way of studying and hero training. This is awesome. Midoriya exclaimed back, I can show you around the school after classes, and you can sit with us during lunch. I'm sure everyone would love that. Midoriya completely forgot about All Might for a good moment there, talking to Melissa about UA. He felt like he could run over there right now just to get a head start on the tour. Melissa looked just as excited as him, which only got Midoriya even more interested in showing her around. Once he settled down a bit, Midoriya noticed All Might looking a bit worried about something. His eyes locked onto him, things finally coming back to him. All Might, is everything alright? Midoriya asked without thinking about it. All Might looked up and was clearly caught off guard by him. Midoriya stared at him for a good while, hoping that he would finally come clean about this. He cleared his throat, and Midoriya knew that it was something important. He's seen him like this before, and what he had to say at the time wasn't anything good. This didn't seem any different than that other time, and he hoped that it had nothing to do with One for All. It's nothing that you need to worry about, All Might told him, that goes for you too, Melissa. This is the time for you guys to improve on your skills, but don't forget to have fun. You are here for only a week after all. All Might smiled, and Midoriya almost felt like that was a good enough answer. But it still didn't push away his curiosity as to why he was acting this way. For now, He just wanted Melissa to enjoy her time here at UA. Midoriya soon noticed All Might leaving with a nervous look on his face. Something about it gave him chills, as if he weren't supposed to see him give them such a look. Midoriya worried about him and what was going on. But he knew that trying to push him to answer wouldn't help anyone. Melissa was in UA, and wasn't here for very long either. He had to make this the best week ever for Melissa, and he hoped that everyone else understood. Midoriya then realized what time it was as he looked at his phone. We're running late. Midoriya exclaimed to them, sorry All Might, but I have to go. Melissa soon followed Midoriya out of her room, leaving All Might behind. Midoriya grabbed his backpack as Melissa grabbed a shoulder bag that she had on her this whole time. Everyone in his class were waiting for him, and Ida was tapping his foot like he was waiting for him the entire time. Even though Yaoyorozu was class republic, Ida still had trouble remembering that. Midoriya looked nervous as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry Ida, Midoriya said to him, I lost track of time. Melissa. I hope that you'll do fine while we go to classes, Yaoyorozu told her. Don't worry about that Yaoyorozu. Melissa's coming with us. All Might gave us permission, Midoriya explained to them. Class 2A and especially Uraraka were shocked to hear this. Uraraka didn't expect this, and Midoriya noticed her shocked expression on her face. Midoriya spotted her playing with her necklace as if something was bothering her. She normally does that when she's anxious and nervous about something. Ever since she got the necklace back, she's been wearing it ever since. Midoriya just hoped that she was okay with Melissa staying this long. Soon enough, Mineta came over to try to impress her. Jiru soon jabbed her earphone jack into his ear, causing him to flinch. Then some other classmates came in to help her feel more at home in the dormitory. Midoriya couldn't help but smile seeing them enjoying their time with Melissa. She was finally here in Japan, and she already had friends to help her feel more comfortable. Something about it felt much better having others to help her out. Melissa then looked back at Midoriya as they headed out of the dormitory. She smiled at him, and Midoriya couldn't help but laugh at how things were turning out. He didn't even notice that Uraraka was staring at him from a distance. Midoriya was too busy focusing on Melissa to notice his girlfriend. She walked with her classmates as Midoriya soon walked over to the school. Melissa already seemed excited to be here in Japan with everyone, and Midoriya hoped that things would stay somewhat normal with her around. He stuck by Melissa's side, trying to make sure that things would play out okay with her around. Midoriya didn't even bother with All Might and knew that they could handle things. They were pro-heroes after all. Something about it, however, still bothered him in the back of his mind. He didn't want things to be so awkward between them, but he knew that things might not be so bad after all. Midoriya shook it off as they all entered UA. It must be weird for you to be in a place like this, Kaminari pointed out. This isn't exactly a regular high school if you know what I mean. Oh, but I did go to a hero school for 3 years. I'm actually almost done with my last year of high school back on Island, Melissa said to them with a smile. Class 2A were shocked to hear this, and even Mineta seemed thrown off by this revelation. Then Midoriya noticed him turning his head towards him as if he did something wrong. He flinched on the spot, super confused as why he was acting like this. Midoriya, why didn't you tell me that Melissa was older than all of us? Mineta exclaimed to him as his eyes were practically bugging out, that makes this even better. A hot, smart babe like her in our class will most certainly help us get more attention. Midoriya felt his cheeks burning up from Mineta's outburst and was speechless as he kept going on and on about her. In the corner of his eye, he noticed Uraraka standing there looking a bit bothered by something. He didn't like the way she was looking at him, which didn't help him in this situation. Soon enough, Shiro wrapped him up in tape with his elbows. You pervert, Shiro said to him, Melissa just got here, and now you're already ruining the moment. Yeah. Who cares how old she is, Yaoyorozu said to them, she's staying in class 2A because she's our friend. We need to respect that, and that means you too, Mineta. Got that? Mineta couldn't say anything with the tape around his mouth, but nodded his head profusely. Shiro kept him close by as they kept going to class. Midoriya walked over to Melissa, but noticed Uraraka getting closer to Midoriya. Soon enough, she was this close to holding his hand. Midoriya and Uraraka walked to class together, and some of their classmates noticed Uraraka getting jealous of Melissa. Midoriya didn't seem to understand why she was like this, but soon she held hands with him. Melissa didn't seem to notice in any way that they were dating or even holding hands. She didn't even notice that Uraraka had gotten this close to him as they walked to class. Midoriya felt good holding hands with her, but something about it felt off. Uraraka kept staring at Melissa, and soon enough she was able to settle down with them. Ochako. You must have really improved your quirk ever since I saw you back on Island, Melissa said to her. Midoriya was surprised that Uraraka wasn't eager to talk to her about it. He thought that she was over the fact that he didn't tell her about Melissa until this morning. Something about her seemed annoyed about something and knew that it had to do with Melissa. She didn't even seem to be enjoying herself as she held hands with Midoriya. His cheeks reddened from her getting so close while Melissa was hearing something about it didn't feel right as Uraraka kept eyeing her. Yeah. I've been improving on my quirk quite a bit, actually, Uraraka said to her with a bit of attitude. I've even learned some martial arts here and there, so things have definitely changed. I'd say even Izuku has gotten stronger as well. Izuku? Melissa pointed out, since when did you start calling Deku, Izuku? Midoriya and Uraraka both shared a look, and Melissa seemed confused. She didn't seem to even understand that they were dating. Before she could notice them holding hands, Mr. Aizawa showed up through the Class 2A's classroom door. He was looking a bit upset or annoyed about something, but Midoriya just chalked it up as being exhausted. He knew that Mr. Aizawa would be upset about them being late, but then he spotted Melissa. What is she doing here in your class? I thought she would stay in the dormitory while class is in session, Mr. Aizawa said to them. Melissa looked a bit upset that he didn't like her being in classes, but then Midoriya stepped up to look after her. Mr. Aizawa. Melissa just wants to see what it's like in UA. All Might already gave her permission to come with us, Midoriya explained to him. Please. Let her come with us. She's never been here before. Mr. Aizawa hesitated and thought about it for a moment, and Midoriya could tell that he wasn't so sure about this idea. Midoriya had already been in annoying trouble with that spell book and that all-nighter with Kirishima. He knew that Mr. Aizawa would talk to All Might about this turnabout. Please Mr. Aizawa, Melissa said to her, I won't get in the way. I just wanted to see what's like here in UA. You won't even notice me since things are different here than on Island. I'm pretty quiet most of the time in classes, so I won't bother you. Mr. Aizawa seemed to like that, and Midoriya felt his shoulders relax. Fine. You're good to go, Mr. Aizawa told her, but that doesn't mean that you can go wandering off wherever you want. This just means that you have to stick to school and curfew rules. Is that understood? Midoriya noticed that Mr. Aizawa was way more intense about this, which made wonder why. He thought that it had something to do with All Might since he was clearly nervous about something. Whatever happened in that staff meeting, the teachers were clearly tense about something important. Midoriya wondered if anyone else noticed this. For now, he walked into his classroom along with everyone else. Melissa didn't have a chair or a desk to sit at, so Mr. Aizawa called Present Mike to get her one extra seat. Everyone sat in their respective seats, ready to begin class. Soon enough, Present Mike ran into the classroom with a desk and chair. He set it down right in the front between Shuji and Ojiro. She settled down at her seat and thanked Present Mike for bringing her a desk. Midoriya watched her from afar and could tell that she already liked it here in UA. He could tell that she was going to enjoy her time here with Class 2A. Outside of U.A. All Might walked back to the school, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He didn't know how to go about dealing with this case. It was so secretive and no one knew much about this group of villains. There had been breaking news coverage on it, but nothing that made it connect to this group in particular. Even the pro-heroes here didn't know where they were. Principal Nizu just found out about them taking students that were quirkless. Something about that fact made his stomach tighten in knots. He could tell that Midoriya was onto him as he brought Melissa over to the dormitory. He wanted to tell him because he was too quirkless for a long time. Something about not telling him about this didn't feel right. He even didn't want Melissa getting dragged into this mess. He just hoped that Melissa never leaves UA and stays here in the school campus where they can keep an eye on her. If she can do that for the whole week, he'd feel very much more relaxed. But for now, he had to make sure that Melissa and Midoriya weren't dragged into this. Especially with the beginning of the school year starting. He couldn't risk it, even if he wanted to tell him the truth. All Might walked into the school, not knowing what was going on with the villain group. Principal Nizu was trying to get more information about them, but even Tsukachi didn't have much going for them. Whatever they were doing, they were able to be quiet and stealthy around the pro-heroes. All Might knew that they had to do something about this and fast. He may not have one for all like he used to anymore, but that didn't mean that he couldn't stop this from happening again. He just had to go about things differently than his usual, headstrong persona. All Might soon found himself in the hallways with no student in sight. He knew that he was late, but didn't think that anyone needed any help at the moment. It's not like he needed to do anything important at this time. Then he remembered something that came up recently during all of this. He pulled out his phone, noticing what day it was. He had a meeting with that Kitsun lady at 9 o'clock in the morning. All Might couldn't believe that he forgot about her and wondered if she were here in UA already. He didn't see her when he entered UA, so he figured that he had plenty of time to get ready. As soon as he turned the corner to his private room, however, she was right there. Kitsun was dressed all proper as if she were going to a very important interview. All Might couldn't believe that he forgot about this. Everyone had classes to teach, so Mr. Aizawa put him in charge of this. Of course, he forgot that Kitsun's interview was today. He let out a sigh and soon walked over to her with a smile on his face. "Ms. Kitsun?" All Might said to her, almost making her jump, "Sorry for scaring you. I was running late for your interview and had other things to take care of." "Oh, it's okay," Kitsun said back as she pushed her hair behind her ear, "I was running late too. Believe or not, this isn't the first interview that I've been late to." All Might couldn't help but feel more at ease seeing her here again. He remembered meeting her when Bakugo and Uraraka swapped bodies. He couldn't believe that it even happened. All Might felt like it had been so long since she's been here. He soon opened the door and let her inside, ready to start the interview. Kitsun held on to her bag as if she had something important inside of it. All Might made some tea and pushed aside some cookies for her to munch on. He could that she was nervous, which was to be expected. They don't normally have just anyone coming to UA looking for a job. "Here. Have something to eat while I make some tea," All Might said to her. "Do you like oolong tea?" "Sure. That sounds like something that I needed right about now," Kitsun told him as she settled down on the couch nearby. All Might soon made the tea as it steeped for a few minutes. It was quiet as Kitsun settled down, creating an awkward presence between them. All Might didn't necessarily know her very well, but appreciated what she did for his students. If it wasn't for her, they'd be stuck in each other's bodies still. He noticed her playing with her skirt as if she were still nervous. There's no reason to be nervous. Just think of it as any regular job interview. It's much easier that way, All Might told her. Then again, that must be hard for you considering who's interviewing you. "Yeah, a little," Kitsun told him, "but thanks for trying to help. I don't normally get second chances with jobs because of my quirk, but maybe UA is something that could benefit from a quirk like mine." "That's what we were hoping for. Or at least that's what Principal Nizu told me," All Might said to her. "He said that he wanted someone that could bring our students together. With a quirk like yours, he was hoping that you could be a great counselor here in UA." Kitsun's eyes widened in shock as tears formed under her eyes. He noticed that she clearly wasn't expecting this from All Might. She tried to keep her tears from falling, but ended up grabbing some tissues. Once she calmed down a bit, All Might was soon able to keep going with the interview. This is amazing. I don't know what to say," Kitsun said to him. But are you sure that you want me as a counselor? With my quirk, I could cause some problems here at UA. "We're sure," All Might told her. "Mr. Aizawa has things handled for now, but even he thinks that you'd be a great counselor." Kitsun was shocked, but All Might could tell that she really wanted this job. He continued with the interview, but could tell that she was a great worker already despite her quirk. Only this time, her quirk would finally benefit from having a job like this. "All right. What kind of qualities do you have as a teacher? Like, do you get along with teenagers?" All Might asked her. "For the most part, yes," Kitsun said to him. "I am great at listening to what they have to say. Sometimes things can be weird with what they have to say, but I always try my best to find a way around it. I'm great at giving people advice. Something about my quirk always seemed to know what they were going through. It was always easy for me to understand them better once they opened up to me. I guess you could say that I'm really good at reading others. All Might could tell that she was special and knew that she might actually be a great addition to UA. All Might soon poured her tea, noticing her finally relaxing a bit. He handed her a mug of tea, and she smiled at him as she took a sip. It was a bit hot, so she kept it in her hands to warm them up. He kept going, however, knowing that this interview was going great. Okay, what are your weaknesses? Is there anything that you have trouble with? All Might asked her. Sometimes weaknesses can actually help you solve problems a lot easier than you'd expect, so don't be shy to answer this question. Kitsun took it rather well and kept going with the interview. Well, sometimes when other people are arguing, I don't know how to handle it. My quirk acts on its own, so it's hard for me to control it. I was hoping that working at UA might help with improving my quirk. I know that this is a hero school for high schoolers, but it might help me as well, Kitsun explained to him. I have a hard time with dealing with fights, but I'm hoping that maybe my quirk can be a warning that whenever someone comes to me that they'll know what they're getting themselves into. You know what I mean? All Might seem to understand since he's seen her quirk at work before. He wrote these things down on a clipboard that was on the coffee table. He really didn't want to bring this up, but he read something that caught his attention. His eyes looked up at Kitsun, and she knew that it was important. It says here that you got fired due to what happened with your quirk, All Might told her. Can you explain what happened and why we should give you a chance to work here at UA? Kitsun was nervous, but she soon relaxed once All Might gave her a soft gaze. Something about her seemed okay with what happened. Well, a customer was arguing with an employee, and soon the employee got upset. Kitsun told him, I tried to stop it, but my quirk got in the way. That caused them to switch bodies, and the manager saw it happen right in front of him. He thought that I was the one who caused the fight and fired me on the spot. I couldn't even explain what happened to him, but luckily I was able to switch them back pretty quickly before leaving. All Might understood and had a feeling that she was telling the truth. Kitsun seemed like someone that had been through a few jobs because of her quirk. No one seemed to understand her quirk, and they wanted nothing to do with her because of it. He felt bad for her, but didn't want this to be a pity job. He wanted her to earn it through hard work. This was UA after all. She soon took a sip of her tea, which seemed to help her calm down. Okay, I understand what you're going through. That must be hard for you to deal with losing a job like that, All Might said to Kitsun. Kitsun shrugged her shoulders, but soon looked much stronger as she faced him. I'd say it worked out considering it led me to UA, Kitsun said back with a smile. If I had never gotten fired, then I would have never bumped into Ochako and Bakugo. Then this would have never happened. Actually, that was the day after I got fired. That's why I ran off, because I was already having a bad day, but I'd say it's turned into a great year for me. I got to meet all of you and a retired one-number hero. All Might was impressed at how much she wanted this job. Something about her seemed different than when she first showed up here at UA. He was glad that he could do this for her. He sat back a little and took a sip of his tea. All Might knew that she was right for the job, but felt the need to let her talk things out for a bit. Just to get her comfortable being here at UA. She'd be staying here after all. Tell me about yourself. Do you have any hobbies outside of work? All Might asked her. Some interests maybe? Kitsun smiled brightly, and All Might knew that she was already glad to be here in UA. Actually, I'm a fan of designing clothes, Kitsun told him. I love designing my own clothes, but it's mostly been about jewelry lately. Something about it has caught my eye, and I even tried to make some based off of heroes. Using their color palettes and style to make really nice jewelry to wear. I've sold some online, but they don't do very well. I don't know how to spread the word about it, but maybe working here at UA will help. Kitsun soon showed him a bracelet that she wore. It caught his attention, noticing that they were his colors from his young age hero costume. Something about it tugged at his heartstrings, seeing it as it shined against the light. He liked seeing her so passionate about something that was so different from this job. It reminded of Midoria and his collection of figures. You made this? All Might said to her. It's really amazing what artists can do nowadays. Oh. I'm no artist, Kitsun said back, I just really like making these. I thought that you might be interviewing me, so I kind of couldn't help myself but make this for the interview. I kind of went overboard. No. Don't say that, All Might told her, this is something that you're passionate about. You clearly like doing it, so keep making them. Even with a job like this, you should find the time to make these. They're really amazing and something that you should be proud of. Kitsun's eyes widened with light in her eyes as she played with her bracelet. She then took off her bracelet and soon reached out for All Might to have it. Here. You can have it, Kitsun said to him, I have plenty of them back home. Oh, no. I can't take this from you, All Might said back, this is your bracelet and something that you worked very hard on. Don't worry about it. I actually was hoping to give it to you anyway, Kitsun told him, besides, I would never get a chance like this again ever to give All Might, the retired symbol of peace, a bracelet that I made myself. All Might was happy to make her day and soon she put it on his wrist. It shined in the light, and All Might felt so glad that he interviewed her. Something about her seemed much more at home than before. Just a few minutes ago, she was nervous and now she was already really friendly and happy to be here in UA. He knew that she would be great here at UA as a student counselor. Kitsun. I think I know enough now, All Might told her as he stood up straight. Kitsun soon got up nervously, but All Might reached out for her hand. May Kitsun. You seem like a great worker, even though things were hard for you at the time, All Might said to her. Something about you knows how to get through to others and seem to understand them really well when you get to know them better. You're even passionate about other things besides working at UA. I'd say that you're the perfect student counselor for UA. Kitsun's eyes watered as she got a little overwhelmed for a moment. Does this mean? Kitsun trailed off. Yes. Welcome to UA, Ms. Kitsun, All Might said to her with a smile, you are officially a part of UA. I know that you'll make a great teacher and student counselor. I hope that you're okay with moving into the dormitories. Kitsun soon grabbed his hand and shook them rather hard for someone like her. Oh, thank you, All Might. Of course I'm okay with this. Kitsun exclaimed through tears, you won't regret this. I'll work hard. I promise. Please. Call me Toshinori, All Might told her, we are going to be working together more often now. Kitsun couldn't help but smile as he shook her hand back. Then call me May. It's only fitting, Kitsun said back as tears fell down her face. All Might could tell that she was having a really good day now that she was officially a part of UA. Something about it felt so good to see her so happy as she finally got ready to leave. He soon noticed what time it was, knowing that classes were still going. All Might had to make sure things were all set for Kitsun to move into the dorms. Mr. Aizawa had plans for her to move into the dormitories, so he knew that things would finally get back to normal. At least as normal as it could get around UA. He just hoped that the case that they had to handle wouldn't mess with Kitsun's biggest job she's ever had. This clearly was a big deal to her, and All Might wanted to keep it that way. Something about her seemed like someone that worked hard despite her quirk always getting in the way. She needed this, and All Might wanted her to stick around to help out around campus. I'll get ready to pack as soon as I get home, Kitsun said to him, oh my gosh. I can't wait to tell my parents this amazing news. They're going to be so proud of me. All Might forgot about the case for a bit and smiled, happy to see Kitsun so happy. It made him feel good to make someone's day even brighter than before. He had a feeling that she was going to remember this day for the rest of her life. All Might soon left the private room, knowing that things were still in motion with the case. But for now, he was just glad that he finally did something for an amazing person. In Class 2A's classroom, Uraraka could finally stretch her legs as she grabbed her backpack off of the floor. She was feeling a lot better now that classes were over. In fact, she felt like she could actually say that she did good in class today. Sometimes it was hard for her to focus on studying, but this time she was able to get it done. She didn't know why, but didn't question it. Then she remembered that Melissa was still in the classroom. Something about it did snap her out of it as she looked around the classroom. Her friends were circling around Melissa as if she were the new girl. She wasn't even a student here, just someone visiting. Melissa was okay with it and talked to them like they were old friends of hers. Something about it bothered her, seeing everyone crowding around her. She wanted to be friends with her as well. But ever since she came over to classes with them, things felt different. She wanted to be friends with her, but something still bothered her about Melissa going to UA. Maybe it was because of her being so smart already. Yaoyorozu and her seemed to be getting along with her friends that she always hung out with. Even Jiraiya didn't mind her being in their class. She looked around for Midoriya and noticed him quickly getting stuff put away into his backpack. She walked over to him before Melissa could, and he soon spotted her from a mile away. "Hey Ochako," Midoriya said to her with a smile, "how was class for you? I hope that you were able to study." "Actually, I did really good this time around," Uraraka said back. "I can go over notes with you at some point if you want. I'm actually pretty proud of what I got written down." "Yeah. That sounds great," Midoriya said back with a smile. "Maybe Melissa can join us too." Something about that comment made Uraraka feel less confident in her work. Melissa was so smart that her being friends with Midoriya felt like she was comparing herself to her. She didn't want to, but she couldn't help it since she wasn't expecting her to be here at UA in the first place. She was even getting things ready for a study date before she showed up. "I'm sure," Uraraka said back as her eyebrow twitched. "Melissa can join us. The more the merrier, right?" Midoriya smiled at her, and she couldn't help feel so comfortable around him. He soon gave her a kiss on the forehead, but Melissa didn't see them. Uraraka felt her cheeks warm up, but didn't care. She just wanted him to be near her like this during lunchtime. Uraraka knew that he would want to sit with Melissa however. She bit her lip, and Midoriya noticed it. "Ochako. What is it?" Midoriya asked him. "It's nothing really," Uraraka said back, "it's just never mind. Let's us go get lunch." Uraraka walked off before Midoriya could say anything and soon all of her classmates were leaving the classroom as well. She kept going as her friends tried to catch up to her. Before Midoriya could catch up to her, Melissa caught up to him. "Hey Deku. Are you going to have lunch?" "Maybe we can have lunch together since I've never been here before," Melissa said to him. Midoriya hesitated, hoping that things were okay with Uraraka. He looked at Uraraka and noticed that her friends were trying to check on her. She didn't talk much, but he could tell that she wanted some space. He then noticed Melissa looking a bit worried about him. He had to trust Uraraka that she could handle things for now. Sure we can have lunch together," Midoriya told her. Melissa soon followed Midoriya towards the cafeteria, and some of their classmates joined them. They were talking to her like they were trying to catch up on some things. He was glad that she could have some friends to talk to, but Midoriya was worried about Uraraka. She seemed a bit upset about something and hoped that it wasn't about Melissa coming over so suddenly. He thought that she was okay with it. He had to talk to her at some point after classes and hero training. While they walked over to the cafeteria, he spotted someone walking by Uraraka. She looked familiar and soon cried out like she was so happy to see her. "Kitsun. You're here." Uraraka cried out as she hugged her tightly. "Don't tell me that you are here for the interview already?" Kitsun held back the news, which caught Uraraka's attention. Everyone was confused as to what was going on, but knew who she was. Midoriya remembered Kitsun, but didn't know what was going on exactly. "Actually I got the job," Kitsun cried out. Uraraka's eyes lit up with delight, and Midoriya couldn't help but smile seeing her so happy. But he was still confused as to what happened between them. He heard them saying something about a job. Uraraka and Kitsun were so excited as their classmates got closer to their friends. "Uraraka? What's going on?" Jiraiya asked her. "Oh. Sorry, it's Kitsun. She got job here at UA." Uraraka told them. Everyone was shocked to hear this, but were so excited for Kitsun. Midoriya was confused, not knowing anything about this. Then again, some of their classmates seemed to know about this as they got together to celebrate. "Congratulations Kitsun." Ashido cried out, "What exactly did you get for a job here?" "It better be something respectful for someone such as yourself," Ida told her. "Actually, I'm going to be UA's student counselor," Kitsun told them. "All Might interviewed me, and he thought that it would fit really well with my quirk." It might even benefit with my quirk around campus. Especially for the beginning of the school year. Midoriya's eyes widened, shocked to hear that All Might gave her this job. He wanted to talk to her, but Uraraka looked so happy that he didn't want to ruin it for her. Something about hearing All Might snapped him out of it. He hoped that he was doing okay with what was going on. A student counselor? That would be a perfect job for you, Uraraka told her. You did a great job with me and Bakugo back then. I'm sure that you could do some great counseling with other classmates around here. I wouldn't call it a great job considering we were stuck in each other's bodies almost a damn week, Bakugo said to her, earning himself a jab from Uraraka. Don't listen to him. I thought that he wasn't holding a grudge on it anymore, Uraraka told her, giving Bakugo a side eye. It's okay. I'm sure that I can control my quirk better, Kitsun said to them. All Might is such a great teacher. He even encouraged me to work on my hobbies outside of work. He really liked my bracelet that I made for the interview. I sell them online if you want to check it out, Ochako. Really? I didn't know about any of this. Ashido butted in. I want see. Please let me give you my number so we can talk more often. Ashido. She's gonna moving into the dormitories soon, Ida explained to her. Besides, we need to go to the cafeteria. Oh yeah, Ashido said as she scratched the back of his head. Don't worry, Ashido. We can exchange phone numbers once I settle down tomorrow, Kitsun told them. I don't know where I'm going to be staying, but we'll each other again soon enough. Midoriya watched Uraraka getting close to Kitsun, noticing that she didn't tell him about this. He started to feel the same way that she felt about Melissa. Something about it did feel weird that she didn't say anything about this. Uraraka hugged her, and Midoriya felt like she didn't notice him at all. Soon enough, Kitsun left them behind to get ready for tomorrow's big move-in. They all walked to the cafeteria, excited to finally have another teacher around campus. Midoriya watched Uraraka talking to her friends about this exciting news. He wanted to talk to her about this, but he had to stay with Melissa. She looked at him like she needed some explaining about who this person was. Who was that? An old friend of Ochako's or something? Melissa asked him. Midoriya realized that Melissa didn't know about what had been going on lately the past few months. She hadn't been around UA ever, so she never knew about any of this. She didn't even know that Midoriya and Uraraka were together. Midoriya looked at her, understanding why she was feeling so bothered by this. Before he could anything to Melissa, All Might walked by them. Midoriya and All Might almost bumped into each other, which only got Midoriya wondering about him again. He looked less nervous, but he was clearly keeping some sort of secret from him. All Might almost dropped something, and Midoriya noticed that it was just a clipboard of Kitsun's interview. He knew that there was more going on than just a simple interview. Then again, he wondered if that's what was bothering him so much all this time. Hey Uncle Might. We're going to have lunch so you know where I am, Melissa told him with a smile. All right. I hope things are going well with Mr. Aizawa, All Might told her. Yeah. In fact, he seemed fine with me being in class. He even liked that I was taking notes and not disturbing the class. Apparently that happens a lot in Class 2A, Melissa told him. Kaminari and Ashido both shrugged their shoulders like they were embarrassed about some things that she said. Midoriya noticed Uraraka still excited for Kitsun and wasn't paying attention to them. She was finally glad that Kitsun had a really good job here at UA. Well, as long as you're not disturbing the class, I guess, All Might said back. Go have some lunch with young Midoriya. I'm sure that he'll look after you and give you a tour soon enough. All of Class 2A noticed All Might favoring Midoriya and Melissa as if they were a couple or something. He soon patted Melissa's head, and Midoriya felt like Melissa was feeling a bit better about staying here. He spotted Uraraka, who had snapped out of it. She was eyeing how close Midoriya and Melissa were, which also caught Class 2A's attention. Some of them even noticed Uraraka staring at them like she had caught them in the middle of an affair. It felt awkward for a moment, but All Might didn't notice this at all. He soon walked away, and Midoriya really wanted to talk to him about what was going on. But he left and noticed Class 2A staring at him. Well, this got awkward, Kaminari said under his breath. Midoriya, what is going on between you two? Yaoyorozu asked him, looking a little hurt by this. Midoriya looked at Melissa, then his classmates and then Uraraka, who was looking a bit confused and hurt all in one. She didn't look away as Midoriya stood there with Melissa. He didn't understand what was going on, but soon was able to wrap his head around this. His eyes widened, and his face was red from feeling so flustered about this situation. What? Melissa's just a friend. Midoriya exclaimed to them, there's nothing going on. Then why is All Might favoring you two so much? Ashido asked him as she eyed him, Are you two secretly going out behind a certain someone's back? Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, realizing what was going on. He whipped his head, realizing why Uraraka was so bothered by this situation. Then he noticed that he couldn't say anything that would give away how he knows them so well. He only knows them because of All Might giving him one for all and soon meeting David's shield on Eye Island. No one else knew about this besides Bakugo and now Uraraka. Everyone was eyeing Midoriya like he was under a spotlight. Ashido got close enough to make him uncomfortable, and Melissa was a bit as well. Me and Deku? A couple? Melissa pointed out with a blush across her face, we were never a couple. Just close friends because of Uncle Might and my dad. Right, Deku? Well, I guess you could say that Midoriya told them, we kind of ended up being friends on accident, but things turned out pretty well, I guess you could say. Midoriya then realized now was the time to set things right. Melissa had to know what was going on between them. She couldn't be here at UA and not know about Uraraka and Midoriya being together. He couldn't do that to Uraraka any longer, seeing her so upset. He couldn't stand seeing her like that any longer. He missed that smile of hers whenever they hold hands. We were never dating. I would never do that to Ochako, Midoriya told them with a more confident posture. Melissa, there's something that I need to tell you. Midoriya soon walked over to Uraraka, and she looked at him like he was the only one in the hallways. He looked at her and noticed how stunning she looked in the sunlight. Her eyes brightened the room once he walked over to her, realizing that he was still in love with her. Once he walked over to her, he held her hand with such passion behind it. Ochako and I are dating, Midoriya told her. I'm sorry for not telling you. I guess I didn't know how to tell you at first. I hope that this doesn't ruin the trip for you. Melissa stood there with a shocked expression on her face. For a moment, he could have sworn that her face was red. Then she smiled widely as she ran over to them with such passion. Oh my gosh! This is amazing! Melissa exclaimed to them as she held both of their hands. Congratulations! You two deserve it since you both work so well together. Midoriya and Uraraka shared a look, thinking that she would be upset or something like that. You aren't upset? Uraraka finally spoke up, but I thought that you liked him. Midoriya's eyes widened and whipped his head up towards Melissa. He didn't even know that she might like him in that way. His face burned bright from everyone watching them go through this in the hallways. Melissa looked at Uraraka, and Midoriya didn't know if she did or not. Maybe a little, but not like that, Melissa said to them with a smile. Deku's a great guy and clearly you two have been through a lot. A lot more than me. I could never compete with that. You two deserve each other. Midoriya felt a little embarrassed for her, letting this out in front of everyone when he didn't even spill any secrets by accident. He couldn't say anything since it was also All Might's secret. But he still felt bad for Melissa and noticed her looking a little uncomfortable about this situation. She pushed her hair back as Class 2A watched her confess. Why does Midoriya get all of the girls? Mineta said under his breath. Melissa, Midoriya said without thinking. Don't worry about it, Melissa said to him with a fake smile. Let's go get lunch, okay? Class 2A were also confused as to how this even happened as Melissa walked away from Midoriya and Uraraka. Mineta soon ran off towards her as if she were available. Some of the others tried to stop him from doing anything perverted. Midoriya felt bad for her, but he wondered if she even telling the truth. He didn't know if she actually had feelings for him or not. Are you okay, Izuku? Uraraka asked him. Why, yeah, I'm fine, Midoriya said back to her. He didn't say anything to her about Melissa as their classmates handled her and helped her out. He wanted to check on her, but clearly now wasn't the time to talk to her. He had to give her space, knowing that Uraraka was here to him as well. Midoriya held her hand tight, happy to have her by his side. She seemed to notice this and leaned into his arm for comfort. You know, that was brave of you to say that in front of everyone, Uraraka said to him. I'm sorry for not telling you about Kitsun. I guess I have no right to judge you when I did the exact same thing. I wouldn't be upset if you were mad at me for not telling you. I'm not mad at you, Ochako, Midoriya said back. I understand now why you felt this way. I won't do that to ever again. I'll let you know when there's something coming up, okay? Uraraka smiled as she hugged him close. I'll do the same, Uraraka told him with a squishy smile. You're the best, Izuku. She soon kissed him on the cheek, giving him a warmth in his chest. He couldn't help but smile, knowing that things were going well with Uraraka. He still worried about Melissa and knew that she needed space. He just hoped that things would be okay during hero training. In the shadows, a mysterious figure stood in the alleyway, wondering how things were going over in UA. They sensed the girl from earlier was somewhere in the school, but could barely feel it. She was far away, and they could only use their quirk from a certain distance. Something caught their attention, however, noticing a weird sensation coming over them. There was another possible quirkless student at UA. They didn't give off the same type of energy as everyone here in Japan. Something about them felt different, but they needed to see who they were to verify if they were quirkless or not. They soon noticed that no one was around the campus's gate and walked over to it. They looked up at the gate, not knowing if they could get in themselves. This was UA after all. They knew that they were just going to classes, but this hero school had so much technology to stop any villains from getting inside. They stood there, annoyed that they couldn't figure out what was going on. That girl was in UA was the perfect candidate for their plan. But if there really was another quirkless student there, then this changed things. They had to go about this differently than anything else that they've ever done before. There were others waiting for a way inside, and this mysterious figure was here to help them figure out a way inside. Or a way to lure them out. But now with another potential candidate, they couldn't pass this up. They just wished that there was another way to figure out if they were quirkless or not. They had to know. Then before they could get inside, someone had spotted them outside of the gate. They stood on the other side of gate, staring them down like they have crossed the line, just standing there. Just based on their black clothes and long, thick hair, and baggy eyes, it was Eraserhead. They knew that they couldn't beat him in a place like this. Eraserhead stood there with their quirk activated like they might fight him. Don't even think about it, Eraserhead told them with a slight growl. You're not getting any of my students today. Besides, there are no quirkless students here anyway. Turn yourself in or we'll do this the hard way. The mysterious didn't say anything and soon turned around to leave. They ran, and Eraserhead went after them. He was much faster than they expected and almost got caught in his scarf as he launched it at them. He had to keep going, however, and somehow avoid him at the same time. Eraserhead kept going as the mysterious figure kept trying to get away. They were fast as well, but not like him. They knew that they couldn't defeat Eraserhead, so they pulled out their backup plan. They threw down a smoke bomb, causing Eraserhead to get blinded by the powder. He couldn't see, and that caused his quirk to shut off. They soon got away as he had to deal with the smoke bomb all around him. The mysterious figure finally got away, but knew that they had to come back somehow without getting caught. They knew that Eraserhead had plans and wasn't going to let them in so easily. The mysterious figure knew to bring in backup this time around to get what they needed. In UA Academy, lunch went by pretty slow today for Uraraka and Midoriya. They were having a great lunch, but things were still a little awkward. Melissa sat with their classmates, but didn't say much. Uraraka for once felt bad for her and wondered if she should have said something to help her feel better about this whole thing. Then again, saying anything else might just make her feel worse. Uraraka knew right then and there that she just needed to just leave her alone for a while. She played with her heart necklace, feeling a little better when she twirled it around with her fingers. She was just glad that Melissa didn't have to deal with the things that they had to deal with lately. Even Melissa didn't deserve any of that. After lunch, classes were pretty quiet. They went by much faster than she expected. Uraraka kept looking at Melissa and noticed her struggling to focus on what Mr. Aizawa was talking about. Even he looked a bit annoyed about something, but Uraraka was glad that he didn't take it out on anyone else in the class. She wondered what was up with him, but ignored it for now. Once classes were finally over, Uraraka felt like she could finally get up to start getting ready for hero training. Uraraka and Midoriya were really looking forward to this. But now with Melissa around, Uraraka wondered how this might play out tonight. She soon grabbed her hero costume case as Midoriya grabbed his. She smiled at him, and they all soon headed towards the changing room. Melissa didn't have to worry about that and waited for them outside of the changing rooms. Uraraka felt like she could finally relax, knowing that Midoriya still really cared about her. She wasn't worried or anything, but he did seem a bit bothered by something. She didn't know if it was because of Melissa or Kitsun. Something about it, however, seemed like something else for some reason. When All Might came over this morning, he seemed to be acting off about something. She wondered if it had anything to do with One for All. Now that she knew the truth, she was noticing things more and more. Uraraka knew that he would have to deal with it himself sometimes, but she still wondered about it. Her and Bakugo haven't really talked about it much, and she kept meaning to. Even when Midoriya got sick, she worried that his quirk might lose control again like that day with Kirishima and Bakugo. She never got around to it, however, and knew that she should at some point. Soon Uraraka was ready for hero training as she finally put on her accessories. Before she could leave, however, Ashido and Hagakure blocked her way out of the changing room. "Not so fast, Uraraka," Ashido said to her. "What's going on with you and Midoriya, huh?" Uraraka felt a little embarrassed about this, but knew that she didn't have to say anything if she didn't want to. This wasn't something that they shouldn't even know about. It had nothing to do with them. "There's nothing to talk about, Ashido," Uraraka said as she let out a sigh. "Me and Izuku are just going through a weird communication thing. That's all. Now if you'll excuse me." Uraraka tried to push past her, but Ashido wasn't buying it. "Come on, Uraraka," Ashido said to her, "there's something else going on here. Is Midoriya cheating on you or something? What was going on with Melissa back there? Did you know about this?" Hagakure asked her. Uraraka was confused as to why they were acting like this. But the more she looked at them, the more she realized that they were just protecting her. Uraraka took a deep breath in and out, not wanting to deal with this right now. "Look, I appreciate you two looking out for me, but there's nothing to worry about," Uraraka said to them. "Izuku isn't dating behind my back. He would never do that." Melissa clearly didn't even know about any of this. Exactly. They're hiding something. All Might even seemed to favor them a lot more than usual, Hagakure told her. Uraraka then realized why and wondered if Melissa knew about One for All. Something about that really bothered her more than what happened earlier. If she knew about One for All before her, then that meant she was closer to him than she thought. Uraraka then realized that she was thinking about this all wrong and shook it off. She knew that Midoriya would never lie to her about that. He would have told her about it this morning, then keep it a secret. "You guys shouldn't be making accusations like this," Uraraka told them as she pushed her way through. Uraraka heard them trying to stop her, but realized that Melissa was right outside of the changing room. She stood there leaning up against the wall as Ashido and Hagakure came up with their hero costumes finally on. They all looked embarrassed as they tried to avoid eye contact with her. "Hey Melissa," Ashido said with an awkward smile. Before they could say anything, others started coming out of their changing rooms and the rest of the girls as well. Uraraka gave Ashido and Hagakure a glare as if they said something wrong. She walked over to Midoriya, and they all soon walked out of UA and towards Gym Gamma. Uraraka noticed Yaoyorozu and Todoroki talking to Melissa, which made her feel better that things were okay with them. Ashido and Hagakure's words echoed in her head, but she tried to shake it off. She knew that they were wrong since they didn't even know about One for All. Clearly there were other things going on besides Melissa visiting UA. Based on All Might and Midoriya's interactions, there was clearly something else going on. She looked up at Midoriya, and he looked a bit worried about something. Uraraka knew that this was about One for All or something to do with All Might. She definitely needed to talk to Midoriya after hero training. Soon enough, they entered Gym Gamma. What they didn't expect was seeing all of the teachers in Gym Gamma, standing there. Class 2A was so confused as to what was going on. Uraraka even noticed All Might standing there, clearly upset about something. She looked at Midoriya, and he too was confused with his eyes so wide with shock. Mr. Aizawa? What's going on? Why are all of the teachers here? Ida asked him. Things have changed. We need all of you to head back to the dormitory right now, Mr. Aizawa told them. Hero training has been cancelled for tonight. What? Class 2A cried out in unison. Wait, cancelled? But why, Mr. Aizawa? Yaoyorozu asked him. There's gotta be a good reason for this. Things have come up, but we can't say anything until further notice, Mr. Aizawa told them. You all have to stay in your dormitory for the rest of the night. No questions asked. Uraraka was confused and didn't understand why they were doing this. She noticed Midoriya looking at All Might like he might have the answers. He looked at Midoriya like he couldn't say anything to him at this time. Uraraka held him close for support, hoping that he would calm down for now. But we deserve an answer as to what's going on. Kirishima cried out. Yeah. If we're being forced to cancel hero training, we should know what's going on, Ashido agreed with Kirishima. Mr. Aizawa turned on his quirk, his eyes glowing a piercing red. That caused everyone to shut up for a moment, which didn't help Uraraka's suspicions. She didn't understand why they were so adamant about keeping this a secret. She knew that there was definitely something going on and knew that this was what Midoriya was worried about. Even seeing All Might looking nervous confirmed it for her. You will all be under house arrest if you don't follow our rules, Mr. Aizawa told them with his eyes glowing. This is not a game. You need to stay in your dormitory until further notice. Nothing's changed with your curfew as well. You will go to your dorm rooms at exactly 10 o'clock, got it? No one dared to say anything as Uraraka stood there with her arm around Midoriya's. She could tell that Midoriya was frozen stiff, confused as to why this was happening. Uraraka wanted to find out what was going on just as much as him now. She looked at Melissa, and she too was looking at All Might as if he had done something wrong. Uncle Might? Melissa said under her breath. He didn't say anything, which only seemed to worry Melissa even more. Uraraka felt bad for her since they were family. She couldn't imagine how that felt, especially what she's been through. Uraraka almost forgot what happened on Island and felt even worse for treating her the way she did. She didn't know much about her, but knew that what she had been through was a lot for anyone. Sorry Melissa, but I can't tell you what's going on, All Might told her. Just be careful. Okay? Uraraka noticed Melissa getting upset and stormed off. Class 2A all followed her with some of them wanting to argue against this. Even Bakugo was really annoyed about this, but seeing All Might seemed to snap him out of it. Uraraka and Midoriya both walked to their dormitory together, not knowing what was going on. They all soon walked to the dormitory, all riled up and confused. Okay? What the hell was that all about back there? Shiro asked them. Why would they do that without telling us anything? Something clearly happened, Kirishima told them. Maybe something happened with the League of Villains, Yaoyorozu told them. They could have tried to infiltrate again. That's gotta be it. Maybe that's why All Might was so nervous about this. He hasn't faced them like this since the USJ incident, Kaminari told them. That's true. But Mr. Aizawa was so upset. They must have done something really bad for him to get this upset about it, Ida told him as he swung his arms up and down. Uraraka noticed Melissa looking really upset as if All Might had done something wrong. She hugged her arms as if she was going through something. Midoriya noticed as well and clearly worried about her. Jiraiya noticed and elbowed Kaminari to shut him up. Ow. Hyuka, wah. You need to read the room, dude, Jiraiya whispered to him as she eyed Melissa. Uraraka and some others spotted Melissa in the back, clearly upset about this situation. She had just shown up and now she was being forced to stay in the dormitory like this. She didn't even get a proper tour around the campus. Uraraka knew that she really wanted to see everyone's quirks at work. Melissa wanted to come here to UA to get to know everyone better, and now this was happening. They all kept going at it, with no signs of calming down. Even Ida was a little bit confused, but tried to stay calm in front of everyone. Once they got to their dormitory, Yaoyorozu soon stepped up as the new class rep. Alright everyone. I know that things are confusing, but we can't let this get us down, Yaoyorozu told her. If Mr. Aizawa wants us to stay in the dormitory, then we need to listen to him. Clearly something's going on. He wouldn't do this for no reason. It's not fair that he cancelled hero training. We were just getting good at improving our quirks, Kirishima told him. We'll hero train again. But for now, we need to just get our schoolwork done, Yaoyorozu said back. If we can get through this and listen to Mr. Aizawa, he might tell us sooner. She's right. If we cooperate, then he might tell us what's going on, Ida said back. Uraraka actually agreed with them, but still was interested to know what was going on. She could tell that Midoriya was as well just by his expressions towards All Might. Midoriya noticed Melissa looking upset, and Uraraka knew that she would need him for support. She sat there at one of the dining room tables, looking upset. Melissa looked like she was on the verge of tears and soon walked away and into her room. She hesitated to let Midoriya go, but knew that she needed a friend right about now. Go see her, Uraraka told him with confident eyes, Izuku. She needs a friend right now. Midoriya looked at Melissa's room, and then back at Uraraka. She could tell that he really needed to check on her and soon he nodded at her. He left her in the common room and some of their classmates noticed. No one dared to say anything as Uraraka stood there in silence. Whatever was going on between them, she knew that she could trust Midoriya. In Melissa's room. Melissa walked into her dorm room, feeling a bit overwhelmed by what was going on. She didn't want to make a scene so she decided to leave the common room. She didn't want everyone staring at her, not after what happened today. She wasn't expecting this to happen while she was here at UA. She didn't even expect Midoriya and Uraraka to be together. Once they held hands, something in her chest felt off. Melissa had never felt this way before as Midoriya held hands with Uraraka. She didn't want to straight up confess or anything like that. They were already together, and Melissa was happy for them. But something still felt off, like she kind of felt something for him as well. Then Melissa remembered what was going on with All Might and the teachers, which only made her even more confused. Soon enough, tears rolled down her eyes as she sat by her desk. She couldn't stop them from falling, overwhelmed by what was going on. Melissa didn't think that this would ever happen to her. She's in the middle of a weird conflict with villains and doesn't even understand it herself. Melissa tried to stop herself from crying, but then heard a knock at the door. Her eyes widened as she tried to wipe the tears away. Who is it? Melissa asked them behind the door. It's Izuku, Midoriya said back through the door. Can I please come in? Melissa felt her heart skip a beat without meaning to. She didn't even want to feel this way with him and Uraraka getting together. Melissa hesitated to say anything, but knew that he was worried about her. He was always like that, checking on anyone that needed help. Melissa couldn't turn that down, even if she did have a slight crush on him without realizing it. She soon opened the door with her tears all wiped away. She tried to hold it together, but seeing his face made it hard for her to hide her feelings. Melissa felt her stomach tighten up, not sure how to go about this since he was with Uraraka. She didn't want to make this feel awkward, and yet they were all going through something together at the moment. Midoriya looked at her with such worried eyes that she almost cried right then and there. Melissa. Are you okay? Midoriya asked her. What happened back there? It must have been a lot for you all things considered. Melissa didn't say much for a while as she stood there. She held her arm as if she were trying to hold herself back. She really didn't want to mess things up between Midoriya and Uraraka. They were together and clearly Uraraka wasn't exactly a fan of her coming over so soon. Melissa noticed Midoriya looking worried about her and soon felt tears coming up. It's nothing, Melissa told him, trying to hold them back. Midoriya walked closer to her, and Melissa soon stepping back as tears fought through. She didn't want to get in the way of what was going on between them. Even All Might was going through something, and she couldn't talk to him about it. She couldn't talk to anyone about this, but Midoriya was right there. He was right there, ready to help her. Soon enough, tears fell down her face. Before she knew it, Melissa collapsed onto the floor with tears falling down her face. Midoriya walked up to her to make sure that she was okay. She could barely look up at him as tears fell down her face. Dedeku, Melissa said through tears, Tuniji, you're the only one who understands. Midoriya didn't leave her behind as Melissa continued crying. If anything, he moved in closer but still gave her some personal space. After what happened with All Might and Uraraka, she felt like she needed someone to talk to. It felt weird that it was Midoriya, but she had no one else to talk to about this. No one else understood her like he did. He was the only one who knew that she is quirkless. She didn't even know if he told anyone about it, not like she cared however. It was never a big deal to her, but she was at least glad that Midoriya was here for her. "It's okay Melissa," Midoriya said back as he rubbed her back, "I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere until you calm down." Melissa felt comfort as she cried next to him. He never hugged her, which she was glad. She thought it would be weird if he hugged her after everything that just happened today. She hoped that he would understand why she was like this. After all, he was there during that island incident. She knew that things were different between them now. But once she let it all out, it still felt the same way just like before. Melissa sat there, feeling less overwhelmed as she cried on the floor. Midoriya didn't leave her side as he rubbed her back very gently. Something about him comforting her felt really good since she hadn't seen him for a while. She actually was looking forward to finally meeting him here at UA more than anyone else. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Ishida were growing on her, but she really missed him. Tears soon stopped falling down her face as she soon calmed down. Melissa sat there for a moment, noticing that Midoriya was still there. It felt like he was waiting for her to say or do something. She noticed him sitting with her as he rubbed her back for comfort. Midoriya noticed looking at him and smiled at her with those wide eyes and bright smile of his. Something about his smile could warm up a room the moment he walked into it. She soon noticed that her tears were drying up on her face and tried to wipe them away. For a moment, she just sat there not saying a word to him. "I hope that you're feeling better now. Sometimes a good cry can feel better afterwards," Midoriya said to her with a slight chuckle, "Trust me. I've been there before." Melissa couldn't help but smile back at him, feeling a little better. She sat there for a moment, not wanting to get up. After what happened tonight, she didn't know what to do. She felt like she needed to know what was going on, but knew that the teachers would never tell them anything. Even Mr. Aizawa didn't seem like someone that would bend the rules. "So someone broke into UA?" Melissa pointed out. "What are you gonna do?" Midoriya looked confused, but Melissa knew that he was thinking of a plan. He didn't seem like someone that would just let this happen without him getting involved. She had to know what was going on with All Might since he wasn't allowing to say anything to Class 2A or her. It broke her heart that he couldn't say anything to her. It reminded her of what happened to her dad back on Island. Midoriya looked at her with such confidence and determination that she actually thought that they could actually find out the truth. "I've gotta know what's going on and fast." In the shadows, the mysterious figure was still hiding, but was close to UA. With how things turned out with Eraserhead, they got a scolding from the group. They had to go about things differently now. They couldn't get caught or things might not go the way they planned. Whatever UA had planned, they knew that they would have some sort of surveillance cameras and pro-heroes around the area. They were prepared, but they too were also prepared. The mysterious figure had someone that could help them. They stood there with them as they wore the same cape as them. They had joined them recently, but knew them from the League of Villains. They didn't know how to feel about them joining their group. Something about them seemed off. "Are you sure that you can handle this?" The mysterious figure asked her. "This isn't exactly an easy infiltration." Soon enough, the hoodie came off of their head. They revealed themselves, showing off their blonde hair in messy buns. Even her golden cat-like eyes were glowing in the sunset. It was getting dark, so they had to come up with a plan sooner rather than later. "Trust me. I've dealt with UA before. They're not easy to break into, but I've done it once or twice before any of you could," Toga said to them. "Well, you did get caught by them. I thought that you were good at your job," a deep, raspy voice pointed out underneath the hoodie. Toga gave them a snarl and almost whipped out a knife to fight with. The mysterious leader stepped up and blocked their path to make sure things go according to plan. "Maybe we should go about this differently, sir," someone with a female voice said to their leader. "Toga clearly isn't ready for this." The mysterious figure looked at her, knowing that she was more than ready. She just went about things differently than them, which is what they needed in order to pull this off. They looked back at the UA's gates, wondering if Toga was ready to start. She clearly had something in her hand already, but something about her seemed to hesitate to use it. Alright. Toga, you know what to do, the mysterious figure told her, just like you planned, but don't do anything that might give away your position. We don't want to be found out. At least, not until you get away with the girl. Toga grabbed onto the vial of blood and got ready to head out. Something about her did seem hesitant to go back for some reason. They hoped that Toga wouldn't mess up or do anything stupid while she was over there in UA. But they needed her to make this work. She had the right quirk to infiltrate UA, so they let her do it while they got ready to jump in if needed. Then they felt that weird sensation again. It felt like someone was further away from the school now, and even maybe that girl that they were after. As they walked away, they knew that someone nearby might have been Quirkless. The mysterious figure was confused because the energy didn't quite feel right. Whoever they were, they needed them as well. Sir? Are you all right? The female voice asked them. Yeah, I'm fine, the mysterious figure said to them. Toga, bring back that blonde girl with the glasses. She's definitely Quirkless. Just like we planned. Toga twirled and played with her dagger as if it were a toy and rolled her eyes. Yeah. I get it, blonde girl with glasses, Toga repeated back at them. I don't know if Ochako is close to her or not unfortunately, but we'll see what I can do. Maybe Izuku can help out somehow. He is dating her after all. The mysterious figure looked up at her like they had figured out a weird connection. As if things were finally unfolding for them in some weird way. Something about it felt right as Toga kept going on and on about them. Izuku? The mysterious figure said back, who's this Izuku you speak of? Toga looked at him like they'd been living under a rock this entire time. You don't know Izuku Midoriya? The one that started this whole mess in the first place? Toga pointed out, looking a little flustered, he's the one that ruined everything, you know. He thinks he's so smart trying to get through to me. He has no idea what I've been going through. Even Ochako doesn't understand me. I thought she did. The mysterious figure thought about Midoriya and what this could mean. Something about him felt like they could connect the dots and knew right away where the energy was coming from. It felt different from everyone else's quirks, but it also felt like something was missing. As if there was supposed to be something there that was now gone. Or maybe never was there in the first place. Something about it felt off, and they had never felt anything like this before. Toga stood there, confused as to what was going on with their leader. They stood tall, hoping that Toga could do something about this kid. She knew them somehow, and they knew that they had to get him over to their place somehow. Something about him was different from anything else they've ever found or faced before. Toga gave him suspicious eyes, which got them feeling more interested in what they were planning next. Sir? Is something wrong? A deep voice asked him. Things have changed. We need Izuku as well. Capture him or do something to help him follow you out to the gate, the mysterious figure told her. We'll be around the area just in case you need help getting them out of there. Toga's eyes widened in shock, but the mysterious figure stood tall against her. She looked like she might leave or say something against them. But then she noticed who she was up against. There only a few of them, but their quirks were stronger than hers by herself. She couldn't get away from them now as she gripped her vial of blood in her hands. She hesitated, but soon turned around to face UA. Izuku's not someone to underestimate, you know, Toga told them, but then again, you guys have been doing this for a while now. Maybe he shouldn't underestimate you as well. The mysterious figure didn't say anything, and she let out a sigh. Fine. Don't say that I didn't warn you about Izuku though, Toga told them as she walked away. Toga soon opened the vial of blood and drank it right before stepping out of the alleyway. Soon enough, she transformed right into Uraraka as she stepped out of the shadows. She took off her cape, revealing that she was wearing a school uniform just like theirs. She had one at the ready as if she were already planning this from the start. Toga didn't look back at the group as she smiled at UA. I'll handle this myself. In Class 2A's dormitory. Uraraka ate most of her dinner, but couldn't finish it. She wasn't feeling so good after everything that happened tonight. She kept looking at Melissa's dorm room, or at least, the dorm room that she was using for the time being. She didn't want to get upset about it and tried to remember that her friend Kitsun was finally coming over tomorrow. She got a job and was moving into the dormitory sooner than she expected. She was so happy for her that she wondered if she texted her at any point. Soon enough she pulled out her phone to see a text message. It was from Kitsun, which made her feel much better already. Kitsun, I can't wait to see you tomorrow. I still can't believe that I got this job. I'm so honored to be a part of this amazing school, and I'm glad you're here to help me settle down. Uraraka couldn't help but smile at how good it felt to talk to her friend again. She texted her, already feeling so much better now that things were getting back to normal somewhat. Ochako, I can't wait. Maybe you'll move into our dormitory, but we'll have to wait and see, smiley face. Uraraka smiled and shut off her phone, knowing that Kitsun was probably busy tonight. She had to pack and get everything ready to tomorrow's big move for her. Considering she was about to move, she probably had to talk to her parents about all of this. She was still happy to help in any way that she could. She knew how it felt to leave her family behind in order to work hard. If anything, she was glad that she had someone to talk to besides Ashido and Azui. Something about her and what she'd been through feels different. Maybe it was her quirk, but she still felt like a good friend. Uraraka soon gave Kitsun a break and noticed her classmates getting a little riled up. Ida was especially not settling down very well as he walked around in the dormitory. Yaoyorozu was trying to calm him down, but some others weren't helping the situation. Where's Mr. Aizawa? Ida asked them. He should have been here by now to explain things. He should have explained things from the beginning once we entered Gym Gamma. Ida. You need to calm down, Yaoyorozu told him, this isn't helping you or anyone here. Mr. Aizawa will tell us when he's ready. It's probably for the best to give him a break. Maybe Yaoyorozu's right, Shiro told them. I mean, he's already trying to do so much for this school. He's probably exhausted by now. I can't believe that I'm even saying this, but I agree with Yaoyorozu, Bakugo said to them. It may not look like much, but things are clearly going on without us knowing anything. He's clearly dealing with something and doesn't want us getting in the middle of it. Maybe it's best if we let him handle it. Uraraka noticed him looking a bit hesitant. She could tell that he was still a bit nervous about what happened during summer camp. He had been through a lot these past few months. He probably doesn't want to go against his rules just in case bad happens again. She could tell that he still blamed himself for what happened. She didn't know the details of it, but she knew that he felt guilty about being captured. Before she could say anything, Midoriya walked out of Melissa's dorm room. He was alone, which made Uraraka feel a little bad for her. He looked a bit upset, and Uraraka knew that she wasn't feeling too great about this situation. Everyone was looking at him like they were waiting for an answer. Izuku? Is Melissa okay? Uraraka asked him. Midoriya looked at them like he had something to say to them. Uraraka was worried about him and didn't know what he was about to say. She worried that he might blurt out something that he might regret. They locked eyes with one another, which gave her chills for a moment. I need to find out what's going on, Midoriya told them with determined eyes. Midoriya, we all want to find out what's going on, Yaoyorozu told him, but we can't get involved. Not when the League of Villains might be. She's right. I mean, do you really want Melissa to be dragged into this? Kaminari pointed out. Uraraka noticed his fists tighten up as if something was bothering him. You don't understand. It's not just Mr. Aizawa that's acting strange. It's All Might as well, Midoriya said to them through gritted teeth. He's keeping something from us. He's even keeping Melissa out of the loop for some reason. We need to figure out what's going on before things get out of hand. That's exactly why we need to stay out of it, Deku, Bakugo said to him, shocking him in the process. Uraraka noticed how shocked his face was, hearing Bakugo talk to him like this. He stood up to him, but she could tell that Midoriya wasn't backing down from this. Kaken. Why are so against this? Midoriya asked him. All Might is hiding something, and you're not the least bit curious as to what's going on in UA? Bakugo hesitated for a moment, but stood his ground. Uraraka didn't know what to do as everyone watched them face against one another. No. This isn't something that we should get pulled into, Bakugo said back. You should of all people should know that. We don't even know what is going on, or if this has anything to do with the League of Villains. Everyone in Class 2A looked at each other as if they didn't even think about that. Midoriya looked at them and noticed Uraraka, who was a little worried about him. She stood away from him, but she decided to walk up to him but still kept a distance. Uraraka could tell that he was hurt that he even brought this up with Bakugo around. "Sorry Kaken, but this isn't something that I can just walk away from," Midoriya said back, "not when All Might be hiding something from me. You also should understand why I'm doing this." Uraraka felt that, knowing full well that he meant him knowing about One for All. Bakugo hesitated, but gritted his teeth at him. They both stood their ground, and no one backed off as they stared at each other. Soon enough, Melissa came out of her dorm room looking a little better. Soon Bakugo let out an annoyed sigh and walked away. "You of all people shouldn't be getting involved, but if the League of Villains aren't a part of this, then you'll need backup," Bakugo said back without looking at him. "I can't let you do this on your own." Uraraka couldn't help but let out a sigh, knowing that Bakugo was getting along with Midoriya. Lately they'd been less stressful and intense, and more okay with just being around each other. Bakugo and Kirishima seemed to finally get along better. She was glad that things were finally settling down between them for once. Soon enough, a few others wanted to help Midoriya out. Melissa soon walked over to Midoriya, and Uraraka noticed her looking a bit more confident. It seemed like whatever happened in her dorm room helped her feel better. Ida soon let out a sigh, and Uraraka knew that he was a bit against this. Even Yaoyorozu wasn't sure about this plan or whatever they were going to do about this. "Midoriya, I know that we won't be able to stop you," Ida pointed out, "but maybe we can try to figure this out before things get messy." "He's right. We can't get dragged into this like last time," Yaoyorozu told him. "What do you want to do?" "As Class Republic, I need to know." Midoriya and Melissa looked at each other, and Uraraka knew that they had a plan already. Melissa soon pulled out a flash drive, and some of them already seemed to know what was going on. Even Uraraka had a feeling that she knew what they were planning on doing. "Please don't tell me what I think you're planning on doing with that flash drive?" Yaoyorozu pointed out. "Yes. We're going to look at some of the data on the teachers' computers," Melissa told them. "They must have something that will help us understand what's going on around here. Uncle might know something about this, and I want to know why he's hiding it from me." Uraraka noticed Ashido and Hagakure looking at her like they noticed something between Midoriya and Melissa. Even a few others noticed it too, and she tried to shake it off. She soon walked over to Midoriya and held his hand for support. Midoriya noticed and smiled at her, making her feel more at ease. "Are you sure that this is a good idea?" Kirishima asked him. "This seems a bit risky. We could easily get caught by any of the teachers." "That's why I will distract All Might," Midoriya said back. "I'll try to get answers out of him, even if it doesn't work. I need to know what's going on. One way or another we'll find out in some way." Uraraka was shocked that Midoriya was willing to do this. She hoped that this wouldn't ruin any sort relationship that they have between them. Then again, All Might want to tell him the truth. Still, she didn't want him risking it by himself. "We're with you, Izuku," Uraraka said to him. "I'll help you get information. I'm sure everyone else will help us in some way. Right guys?" Class 2A hesitated, but soon everyone almost joined in. Even Ida felt the need to join them, and Bakugo didn't even say anything but clearly was helping them. "Don't worry. We can't just let you do this on your own," Yaoyorozu said back. "After all, you've done so much for us already." "She's right. You're gonna need all of the help that you can get," Kaminari said back. Uraraka was surprised that everyone was on board, even Ida. Then again, they've been closer ever since that incident with the spell book. Uraraka couldn't help but smile at everyone joining in to help out. She felt the need to hug his arm, catching Melissa's attention. She didn't back away, but noticed her looking a bit upset. She tried to ignore it, but Melissa was clearly going through something. Uraraka did feel bad for her, but he was her boyfriend. She should be allowed to show her affection around her, even if it bothered her. Melissa soon shook it off, and Uraraka knew that things were going to soon go back to how things usually are in Class 2A's dormitory. Uraraka just hoped that Kitsun was going to be okay with what's been going on recently. On UA campus, Himiko Toga walked through the gate with no problem whatsoever. She smiled as she entered the campus light on her feet. She had to be quick and quiet, but also couldn't get caught by any of the teachers. She knew that Mr. Aizawa would do anything to stop her from getting any of his students. She rolled her eyes, knowing that he would be annoying to deal with. Toga kept going and soon found herself in the middle of the campus. She tried to stay in the shadows by hiding behind any trees that came up her way. The moon was up and the sky was pitch dark as she walked through the field. She had to keep going and knew where to go. Uraraka had to be going to bed any minute now, so she knew where to go from here. She soon found the dormitories in the distance as she kept going. Yue was in the distance and luckily no teacher saw her coming around the corner. She let out a sigh and kept going as she found Class 2A. The dormitory was in a different spot, but it wasn't hard to find it. She wanted to look into some things in the school, but it wasn't important at the moment. What was important was that she had to follow through with her plan. Then she looked up at the dormitory, knowing that Uraraka was somewhere in the dormitory. Toga kind of already where to go, but didn't know where her dorm room was exactly. She knew in general where the girls' rooms were, but not a specific room. She knew that there weren't a lot of girls in their classroom, so it should be easy to find her dorm room. Uraraka had to be nearby, and Toga soon ran over through the bushes and past their dorm's room. Toga looked around, noticing only one light in one of the rooms. She wondered if it was Uraraka's and took a chance to look through it. She quickly and quietly used her stealth skills to somehow make her way up to a balcony and leap onto it without anyone noticing. It looked like there was no one on the second floor, so Toga kept going. She soon got to the next one and looked through a window. She noticed someone sleeping. It was the girl with earphone jacks. Toga soon let out a sigh and jumped up to the next one, which was the only one lit. She was almost caught as Uraraka was pacing the floor looking at her phone. Toga hid behind the balcony wall, holding onto it as she watched her look through her phone. Something was bothering her or she was trying to figure something out. Whatever it was, she was glad that she wasn't spotted. She soon noticed that Uraraka was texting someone. Toga didn't understand why was she so riled up, but hoped that they weren't onto them. Something about her eyes told her to book it right then and there. She didn't however and stuck to the plan. Toga's fists tightened around the balcony, knowing that Uraraka might uncover something. She had to stop her before she figured out what was going on. Then she noticed something dangling around her necklace as she played with it. It was a heart necklace, and it looked like a crystal of some sort. Something about it stood out to her as she watched her texting in the distance. She had never seen that before, even during the winter dance. She knew right then and there that Midoriya gave her that necklace. Toga hesitated for a moment, but knew to not hesitate at the moment. She had to keep going with their plan. Before she knew it, Toga had flung herself over the balcony once Uraraka put down her phone. Uraraka's eye caught her instantly, but Toga quickly launched at her once she opened the balcony door. Uraraka's eyes widened in shock and tried to stop her from pinning her down. She stumbled from the shock, and Toga got the upper hand. Toga soon grabbed onto her arm and smiled back at her once she landed on the floor with a thud. "Hey, Ochako, missed me?" Toga asked her with a smile. Uraraka tried to fight her, but Toga had a knife out by her throat. Toga kept going and held her down. She even pushed her wrists away from her just in case she tried to use her quirk. She sat on her legs and held her wrists away from her, but Uraraka's eyes never once left her. They were locked onto her without even blinking. "Toga?" Uraraka cried out, "Well, what are you doing here?" "Inua?" Toga leaned the knife in closer to her, making her shut up for a moment. "Shu Ochako. You don't want to wake up your little friends here, do you?" Toga pointed out. Uraraka tried to shake her off, but she wasn't able to with her knife nearby. Toga felt her legs trying to kick her off, but she kept sitting on top of them. She smiled back at her with the same face as her. Something about it felt like it had been so long since she had seen her. Maybe even years, even though it had only been a few months. Whatever the case may be, something about Uraraka felt different. She seemed to be more open with her feelings more than usual, which was new for her. Toga knew right then and there that she was in a relationship with Midoriya. "You know, Ochako, you seem different from the last time I saw you," Toga told her. "You seem more open with your feelings. Is something going on with you and Izuku that I'm not aware of? Maybe even more than friends?" Uraraka stiffened up, and Toga knew that she onto something. She smiled, which clearly made Uraraka uncomfortable since she looked a lot like her at the moment. I see, Toga said under her breath. Well, I'd say I'm surprised, but considering how things played out during the winter dance, I shouldn't be surprised. Uraraka gritted her teeth, which didn't get through to Toga. What do you want? Uraraka asked her. You shouldn't even be here. Mr. Aizawa and the teachers will catch and stop you. Toga really needed Uraraka to cooperate, but she knew that Uraraka was right. She didn't want to admit it, but Uraraka wasn't the best person to go after tonight. She was the only one, however, that she had a sample of blood from. She got some when she knocked her out in the winter dance. She barely got it out of there, but kept it on her just in case that whole time. You may be right, Toga said back, but I didn't come here alone. I'm not even a part of the League of Villains anymore. I've changed too, you know. Joining that group was the best decision that I've ever made. I bet your lame teachers have even figured out what's going on with those missing Quirkless kids. They're so annoyingly smart. Before Uraraka knew it, Toga pulled out a needle. She tried to take some of her blood, but Uraraka was fighting against it. Uraraka felt the knife getting closer and tried to use her quirk on her. Soon enough, Uraraka felt the needle go into her leg. She winced in pain, feeling a numb sensation coming over her. Uraraka tried to stop her, but Toga was stronger than the last time she saw her. Toga kept going and noticed Uraraka getting sluggish as she fought through her grip. She hesitated for a moment, noticing her muttering someone's name. Izuku, Uraraka said under her breath. Toga then looked at her heart necklace, not knowing what this meant to her. She stared at it, considering taking it for herself. For now, she had to stick to the plan. Uraraka's blood was being drained from her body, and Toga noticing her looking a bit tired. Soon enough, Uraraka was knocked out and getting up for a long time. Once she stopped fighting against her, Toga soon got up and put her needle and the blood away. She had enough to last for most of the day tomorrow, hopefully. Toga looked at Uraraka, who was exhausted and looking pale. She was about to put her to bed, but then she heard a knock at the door. Toga stiffened up, but then realized that she was still Uraraka. Uraraka. Are you okay? I thought I heard you yelling from across the hallway, Ashido told her from behind the door. Why, yeah, I'm okay, just going through something with Izuku is all, Toga said back as Uraraka. Ashido didn't say anything right away, but didn't try to come in. Well, okay. If you're okay then, I guess I should go back to bed. Unless you want to talk it out real quick, Ashido told her. I'm sorry for earlier today. I shouldn't have said that about Melissa and Midoriya today. You're right, Midoriya would never cheat on you. He's not someone who would ever do that to you. You two have been through so much that he would never throw that all away. I'm here for you if you need anything. We're friends, aren't we? Toga was surprised to hear her friend sounding so sincere. She never had anyone as a friend in that way before. Maybe in the League of Villains, but something about Ashido felt more like someone that she would love to spend some time with. If she actually went to UA, she might even consider her friend. Then her eyes widened in shock, realizing what she was even thinking about. She could never go to a school like UA. That could never happen, even with everything that she's done to them. They would never let her join UA. Not in a million years. Soon enough, Toga cleared her throat and didn't dare open the door. Thank you, Ashido, but I think I need to go to bed. I'm exhausted. Maybe tomorrow we can talk, Toga told her through the door. Okay. Get some sleep. Kitsun should be here tomorrow for her new job, Ashido said back. She'll want to see you bright and early tomorrow. Toga didn't know what she was talking about, but soon Ashido left before she could even open the door. Whoever this Kitsun was, she seemed to be friends with Uraraka. She must have been someone that was just hired by UA based on what Ashido said to her. Then Toga remembered her texting tonight and looked over at her phone. Before she could look at it, she had to do something about Uraraka. She could easily reveal her plans once she wakes up. Toga quickly picked her up and gently placed her onto her bed. She soon tied her wrists and ankles to her bed so she would have a longer time getting out of her room. She even put on her gloves so that she wouldn't activate her quirk. She even tucked her in pretty tightly so it was hard for her to get out of the sheets. Then she looked at the balcony and wondered if there was a lock anywhere on it. She noticed one on the inside, but she knew that she could jam it. Toga quickly did that as quietly as she could, trying to keep her from getting out. She noticed that the dorm room door has a lock on the inside. She soon grabbed Uraraka's backpack and some school supplies so it didn't look suspicious. Toga looked for her phone, but couldn't find it anywhere. Toga even changed into Uraraka's pajamas to make it seem less suspicious. She shoved her school uniform into the backpack and felt more comfortable wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Toga looked back at Uraraka, knowing that she could get out at any moment. Luckily she was out like a light, and Toga headed out of there. She tried to jam the lock with something on the outside. Once that was handled, she headed out of there and towards the common room. She already knew what to say when someone came up to her early in the morning. She was ready for the next step in their plan. In Class 2A dormitory, Midoriya stirred in his sleep, feeling a bit of an uneasy feeling coming over him. Something was bothering him, and he didn't understand what it was. The only thing he could think about was Uraraka as if she were in danger. He had to help her, but something wasn't right. He felt like something else was going on. Something that he didn't quite understand himself. One for All felt different from before. It felt like something wasn't quite right with it, or he couldn't activate it properly. Midoriya felt like he couldn't use it for some reason. No matter how many times he tried to activate it, it wouldn't activate. He tried over and over again as Uraraka cried out for help. Nothing happened. He felt like something was wrong with her as he tried to activate One for All. He felt like he was on the edge of his seat as Uraraka cried out for him to help her out of something. Whatever was it, he didn't like it. Izuku. Midoriya soon opened his eyes and sat up straight. Suddenly, One for All activated once he sat up straight. Green sparks flew all over the place, and he tried to calm himself down. He couldn't afford to redo his room again. Soon enough, his quirk settled down as he sat there. Something about One for All felt different. It felt like something else activated. He felt like he had catch his breath for a moment, but all he could think about was Uraraka. He couldn't worry about One for All right now. Soon enough, he got up and put his school uniform on. Then he realized what time it was. It was only past 6 o'clock in the morning. He didn't care, he had to check on her. Midoriya got dressed, grabbed his phone and looked through his text messages and phone calls. Nothing from Uraraka. She never even said good night to him like always. Something about that didn't feel right to him. He quickly grabbed his backpack and booked it out of his dorm room. He didn't care if it was early or not, he had to make sure that Uraraka was okay. Soon enough, Jiro had entered the elevator pretty early with tired eyes as she yawned. "You're up early," Jiro said to him, "then again, you're always up early." Midoriya didn't know what to say as he waited to head up. Then he noticed that Jiro was as well. She looked a little bit worried, which only got him riled up. "Did something happen last night with Ochako?" Midoriya asked her. "Anything that I should know about?" Jiro's eyes widened in shock, and Midoriya knew that she might have noticed something off about her. "No, but I did hear something coming from above my room last night," Jiro told him. "She does sleep above me, so I don't know if she was on the phone with someone or not. Something about it however didn't feel right." Midoriya was worried now more than ever. He soon exited the elevator along with Jiro as they walked over to her dorm room. He was about ready to knock on her door, when Ashido showed up out of her dorm room. "Hey! What's going on? Why are you two up so early?" Ashido asked them. "Something's wrong. Uraraka was acting weird last night," Jiro said to her. "Did you notice anything last night?" "You are right across the hallway after all," Midoriya asked her. "Well, she was a little worried about you, but she was too tired to talk and went to bed," Ashido told her. "Maybe we should let her sleep in. After all, she is exhausted and needs the extra sleep. We'll check on her later." Midoriya wanted to check on her now, but he agreed with her. Still, something about it bothered him. Soon enough, he backed away and headed over to the elevator with Ashido and Jiro. Jiro looked just as worried as him as they headed downstairs into the common room. Ashido didn't seem as worried as them, which seemed to help them relax. As soon as Midoriya relaxed, he exited the common room. What he didn't expect was to see Uraraka asleep on the couch in the common room. His eyes widened in shock, not realizing that she had been down here for probably most of the night. What the? Uraraka slept down here the whole time? Jiro pointed out. But she told me she was going to sleep last night, Ashido said back. Maybe she was having a hard time falling asleep. I mean, I can't blame her after how things played out last night, Jiro said to her. Midoriya felt bad for her, seeing her so tired. He could see bags under her eyes from not getting any sleep last night. She didn't even have a blanket on top of her or anything. She was shivering, and Midoriya soon grabbed a blanket nearby. As soon as he placed it over her, she grabbed it and curled into it to get warmer. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at her, so happy to see her looking safe and sound. He was so worried about her, but it turned out that she was just tired and couldn't go to sleep. He let out a sigh, happy that she was okay. He didn't know what he'd do if she had gotten hurt when he wasn't around to save her. It reminded him of the winter dance and how things turned out in the end. Even the time with the body swap and the spellbook incident, he felt like he couldn't do anything to help her. Those were solved by others, and he couldn't even do anything to help her during any of those incidents. He had to make sure that this plan to figure out what's going on wouldn't get in the way of their relationship this time around. He soon sat down on the couch to keep her company. He held her hand, noticing how cold she was. He tried to subtly warm her hand up, but noticed something weird about it. Something about her hand felt different as he warmed her up. It didn't feel the same for some reason. He couldn't pinpoint why, but he tried to ignore it and help her out. Is she okay? Jiro asked him. I hope she at least slept a little better down here. Yeah, she's just cold. Midoriya trailed off, I hope. Ashido and Jiro shared a look, and Midoriya knew that they were worried as well. Uraraka slept for a while, and Midoriya noticed that she started to lean into him some more. She smiled as she hugged him closer, which didn't bother him usually. Something about it, however, did feel a little weird. He let it slide for now since she was exhausted. Something about her smile, however, felt different. Well, she seems okay to me, Ashido said with a knowing smile. Midoriya felt a little bit flustered as she snuggled him. She even hugged him tighter than he expected, which felt kind of nice. He was just glad that she was okay as she slept near him. She slept like that for a good while, and soon a few other classmates were up and ready to go to school. Even Ida and Yaoyorozu were up, noticing Midoriya sitting with an exhausted Uraraka. Wow. Is Uraraka okay? I hope she got enough sleep last night, Yaoyorozu asked him. Yeah. She's okay. Ochako must have had trouble falling asleep last night, Midoriya said back. A few of his classmates checked on her, and she was still trying to sleep. Midoriya noticed her baggy eyes, knowing that she was having a hard time with all of things that had been going on for the past few weeks. She really needed this as Ida and her friends checked on her. Soon enough, Uraraka stirred awake as she loosened up her grip around Midoriya. Her eyes soon opened, and Midoriya felt a little bad for her. Something about her eyes, however, seemed duller for some reason. They weren't as bright and shiny as usual, then again she did just wake up. Midoriya soon noticed her looking a little confused for a moment. Then she noticed her classmates watching over her as she looked down at her pajamas. Midoriya even noticed her trying to gather her thoughts as she stared at her hands for a moment. Good morning, Uraraka, Ida said to her. I hope that you had a decent night's sleep last night. For a moment, Uraraka didn't say anything. Even Midoriya noticed her staring at her hands as if she were waking up from a dream she had. Then she noticed Midoriya staring at her, and he felt his cheeks flushing. She soon smiled at him, which made him stiffen up for some reason. So you looked after me while I slept? Uraraka pointed out, that was very gentlemanlike of you, Izuku. Well, Midoriya said, feeling a little bit flustered, I couldn't just let you get cold by yourself. You looked like you needed someone to keep you company. Uraraka smiled and almost went to kiss him. Then she hesitated for some reason as if something was bothering her. Midoriya hoped that she felt okay as she got up from the couch. She yawned, still trying to wake up. Are you sure that you're okay, Uraraka? Jiro asked her. I thought that I heard you yelling last night. Uraraka hesitated for a moment as she headed over to the restroom. Everyone noticed her hesitation, but she soon collected her thoughts. Oh, you heard that? That's embarrassing, Uraraka said back with a flustered look on her face. I was just trying to figure things out. I got a little riled up for a moment there. I haven't gotten much of a good night's sleep lately. Midoriya noticed her rubbing the back of her head, looking a bit embarrassed. She felt like she needed some space for a moment there as she woke up. Mostly everyone seemed to understand, but a few of them were confused as to what was going on. Before they could ask any more questions, Uraraka headed over to the restroom. As soon as she turned around, Melissa walked out of her dorm room. Uraraka's eyes locked onto her as if something was wrong. Midoriya noticed her looking a bit suspicious of her. Something about it didn't seem right as she stood there staring at her. He knew that something happened last night. Whatever it was, he hoped that she was okay with Melissa staying here in UA. In the girls' restroom, Toga ran into the restroom with no hesitation whatsoever. She soon realized that she was alone and soon felt her quirk wearing off. Before she could even lock or block the door, her disguise melted off of her face and body. She quickly blocked it before anyone could enter. As soon as she did so, her disguise soon fell off into a pile of liquid all over the floor. She felt exhausted from overdoing it with her quirk. She was used to it, but she hasn't been able to get a good night's sleep in a long time. She felt her legs shaking from overdoing it from how exhausted she was. Toga looked at the mirror, noticing her eyes and blonde messy hair. Something about seeing herself in the mirror felt way more relieving than she expected. She felt like she actually missed seeing herself for once. Then again, things weren't going according to plan this time around. She had to keep this up however if she wanted to help out her new group. They took her in because they trusted her and knew what she was capable of. Toga liked feeling this way since they clearly needed her for this plan. She soon realized that Midoriya was starting to see right through her plan. She needed to keep going, even if things were a little bit different than she was expecting. She even found out something weird about Midoriya, but didn't know what exactly. He had a secret that only her and Bakugo knew about. She smiled, knowing that she could use this to her advantage. Toga soon took out her vial of Uraraka's blood and drank some of it. She knew that she only had so much left to last a few more hours. She couldn't waste the next few hours, especially with Bakugo around. She had to somehow get more information and get Midoriya and Melissa away from UA before things fell apart. Toga soon felt her disguise reforming around her, but noticed her school uniform looking kind of gross from her quirk. She soon transformed into Uraraka, showing off her brown eyes and pink cheeks. She couldn't go out there with this stuff all over her. She tried to wipe it off fast and clean this restroom up before anyone noticed. They better be grateful that I'm doing this for them, Toga said under her breath. Soon enough the restroom was clean enough, and her clothes were looking much better. She threw it all away and let out a sigh. She had to go back to Midoriya and Bakugo so they weren't suspicious. Bakugo was definitely not someone to underestimate. She may not have confronted him a lot, but she knew not to face him head-on. She could easily be defeated by him, and he was smarter than he looked. Toga walked out of the restroom, not knowing where to go exactly. They remembered which way they went and followed that direction. As she kept going, she soon heard Midoriya and Bakugo talking to someone through the door nearby. She noticed a small window and peeked inside. It was All Might. She stiffened up, knowing that this was risky. He was the retired symbol of peace after all. She even considered leaving them so that they could handle things for now. But then she heard them mention something about Midoriya, which got her attention. How's one for all? It's not acting up at all, is it? All Might asked him. No. Fortunately it's been under control, but something did feel weird about it this morning, Midoriya said through the door. Toga's eyes widened in shock, realizing what they were talking about. One for all? Toga said under her breath without realizing it. Without realizing it, she entered the private room. Midoriya and Bakugo looked up to see Uraraka standing there, and All Might seemed okay with this. She felt frozen in place, seeing All Might near her. She was nervous that he would see right through her disguise. He was the top pro hero after all for a long time. She was risking everything just to get Midoriya and Melissa alone outside of UA. Come on in, young Uraraka, All Might told her, you're a part of this now. You deserve to be in here as well with young Bakugo. Toga felt weird, but nodded anyway. She sat with Midoriya and Bakugo on the couch as All Might sat on the stool across from them. He soon poured some tea for her, and she hesitated to take it from him. She soon did so, but held it close as Midoriya faced him. All Might, you must know why we're here, Midoriya told him. One for all is important to me, but this is important as well. We all know that you and the teachers are hiding something. We know that you're hiding something from us. All Might hesitated to say anything as he looked down at his tea. Toga was shocked to hear him talk about One for All so openly with All Might, even if she didn't know exactly what it was. She had a feeling that it was his quirk, but didn't understand why he was talking to All Might about it. It must have been really important to them for some reason. All Might didn't say anything for a moment, which seemed to bother Midoriya. We know that something's going on. Does it have to do with the League of Villains? Bakugo asked him. We deserve to at least know who's involved since we've been dragged into this before. Not this is different, All Might told them under his breath. You can't get involved, especially you, young Midoriya, and even Melissa. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, and Toga was shocked to realize that they were talking about their plans right in front of her. They were getting closer to finding them, but didn't realize that they were already in motion. Midoriya shared a look with Bakugo and even held Uraraka's hand for support. Why? What's this got to do with me and Melissa? Midoriya asked him. Does this have to do with me being born quirkless? Melissa's quirkless too, so it must have to do with that. That's the only reason you would bring us up in the first place. Toga's eyes widened in shock, not knowing about any of this. She had no idea that Midoriya was born quirkless. Something about it made her feel dizzy for a moment, but she tried to shake it off. She had to keep it together until she got them out of UA campus. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but this isn't something that you should be getting involved in, All Might told him. Even young Bakugo and young Uraraka shouldn't be getting involved as well. They've been through enough, especially after what happened during summer camp. Toga had a moment where she remembered what went down on that day. That was the day when she met Uraraka and Midoriya for the first time. Something about it made her realize how different they were now. How much they've grown and changed without her around. Something about it felt weird seeing them in a new light. She noticed Midoriya standing up to All Might, and he seemed headstrong and more confident than the first time she met him. Even during the winter dance, things were still similar to when they first met, but now they seemed stronger together. Without her around them, Toga soon distanced herself from him, feeling a bit hesitant to even be doing this. She wanted to do this to see how things were between them three, but now things were much better without her around. She felt like she shouldn't even be here at UA in the first place. Before she could distance herself, Midoriya gripped onto her hand as if she needed to be comforted. His hand was gentle and firm at the same time as he held onto her. Midoriya didn't back down and kept going at it with All Might. All Might, please. We need to know what's going on, Midoriya told him. If the League of Villains aren't involved, then who is? They're clearly strong if you and the teachers are trying to keep us away from them. There's gotta be a reason for all of this. There was even a missing persons report the news the other day. I bet that it has something to do with it. We know who or what they might be after, so you might as well let us know who they are, Bakugo told him. You still don't understand, All Might said under his breath. This is all confidential. Not everyone knows about this group. They've always been hard to find and are always hiding in the shadows. This is not the League of Villains. If any of you get captured, we might never see you again. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, and Toga felt herself trying to brush it off like she didn't know anything about this. She felt Midoriya's hand tighten up as if he needed some support. For once, she felt bad for him. Without realizing it, she placed her hand on top of his for support. He looked at her, and she smiled at him to help keep things under wraps. But for a moment, she felt something coming over her. She felt more like herself for once as she smiled at him for comfort. Please understand, young Midoriya. Your quirk is important, but I also don't want you going off on your own, All Might told him. With Melissa here at Udate, we can't risk it. She's already been through enough. Midoriya seemed to understand, but Toga felt like he should be fighting a bit harder for more information. Even if she was a part of the plan, she felt the need to fight for him. She didn't know if it was because of her disguise, but she felt the need to stand up for him. Izuku's been through a lot as well, you know, Toga said to him. If you hadn't noticed, he's already dealt with so much. If anything, he's the one that should know what's going on so he can help everyone through this. They trust him, so you should as well. Midoriya was shocked to hear her talk to All Might like this, but she didn't back down. Ochako. It's okay, Midoriya told her, it's not that big of a deal. We'll deal with this some other way. All Might knows what he's doing. Uraraka whipped her head right at him, which threw him off. Her eyes were a lot more fierce than before as she faced All Might. Does he? Because it doesn't seem like it, Toga told him. He may have been the symbol of peace, but things have been different ever since he retired. We can't rely on him anymore, so how can we trust him? Midoriya and Bakugo were shocked to hear her say such a thing. All Might seemed to be bothered by this rant, and Midoriya whipped his head over to him. Ochako. Please. Now's not the time for this, Midoriya said to her. I'm sorry, All Might. I don't know what's come over her. She's just tired and didn't get enough sleep last night. It's okay. I deserve it, All Might told them with his head down. I overdid it against All for one, and now I can't even protect you from this new group. That's why all of the teachers are here to keep you and everyone else away from them. They're trying to make up for what happened during summer camp. If I could use one for all, I would. But there's nothing left of it. Only young Midoriya has it now. Toga's eyes widened in shock, realizing what was going on. She stood up without realizing it, catching their attention. Toga didn't realize how different things were now, even before she knew Midoriya. Something about him seemed so much different than the day she first met him. She wanted things to go back to the way they used to be, but even Uraraka felt different. Midoriya always had one for all and was always quirkless, and something about it felt off. She never knew about any of this, which made her feel a little lightheaded. Ochako? Are you okay? Midoriya asked her. Toga backed away from him, noticing that she couldn't do this in front of All Might and Bakugo. Things were unraveling right in front of her, and she needed some space. He reached out to her, but she stepped away from him before he could. To need some space, Toga said to them. Before they could go after her, Toga ran off with her backpack. She ran around the corner to catch her breath for once. She had never felt this way before about Midoriya or even Uraraka. Something about all of this was way more than she expected. She just wanted to get Midoriya and Melissa away from UA, that's it. She wasn't expecting all of this so suddenly. Once she calmed down, she leaned up against the wall and slid down to sit on the floor. For a moment, Toga sat there as Uraraka not doing anything. She needed a moment to process what happened. She didn't expect any of this, especially about one for all. Whatever it was, it seemed to be connected to All Might. Her leader was right, Midoriya was born quirkless. That's what he was feeling with his quirk. That sensation was Midoriya being quirkless, but also had a quirk because of All Might somehow. She never thought that a quirk could be passed down to someone else. She looked at her hand, noticing Uraraka's finger pads on her fingertips. Toga never thought about the fact that she might be able to use Uraraka's quirk. She never tried it before, knowing that it wouldn't work. She touched her backpack and nothing happened. She tried to focus on floating it, but nothing happened. Toga let out a sigh, not knowing what to do next. Things weren't going to plan, and she had to deal with this somehow. Before she could form a plan, Midoriya and Bakugo came running around the corner to find her. Midoriya looked worried about her as Toga sat there with confused eyes. Ochako. Are you okay? Midoriya asked her, what happened back there? You don't usually lash out like that at All Might. Toga didn't say anything, feeling a bit weird about this situation. Usually she was all in, but something about this felt off. Even Midoriya's eyes seemed different than when she first met him. Toga then realized that she didn't belong here in UA. She didn't belong with Midoriya and Uraraka now that things were different between them. Toga had to do something about this plan anyway, despite how things were going with her. Whatever she was going through wasn't important and had to push it aside for this plan. She couldn't let Bakugo know about any of this. I'm okay, just tired, I guess, Uraraka explained to them. Then she knew what to do and noticed Midoriya reach out to her for a help up. Toga hesitated to take it and soon got herself up without his help. She didn't need him to be the one that feels bad for her. She had to keep going with this plan, even if it was risky. I think I need some fresh air. Can we go for a walk, just the two of us? Earlier in UA Academy, Melissa, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Ishido were on their way to the teacher's staff room. Yaoyorozu led the way as Melissa held the flash drive in her hand. She knew that the teachers might be suspicious, but they had to get into the staff room. They needed to know what was going on, and Melissa wasn't backing out of this now. She followed Yaoyorozu, knowing that she would be able to handle this sort of thing. Ishido and Kaminari would part of the plan, and they knew how to handle this. They were ready and knew what to do. Once they got to the staff room, Melissa got ready to head inside. She waited alongside Yaoyorozu behind the corner as Ishido handled this. They both nodded and soon Ishido knocked hard on the door. She was really going at it, and then Present Mike showed up. He looked really annoyed that she was banging on the door like that. What the hell, yo? You shouldn't be barging into the staff room like that. Present Mike scolded them. There better be a good reason for this banging. It's Kaminari. He doesn't feel so good, Ishido told him. We tried to find Recovery Girl, but she wasn't there. He's sick, and it's making his quirk go all haywire. It wasn't hard for Kaminari to act sick or accidentally let off electricity. Melissa had a feeling that he's done this a bunch of times before during elementary school and middle school. Even Ishido acted sick as she sneezed out acid, and Present Mike dodged it immediately. That caught all of the teachers' attentions that were there and ran over to them to check on how they were feeling. Whoa! Don't contaminate me with your acid, please. Present Mike cried out. I think you caught his flu, Ectoplasm told them. Come on. We should escort them to the nurse's office. I'm sure Recovery Girl will show sooner than expected. All of the teachers exited the staff room as Ishido sneezed again. They didn't want her anywhere near the staff room, and luckily Ishido sneezed at the door to stop it from locking automatically. They walked by Melissa and Yaoyorozu, and they hid behind the corner. Ishido winked at them secretly, and they waited for them to leave. Once they were in the clear, Yaoyorozu and Melissa entered the staff room. While they looked like they've done this a bunch of times before, Melissa told her. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have, Yaoyorozu told her. Now, let's do this before they come back and catch us. Melissa nodded and went to the nearest computer. She then realized that she had picked All Mights based on the picture of Melissa and her father on a picture nearby. She felt bad for doing this, but she had to know what was going on. Sorry Uncle Might, but this is important, Melissa told him as if he were here in the room. She soon turned on his computer and noticed that they needed a password. Melissa thought about it and put in one, but it didn't work. She thought that their motto would be their password, but it wasn't. What's wrong? Yaoyorozu asked her. We need a password. Maybe he has it somewhere written down, Melissa told him. They looked around, but couldn't find anything. Her and Yaoyorozu tried to find a password, but couldn't find anything. Melissa almost gave up when the picture of them fell over. She went to pick it up, when she noticed a piece of paper shoved into the corner. Melissa took it out, knowing that he liked to keep things hidden like this. She soon opened it and soon typed it in. Soon enough, his computer turned on and opened up to all of the information that they needed. I did it, Melissa told Yaoyorozu. You can stop looking for the password now. Before Melissa could find the right file, she noticed Yaoyorozu holding some files that were shoved in the back. Melissa noticed that it looked big and thick, like the teachers were hiding something from them. She had a feeling that this was what they were looking for. This has to be it, Yaoyorozu told her with a sweat drop on her forehead. The files are huge, as if this has been going on for a long time. This has to be what they're hiding from us. Yaoyorozu put down the file, and Melissa looked at it. She knew that All Might was hiding this from not only Class 2A, but her as well. Something about it made her sick to her stomach just looking at it. She hesitated to open it, but this was important to her and Class 2A. Yaoyorozu noticed her hesitating and supporting her going through it for her. Melissa watched Yaoyorozu's eyes widened in horror as she looked through it. She was confused as to what she was looking at. Melissa couldn't help but look at it as well. She soon read some of the papers, realizing that this was different from anything that she's ever dealt with. Melissa felt sick to her stomach as she found something that she wished she hadn't found. Missing Quirkless kids? In Class 2A's dormitory. Uraraka felt an aching pain run up and down her body as she stirred awake. Her arms and legs hurt for some reason as she laid down on her bed. Her head felt so lightheaded and dizzy as she tried to get up to get water. Once her vision soon cleared up, she remembered what had happened. Himiko Toga had showed up looking like her. Uraraka's eyes widened in shock as her heart raced. She tried to get up, but then realized that she was tied up to her bed. Uraraka couldn't even activate her quirk because Toga had put her gloves on. She was even tucked in really tightly into bed so she couldn't get up so easily. She knew what she was doing, but Uraraka was confused as to why she was here in UA. Uraraka tried to get out of her dorm room, but she struggled to even get out of the binds. They were tight, and her quirk was being blocked by the gloves. She tried to shake them off, but they were stuck on there pretty tightly. She still felt dizzy and lightheaded as she tried to get out of these binds. It took her a minute to get out of them. Uraraka couldn't even get out of them, and she worried about Midoria. If Toga was in UA, she had to have been here for a reason. She would never just show up for no reason whatsoever. She was worried that the League of Villains were planning something. They might even be involved with whatever Mr. Aizawa and the teachers are trying to hide. Izuku, Uraraka said as she gritted her teeth through tears. She knew that she had to get out of there to help him get away from Toga. Whatever was going on, Toga was clearly disguised as her. She was fooling everyone with her disguise again. She just hoped that they weren't falling for it. Then again, they haven't seen her in a long time. She knew that she had to get her away from them as soon as she could. Uraraka tried to fight her way out of the binds, but they weren't budging so easily. She knew that she was alone in the dormitory since everyone was in school. She had to do something and tried to loosen up one of her gloves. Uraraka felt the glove slipping off, but she was still having trouble getting out of the binds. It took her a while to get one of the gloves off, but Uraraka felt it come off. She still couldn't do much with just one glove off. Even her wrists were tied up and could barely move an inch. She wanted to get out of her dorm room and go after Toga. Uraraka pushed on the binds, but they just kept getting tighter as she went. Uraraka didn't know what to do as she laid there. She needed to go get help, even if she needed to do it some other way. Then Uraraka remembered that her phone falling somewhere around her bed frame. It could be stuck in between the wall and her bed. Uraraka didn't even realize that until just now and tried to reach down for it. Her wrist was still barely able to move as she tried to reach out for it. She could barely tell if it was there or not. Uraraka kept trying, but she couldn't tell if it fell through even more or not. Either way, she had to keep looking for it. Uraraka tried to get the other glove off, and it soon slipped off. She could finally use her quirk, but her binds were stopping her from making herself float. But she could still make other things float if she needed to. Uraraka soon tapped on the blanket and felt it loosen up a bit. She soon felt like she could kick it off a lot easier. Uraraka still had binds around her wrists and ankles as she kept going. She had no idea if she could even use her quirk in a way that would help her. Uraraka shook it off and went for it, remembering that Midoria needed help. She quickly made her bed float, making her hit the ceiling on her bed. She tried to push against it, but the bed wasn't cooperating with her. Uraraka had to flip it over and face the floor in order to get to her phone. Uraraka tried her best to flip it by pushing at a certain angle. Soon enough, she got it to work. Uraraka's eyes widened once she saw her phone on the floor. Soon enough, the bed was up against the ceiling. Uraraka had to get out of these binds as she looked at her phone. She had to call someone, anyone to reach out to Midoria. Toga had to be stopped right away. Uraraka couldn't even pull out of the binds without her bed being pushed and pulled in the air. She then tried to use that to her advantage as she soon made her way over to her phone. Uraraka could barely reach it as she tried so hard to go after it. Her bed was still pulling her back a bit, which broke her concentration. She really needed to help Midoria and pushed even harder. "Come on," Uraraka said to herself. Uraraka felt like she was being held back her quirk just like Toga always did. She always knew how to get through to her. Something about her always knew how to push her buttons where it hurt her the most. Uraraka thought that she knew her when she snuck into the winter dance. Then she noticed her tears when she left. Clearly something was going on with her in more ways than one. She wanted to understand her and why she did what she did during the winter dance, but now she just needed to warn Midoriya. She couldn't think about Toga in that way right now. Not when Midoriya might need help. Uraraka kept going and felt one of the binds loosening up around her ankle. She kept going at it as she reached out towards her phone. Uraraka was almost there, but she couldn't move her arms that much. She thought that she could grab it right off the bat, but these binds were a lot tighter than she thought. Uraraka pushed on the binds, trying to get it. She remembered that things were different now ever since the winter dance. Uraraka was now dating Midoriya, and she was able to express her feelings towards him. She finally told him how she felt about him, and how much he meant to her. Toga didn't know anything about her now that things were different. Uraraka pushed again, trying so hard to get to Midoriya. Soon enough, Uraraka felt one of her binds loosen up as she reached out for her phone. Outside of UA Academy, Midoriya walked out of the hero school with Uraraka with worried eyes. He noticed that she was acting differently than usual. He figured that she was tired, but something about her seemed distant. He hoped that he did nothing wrong around her. He never wanted to make her uncomfortable at any point. He just wanted to make sure that she was feeling okay. They walked and soon headed through the cherry blossom trees. They were wilted and almost all falling off since it was past that time when the cherry blossoms were all gone. Midoriya remembered that day and stood there with Kirishima, Bakugo, and Uraraka. He remembered how good it felt, especially how things went after that. He even remembered that day when Uraraka used her quirk to help him heal. Uraraka noticed him staring at the trees, but seemed to be focusing on something else. Do you remember that day? When the cherry blossoms bloomed? I know that it wasn't that long ago, but it reminded me of how much we've already been through together, Midoriya said to her as he got closer to her. It may have been scary at times, but you were right there with me. You and I have noticed that I really want to be there for you, even while the seasons are changing. Midoriya then gripped onto her hand rather softly, making Uraraka stiffen up. It reminds me of how much I care about you, Ochako. Midoriya noticed her eyes widened, but she didn't say anything. Something about her seemed speechless, like she didn't understand what he was talking about. He was so confused as to why she seemed so distant. He held onto her hand, and she soon looked away from him. Izuku Uraraka trailed off as she looked over at the cherry blossom trees. Something about her seemed out of it as she looked at all of them. Her eyes even seemed to be not as bright as usual. She could have just been tired, but something seemed off. Soon enough, Uraraka looked away and walked him towards the trees. They headed through them, which felt really relieving to him. He liked that it was just him and Uraraka out here around campus. It felt refreshing to finally be doing this with her. Uraraka kept pulling him through the trees, but something didn't feel right. Midoriya noticed her not even looking at him as they walked through the trees. She was trying to go somewhere as they kept walking. Ochako? Where are we going? Midoriya asked her. I wanted to get some fresh air with you, Uraraka said to him without looking at him. Besides, I wanted to see the cherry blossom trees too. It just sucks that it doesn't always stay like this. Don't you wish that the cherry blossom trees could stay bloomed and beautiful? It would be so much better, don't you think? Midoriya felt like she was going through something as she kept walking them through the trees. Something about what she said did stick out to him as he held on to her hand. Something about her hand felt off, but he squeezed it back anyway. No, I think that's what makes it so special, Midoriya said back. If you had it all the time, then it wouldn't be so special anymore. That seemed to get through to Uraraka as they soon ended up closer to the UA gate somehow. Midoriya didn't even notice that they were so close to it. He then looked at Uraraka, who was shocked to hear him say that. Something about her eyes seemed to bother him, but something clearly came through to her. Then he noticed tears coming up from underneath her eyes. You really think so? Uraraka said to him. Yeah. Of course, Midoriya said to her with a smile. That's why I like sharing these moments with you. It's very special to me like they are to you, Ochako. Midoriya noticed her looking a bit stiff, and he knew that they should go back to UA. Come on. We should head inside, Midoriya told her. Then before he could grab her hand, his phone rang. He stopped in his tracks and reached into his pocket to check on it. His eyes widened, confused as to who was calling him. It was Uraraka's contact ID. Midoriya felt like he couldn't move for a moment as he looked away from Uraraka to check his phone. Who is it, Izuku? Uraraka asked him. Is it Bakugo? Midoriya stiffened up for some reason and felt like he had been through this before. He couldn't even look at Uraraka, which felt weird to him. Then he realized what was going on this entire time. It all made sense now as things started to piece together. Midoriya soon turned to face Uraraka, feeling a sharp pain surging through his head. Then someone else stood there with her, which threw him off. He could barely get a good look at him before he started to feel weaker. One for All felt like it was being drained of its energy as he tried to activate it. That didn't do anything as he tried to fight it. He soon got another sharp pain surge through his head. Midoriya felt his legs shaking, and his head felt so dizzy. Sorry Izuku, but things have changed, Uraraka said with a different voice. Midoriya knew who it was as his vision started to get blurry. Hi Himiko T Toga, Midoriya said to her. Before he knew it, he felt himself collapse onto the ground. It felt like the ground was moving and spinning as Uraraka and a mysterious figure stood over him. He could barely move as his energy was being drained. Midoriya couldn't even use One for All as that too was being weakened somehow. That sharp pain surged through his head again as he laid on the ground. Good job Himiko, the mysterious figure said to her. Now get Melissa over here with his phone. Midoriya couldn't even move as he soon felt himself passing out from his energy being drained. The only thing that he could think about was Uraraka and Melissa. He wanted to help them, but he couldn't move a muscle. Then he realized what had happened as his vision blurred. Himiko Toga had joined a new group. The group that All Might warned him about. Earlier in UA Academy, Melissa and Yaoyorozu had left the staff room and had finally gotten some information. Yaoyorozu had made a flash drive to get some of it onto here. Melissa had a sick feeling in her stomach, knowing exactly why All Might was hiding this from her. She was quirkless, and he didn't want her getting involved. He didn't want her being captured or taken away from him. Melissa felt like she might throw up, and Yaoyorozu seemed to notice this. Melissa. If this too much for you, maybe we should skip this and let the teachers handle this, Yaoyorozu told her. As class republic, I wouldn't want you doing on your own. Even if you aren't our classmate. No, it's okay. I just need some time to process. That's all, Melissa told her. They walked down the hallway, noticing how quiet it was. It had to have been past lunchtime at this point. Mr. Aizawa might be wondering where they are. Melissa definitely never wanted any of them to get into trouble because of her. Before she could say anything, her and Yaoyorozu walked into Bakugo. He had come over to check on things it seemed like, but Midoriya was with them. Neither was Uraraka, which concerned her. Did you find what we were looking for? Bakugo asked them. Melissa held up the flash drive, but hesitated to say anything about it. She wanted him to know, but it was still so awful to even bring up to him. Yeah, we did, Melissa said to him with sad eyes. Bakugo clearly noticed that something had come up with whatever happened in there. Whatever it is, we can go over it later, Bakugo told them. You don't have to tell me if you're uncomfortable with it. Melissa appreciated him telling her that and soon was able to calm down a bit. She soon gave Yaoyorozu the flash drive to take care of it for now. She knew that Yaoyorozu could handle these for now, so she can figure out what to do next later. I'll let you talk things out. I should get this to Ida. He'll know what to do, Yaoyorozu told them. Bakugo. Can you keep an eye on her? Things have gotten much worse. Bakugo seemed to understand what she meant by that and let Yaoyorozu handle things. It was just him and Melissa now. They soon walked down the hallway, and Bakugo was clearly awkward about it. He never really hung out with her, much less talked to her like this. They kind of even just there when it came Island. They never really talked or interacted, even now. Melissa felt like he didn't know what to say or do with her around. Then she remembered what she found out, and he clearly knew something about it. Bakugo. You must know what's going on by now. Did Uncle Might say anything to you? Melissa asked him. Bakugo stopped in his tracks, and Melissa noticed him looking hesitant to say anything. He didn't know where to start as Melissa stood there patiently for an answer. Bakugo. Please tell me what's going on, Melissa told him. He didn't say much, but whatever it is has nothing to do with the League of Villains, Bakugo told her. They're a different group of villains. If anything, you and Deku need to stay away from them. You two might be their next target. Melissa's eyes widened, and she felt her knees weaken and shake from this news. Before she could say anything, she soon got a phone call through her pocket. She took it out and tried to shake this feeling off of her. Melissa was surprised to see Midoriya calling her. He must need her for that flash drive so they can go over it with them. He didn't know that Melissa gave it to Yaoyorozu. It's Deku, Melissa said to him. Why would he be calling me? How the hell would I know? Maybe he just needs someone to bring over the flash drive or something, Bakugo told her. Melissa soon answered her phone as Bakugo stood by in just case she needed him. Deku? Look, Yaoyorozu has the... Melissa? Sorry, but it's actually Ochako calling, Uraraka said through the phone. Ochako? Melissa said out loud for Bakugo to hear. What are you doing calling from Deku's phone? Bakugo stood tall, ready to launch himself over to them as fast as he could. Something's come up with Izuku's quirk. Something's wrong with it, Uraraka told her. Melissa's eyes widened and looked at Bakugo like he somehow might know what to do in this situation. What's wrong with Deku's quirk? Why would you call me and not Bakugo? Melissa asked her. He would know more about this more than I do. Bakugo's eyes widened and almost booked it down the hallway to find them. Please come over, Melissa. Something's wrong with him, Uraraka told him, sounding to separate. I don't know what to do. Melissa felt bad for her and felt the need to go to her. She was her friend after all, even if things were a little bit weird at times between them. She had to help her out in some way. Then she noticed that Bakugo was ready to go help them. She knew that Bakugo would know what to do right away. All right, Ochako. I'm on my way, Melissa told her as she hung up the phone. Something's wrong with Deku's quirk. Do you know where they are? Yeah. They're outside by the school, Bakugo told her as he bent down to hold her. Get on. It'll be faster this way. Melissa didn't hesitate and knew that they would get there a lot quicker this way. She climbed onto his back, and he soon ran as fast as he could down the hallway. He even used his explosions to make him and her go faster down the hallway. Melissa had to shut her eyes because of how fast he was. They got to the front door pretty fast, but not before catching some of the classmates' attention. Melissa? Bakugo? Ida cried out. They kept going as they soon exited the school and headed down towards the cherry blossom trees. Melissa then realized that they were going for a walk outside, but Bakugo didn't seem to know where they went. There's no way in hell they went outside of UA, Bakugo said to her, not the way things are going today. Yeah, but we should check anyway, Melissa told him. Deku might need help. We should have called Mr. Aizawa, and then he helped cancel out his quirk. Bakugo kept going and soon spotted Uraraka running towards them. She was crying as she ran towards them as she were out of breath. Bakugo stopped, and Melissa soon got out of his arms. Uraraka's eyes widened, seeing Bakugo here as well. Something about it seemed to throw her off for some reason. Ochako. What's wrong with Deku? Melissa asked her. Did he lose control of it? I don't know, Uraraka told her with tears in her eyes. Something happened with it, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know who to call for a moment. Melissa felt bad for her and followed Uraraka. Bakugo tagged along, but Uraraka didn't seem to like that. Bakugo. Can you go get Mr. Aizawa or All Might? Izuku's gonna need someone to help him get to the dormitory, Uraraka told him. Bakugo gave her a suspicious glare, which seemed to bother Uraraka a lot. He kept following her as Melissa followed Uraraka. I'm not going anywhere until I see Deku, Bakugo told her. What are you hiding, Uraraka? Uraraka glared back at him, but Bakugo didn't back down from her. Melissa got in between them, trying to calm them down. Come on, guys. Let's just go help Deku, Melissa said to them. Ochako, let me help Deku. Please. Uraraka ignored Bakugo as they both followed her down towards the front gate. Bakugo and Melissa were both so confused as to why they were so far out of UA. Then they spotted a mysterious figure wearing a heavy cape covering up their entire body. Bakugo and Melissa both froze in place, seeing Midoriya being carried by this mysterious figure right by the front gate. Before Uraraka could say anything, Bakugo and Melissa ran off towards Midoriya. Deku! Bakugo and Melissa cried out. Melissa then felt someone grab her before she could run any further. It was Uraraka. She was holding her back from getting to Midoriya. Melissa couldn't get away from her grasp, and she was confused as to why Uraraka was doing this to her. Ochako? What are you doing? Deku needs us. Melissa exclaimed to her. Bakugo launched at the mysterious figure, but then something happened to his quirk. It weakened before he could even hit him with his explosives. It disappeared as he landed hard on the ground. He could barely get up as his legs shook from something coming over. Bakugo couldn't fight this mysterious figure off as his legs shook for some reason. Bakugo! Get away from here! Melissa cried out. Bakugo then noticed Melissa behind him being grabbed by Uraraka. She couldn't get away from her as Uraraka held her tightly. Bakugo tried to run over to her, but he felt himself trip and fell onto the ground. He couldn't get up as the mysterious figure held Midoriya on his shoulder. His eyes widened in shock and confusion, seeing Uraraka holding Melissa back like this. Then he realized why she was acting weird this whole time. He glared at her, knowing that things were falling apart right in front of him. Yuri, not Uraraka, Bakugo growled at her. Where is she? Uraraka smiled widely, which gave Melissa chills with how off she looked. Let's just say she's tied up at the moment. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock, realizing that she was Himiko Toga this whole time. Earlier in Class 2A's dormitory, Uraraka had called Midoriya, but he didn't answer the phone. That worried her a lot, but she could finally free herself from the bindings. She was able to get out of them now that her arm was free. She took her time and managed to shut off her quirk after getting free. Her bed and room was a mess, but she didn't care about that right now. She had to go after Midoriya and stop Toga from taking him and Melissa away. Uraraka soon ran towards her door, but couldn't open it. Toga had jammed the lock, and she couldn't get out. Then Uraraka ran over to the balcony, and then she realized that she had locked her into her dorm room. Uraraka couldn't get out, but she had to do something and fast. Uraraka looked around her dorm room, knowing that she had to get out of here somehow. She wondered what Midoriya would do if he were trying to save her. He would do whatever it took to get to her. Uraraka soon realized that she could break the door down. She had to do something that would get her out of here. Uraraka didn't have much that would be able to do that, but then she looked at her desk. She had to use whatever she could to get out of her dorm room. Uraraka quickly used her quirk on her desk and lifted it up over her shoulder. She then looked at the balcony door, knowing that she could easily get out through there with her quirk. She then took a deep breath in and out as she ran at it with her desk. It cracked, but didn't do anything to break through it. Uraraka then thought about the fact that Toga did this to her. To Midoriya and Melissa. All of people that showed up, it was Toga that did this. Uraraka felt anger build up within her, and she soon ran at it with full force. Before she knew it, her desk slammed into the balcony doors and flew out of her arms. It floated over the dormitory as glass landed on the ground below. Uraraka soon released her quirk, knowing that she needed to get down. She got ready and soon ran through her room and out onto her balcony. Once she leaped, she used her quirk on herself to float. Uraraka floated in the air, feeling the breeze blowing through her hair. She felt herself slowly landing onto the ground as she eased her way down with her quirk. Once she was close enough, she turned off her quirk and landed pretty swiftly. She noticed that no one had come over to check on her. They were probably all in class and didn't know what was going on. Uraraka had to head over there and warn them that Toga was pretending to be her. She took off as fast as she could, feeling a bit achy from the bindings. She felt like her legs were on fire, but kept going anyway. She had to stop Toga and fast. Uraraka kept running and headed towards the school. She didn't even focus on anything else. She had to stop Toga from doing something stupid. She just hoped that no one revealed anything to her that would help her out in some ways. Uraraka was the one person that knew about One for All, which made Uraraka stumble a little. Midoriya could have revealed to Toga about One for All and All Might. She couldn't let that happen and hoped that he realized who she was beforehand. She's done this before, but it had been a while since she's done anything like this before. She did it once during the winter dance, and she thought that she would never pull something like this off ever again. Uraraka soon entered UA and kept running towards her classroom. She didn't stop even if her legs hurt a lot. Classmates were watching and whispering stuff about her. She had to ignore it and kept running through the hallways. Even if school's still going on, she had to stop Toga from ruining everything. She soon went up to the next floor and was almost at their classroom. Uraraka soon felt her legs starting to cramp up, but she had to keep going. She pushed herself to run even if it hurt. Soon enough, she spotted All Might heading towards their classroom. Her eyes lit up, happy to see him showing up. He soon noticed her running towards him and was clearly thrown off by this. She slowed down and stopped right in front of him. Young Uraraka. What are you doing running around the hallway like that? All Might asked her, are you late to class because of our meeting with young Midoria and Bakugo? Uraraka's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Toga had gone to their meeting. She felt her stomach tighten up, realizing that they were probably talking about One for All at some point. Midoriya is always trying to keep it secret between them four, but now Toga might know the truth. She felt a bit lightheaded for a moment and almost fell over. All Might went in to grab her before she could fall. Oh. Easy there, All Might said to her, are you feeling okay? You look like you just ran a marathon? All Might you need to stop these classes, Uraraka told him, so something's happened why you say that I was with you during that meeting, but two wasn't. All Might was confused, but then his eyes widened in shock. Uraraka noticed that he was finally understanding what was happening. Young Uraraka, please don't scare me like this, All Might told her, please tell me that this is just a prank or a misunderstanding. Uraraka looked up at All Might with eyes filled with horror that made him freeze in place. It's Toga. She's infiltrated UA as me, Uraraka told him, you need to stop these classes right now. We can't let Toga get away. All Might didn't hesitate and agreed right away. Him and Uraraka soon ran down the hallways and towards Class 2A's classroom. They soon opened the door, suddenly interrupting their entire class. Mr. Aizawa was not happy right now as they entered the classroom. Uraraka's eyes widened as she tried to catch her breath. All Might. Why are you interrupting my class? Mr. Aizawa said to him, you better just be bringing Uraraka back after she tried to get answers out of you. Class 2A all seemed to be more worried than Mr. Aizawa as she tried to catch her breath. Some of them stood up to check on Uraraka. Uraraka. Where's Midoriya? He was supposed to show up for class, Ida asked her. Yeah. Even Bakugo and Melissa took off out of the school earlier for some reason, Yaoyorozu said back, did something happen? Mr. Aizawa, we need to stop these classes at once. All Might exclaimed to him, young Uraraka hasn't even been to class all day. We need to find young Midoriya, Bakugo, and Melissa right away. What? Class 2A cried out in unison. What do you mean Uraraka hasn't been in class with us all day? She was with us the whole time. Ashido pointed out. She even went to talk to you with Midoriya and Bakugo, Kirishima said to him. Unless Azui said under her breath. It wasn't me. Mr. Aizawa, that was Himiko Toga. Uraraka cried out, causing a scene in his classroom. Class 2A and Mr. Aizawa all stood up straight, ready to fight off the League of Villains. Mr. Aizawa looked at her and used his quirk on her instantly. Uraraka knew what he was doing, he was checking to see if she might have been Toga. Nothing happened as he turned off his quirk. Sorry. I needed to make sure that you weren't her trying to trick us, Mr. Aizawa told her, if Himiko Toga is here, but the League of Villains must be involved somehow. No. She's not. Uraraka cried out, she's left them. She's joined that other group. That one that is after the missing Quirkless kids. Mr. Aizawa's eyes widened and was frozen stiff from her saying that out loud out of nowhere. How do you know about that? Mr. Aizawa asked her, you shouldn't know anything about that. Mr. Aizawa noticed her desperate eyes, and she knew that she got through to him as he got his scarf ready. Class 2A all got up to go after Midoriya, Bakugo, and Melissa, but Mr. Aizawa stopped them from leaving. None of you are getting involved, Mr. Aizawa told them, if Midoriya, Bakugo and Melissa are in trouble, I can't afford for any of you to get caught. Come on, Mr. Aizawa, Kirishima said to him, let us help. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Our friends could endanger. We need to help them, Yaoyorozu said to him. I still say no. We can't get you guys dragged into this, Mr. Aizawa told them, not when the Kage villains are involved. The Kage villains? I've never heard of them, Yaoyorozu said to him. That's because they know how to deal with hiding in the shadows and staying out of the spotlight and the media, Mr. Aizawa said to them. They select certain types of people with unique and stealthy quirks in order to get what they're looking for. Lately, they've been after anyone who's quirkless. We don't know why, but they're clearly doing it for a reason. Class 2A were all nervous and concerned for Melissa instantly. That's why Toga was a part of this Kage villains group. She has a unique quirk that makes her able to blend in easily, Ida pointed out. I didn't even notice that she was disguised as Uraraka this whole time. She got me. I should have known that my friend was in trouble. Uraraka felt bad for him, and everyone else seemed to fall for it as well. Ida. It's not your fault. None of us knew about this, Todoroki told him. In any case, Melissa could be in trouble. Midoriya might be in trouble too, Kaminari said to them. He could be with Toga right now. Mr. Aizawa went to leave the classroom, and All Might stayed behind to look after the class. Everyone wanted to leave to go after them, but Mr. Aizawa told them to stay in the classroom. All Might. I need you to look after them, Mr. Aizawa told him. You don't have your quirk anymore. You need to stay here just in case they target you as well. I'll go after Melissa and Midoriya. Bakugo could be stuck in the middle of this. All Might nodded as he ran off to go help his students. Uraraka really wanted to run after him, but she understood what was going on. Class 2A really wanted to go after their friends, but they couldn't disobey. Not when they had been through enough already because of a certain villain group already. All Might. Who are these Kage villains exactly? You might as well tell us if we can't fight them, Yaoyorozu asked him. Yeah. If we can't go out there, you might as well tell us more about them, Kirishima said back. All Might hesitated, but Uraraka noticed that he felt the need to tell them the truth. I guess you all deserve to know the truth. Earlier right by the front gate of UA Academy. Why are you here? Is the League of Villains planning something? Bakugo asked her as he tried to stand up. Toga then let out a laugh, which sent chills down their backs. Bakugo felt himself getting weaker as the mysterious figure stood nearby. Uraraka then dragged Melissa towards him and got closer to his level. Melissa tried to fight her off, but she was clearly still confused as to what was happening. You really think that the League of Villains is involved? Just because I'm here? Toga pointed out. No, I left that place for a clean slate. After everything that's happened and what you found out, I'm surprised that you haven't realized it sooner. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock, feeling even weaker as his vision started to blur. Somehow Melissa wasn't affected by this at all, which worried him. Melissa looked pale, realizing before Bakugo did. She felt her knees shaking and tried to get away from her. Yuri, you're helping the group that's after the missing Quirkless kids, Melissa said out loud before Bakugo could. Bakugo's heart dropped and tried so hard to get up and fight them. He stood up, but the mysterious figure's quirk was affecting him a lot. Whatever it was making him feel drained and weaker. He couldn't even let out an explosive, which made it feel similar to Mr. Aizawa's quirk. Melissa tried to run over to Bakugo, but Toga pulled her away from him so hard that her glasses fell off. Toga gritted her teeth, feeling annoyed that she wasn't cooperating. You're not going anywhere, Toga said to her. Melissa then pressed onto something that was around her fist, which made her get zapped. That caused Toga to let go of her, and Melissa ran over to Bakugo. He didn't like that, however, as she tried to help him up. What the hell are you doing? Get out of here and get help. Now. Bakugo cried out. Not without you, Melissa said to him as she tried to pick him up. Before she could do anything, however, the mysterious figure approached them. They were carrying Midoriya in their arms, which caught Bakugo's attention. Toga was about to launch at Melissa, but the mysterious figure stopped her from doing so. Himiko. Stop before things get out of hand, they said to her. We don't want to cause a scene. Let's just get Izuku and Melissa out of here before Eraserhead or any of the other teachers show up. Bakugo tried to get up, but his legs weren't moving. Even his arms were so weak as the ground felt like it was moving. He couldn't even ignite a simple explosion in his hand. Melissa was trying to help Bakugo, but he knew that she needed to get out of here. Melissa go get out of here, leave me and go get help, Bakugo said as he felt himself getting weaker. I can't just leave you here, Melissa cried out. Before Bakugo knew it, the mysterious figure was hovering over them. His eyes widened in shock, and his heart dropped seeing them so intimidating and didn't even say much. Bakugo had never seen anyone so intimidating before without even saying much at all. Something about them seemed like someone that he couldn't fight. He couldn't move as the mysterious figure grabbed onto Melissa and pulled her away from Bakugo's grasp. I'll let go of her, Bakugo said as he started to feel lightheaded. The mysterious figure held on to her, and Bakugo soon noticed them knocking her out before she could do anything. They even took off that bracelet that zapped Toga. They threw it on the ground and broke it into pieces. Bakugo could barely do anything as Melissa and Midoria were laying on their shoulders. Toga walked over to the mysterious figure, ready to leave as her disguise came off. Bakugo spotted Toga's face started to peek through her Uraraka disguise. Something about it creeped him out as he felt himself start to lose consciousness. I know why you can't do this too, won't let you, Bakugo said under his breath. Before he knew it, he passed out as Melissa and Midoria were being taken away. In the streets of Japan, Kitsun was smiling from ear to ear as she got into an Uber to finally head over to UA. She felt so excited that she couldn't calm down. She had finally packed everything and even shipped some of her things to her parents for storage that she didn't need for UA. All of her things were either in the trunk or in the back seat with her. The Uber was sent from All Might himself, and she couldn't be happier. She felt so good as she sat in the back of the car, ready to move into UA. So you're going to UA, miss? That sounds pretty exciting, the Uber driver asked her. Yeah. This is a big step for me, Kitsun said back. I got a job at UA. They hired me to be the next student counselor. Well, congratulations on your new job, the Uber driver said to her. I hope it goes well for you over there. The last time they hired someone was All Might, since he was bound to retire at some point as the symbol of peace. Who would have known that it'd come up so early on though? Kitsun felt so good about this job that just hearing about All Might's retirement made her feel like he would be there more often. She felt like she had enough supportive to get started on this new job as a student counselor. She still couldn't believe that this was even happening. The Uber car headed over to UA, and Kitsun felt her excitement growing as she got closer to it. She could see it getting bigger as she got closer to it. Kitsun was so excited that she forgot that she was working there and wasn't a student. But still, this was a big deal to her. Soon enough, they pulled up. Kitsun got out of the car, looking out at the amazing view of the school. The Uber driver was so happy for her and decided to help her get out her things from the trunk. She was about to help him, but she thought that she saw something in the distance. Kitsun was confused as she walked closer to the front gate. She squinted her eyes, not sure what to make of it. Miss? Is something wrong? The driver Uber asked her. Kitsun's eyes widened in shock, seeing Bakugo unconscious on the ground. She ran over to him with tears in her eyes, worried for her student and friend. Katsuki! Kitsun cried out. The Uber driver looked concerned as she kneeled down on the ground to check on him. Bakugo was unconscious and couldn't even move very much. She noticed him feeling really heavy as if he were exhausted from a fight or something. She couldn't even pick him up as tears flowed down her face. Wake up! Katsuki! Kitsun cried out. Before she could call for an ambulance, Mr. Aizawa came running towards her. Kitsun's heart skipped a beat, seeing him showing up out of nowhere. He looked at Kitsun and then Bakugo as if he missed something. He looked around frantically as if she was supposed to be looking out for someone else. Kitsun! What happened? Where's Midoria and Melissa? Mr. Aizawa asked her. Kitsun's eyes widened and instantly worried about them. She didn't know who Melissa was, but there was no one else here. She didn't see them anywhere and just got here from her place. Kitsun didn't even think that they were outside but probably just in class. They're not here. I just found Katsuki like this, Kitsun told him. What's going on, Mr. Aizawa? Mr. Aizawa looked like he might fall over from finding this out. Kitsun noticed him looking pale as he looked at Bakugo, who's still unconscious. Kitsun didn't know what to do as she held Bakugo up onto her knees for support. You're now a part of the staff here at UA. You should know what's going on. Midoriya and Melissa were captured by villains. In Class 2A's dormitory, Mr. Aizawa cancelled classes for the whole day. Even the other teachers agreed and cancelled all of their classes. He dragged all of his students into their dormitory, ready to explain things. He didn't want to, but he had no choice but to tell them at least what's going on with their friends. Soon enough, they entered the dormitory and walked in on Bakugo unconscious on the couch. Uraraka was shocked to see Kitsun sitting there with him along with Recovery Girl. Bakugo! Uraraka cried out as everyone else ran over to him. Kitsun! What happened to him? Mr. Aizawa noticed how upset Kitsun was, and he couldn't blame her. She came here thinking that she was walking in on any regular day at UA. Clearly Kitsun didn't expect find one of her soon-to-be students unconscious on the ground. I don't know, I just found him like this, Kitsun explained to her. He's clearly exhausted from a fight or something. Uraraka looked at Recovery Girl as everyone in Class 2A circled around them. Mr. Aizawa noticed Recovery Girl checking on him, and her face seemed concerned about him. All Might noticed and was clearly worried about Midoriya and Melissa. Recovery Girl? Can you help him? Kirishima asked her, clearly worried about his boyfriend. Recovery Girl felt his forehead and checked on his heartbeat. She even seemed to notice how exhausted he was. She hesitated, and Mr. Aizawa had a feeling that he knew what was going on. What's going on, Recovery Girl? Is something wrong with Bakugo? Mr. Aizawa asked her. Someone must have messed with his quirk, Recovery Girl told them. He's exhausted. Not physically, but from his quirk. I bet whoever did this to him had an energy-draining quirk. I can tell because I've dealt with this type of quirk before. Class 2A were shocked to hear this and didn't know what to think of it. Even All Might was surprised that Bakugo faced someone that strong. Isn't there something that you can to help him heal? Yaoyorozu asked her. Yes and no, Recovery Girl told them. You see, my quirk can only heal physical wounds and injuries. My quirk might not even do anything for him. He might have to heal on his own by resting. I can try, but again it might not do anything. You've gotta at least try, Recovery Girl, All Might told her. Young Midoriya and Melissa have been captured by the Kage villains. Did you say the Kage villains? Recovery Girl said back, clearly concerned. Yes. They need to be stopped right away or we might ever see them again, All Might said with his voice cracking. Class 2A were all shocked, and even Uraraka since she wasn't there during the meeting. They all stood up straight, ready to go after them. Mr. Aizawa, is that true? Ida asked him, why didn't you tell us? We could have done something to stop this. Because this isn't your fight to take care of, Mr. Aizawa said to them, clearly annoyed with them. You guys don't seem to understand what's going on. The Kage villain aren't the League of Villains. They have specific quirks like I said. They know how to stay hidden and in the shadows. They sound like super ninjas, Kaminari commented. They are very like that, Mr. Aizawa told them. They know how to stay out of media and get away from pro-heroes immediately. That's why they're not usually on the news, and that no one has heard of them. Only some pro-heroes even know about them. Class 2A all stood there with concerned and aggravated faces as they faced their teacher. Even All Might felt for them as they stayed quiet. Still, we can't just sit back and do nothing, Kirishima said to him. Even if we don't know anything about them, you can still let us about any of them. We can help if you just give us a chance. I agree. If we prepare and learn, we might be able to find them quicker, Yaoyorozu said to him. We just need you trust us. This isn't about trusting you or not to handle it, Mr. Aizawa told them. This is about trying to keep you all safe. We can't just let students handle these things. Some pro-heroes can even find them. Class 2A all looked at each other with concerned faces, but still stood strong. Even All Might seemed to notice as Mr. Aizawa stood there beside Bakugo. Then he felt All Might's hand on his shoulder, making him regret saying anything. Shoryuta. Look at your students, All Might said to him. They trust you to train them. Class 2A has been through a lot. A lot more than some other pro-heroes that we know of. I think that they can handle this. You just need to give them a chance. They are your students after all. Mr. Aizawa looked up at his students like they were already strong and capable of great things. They didn't look like helpless students that didn't know what they were doing. They looked like students that were now becoming pro-heroes with confident smiles on their faces. He hesitated, but soon let out a groan and looked at them with determination. You all really think that you can pull this off? Mr. Aizawa asked them. Yes. I know we can with you as our teacher, Ida said back. Please. Show us how to stop these villains. We want to help, Yaoyorozu said back. Mr. Aizawa stood tall with them as All Might stayed by his side. They all looked at Mr. Aizawa, already up and ready to hero train. He soon looked at them with serious eyes, knowing that they were gonna actually put their all into this. Alright. You can help get Midoriya and Melissa back, but you have to stick to my rules, Mr. Aizawa said back. Class 2A didn't cheer or anything, knowing that he was taking this seriously. They nodded and stood tall like they knew what they were up against. Then they noticed Bakugo stirring a bit in his sleep, and Kitsun looked more relieved to see him doing okay. Recovery Girl went back to healing Bakugo, but worried that she wouldn't be able to do anything for him. She gave a kiss on the cheek, causing a green glow around Bakugo to appear. His scraps and bruises healed up pretty well, but he didn't show any signs of waking up. For a moment, they all stood around him to see if he was okay. Bakugo was still asleep, which worried them a little. Before Recovery Girl walked away, Bakugo's eyes stirred open, but he soon sat upright like he wasn't expecting this at all. Bakugo. You're okay. Kitsun cried out, I was so worried about you. Bakugo frantically looked around, but seemed to be a bit out of it still from his energy being drained. He tried to get up, but Recovery Girl and Uraraka tried to get him to sit down. Bakugo. You need to rest, Uraraka said to him, you shouldn't be moving. You're exhausted from your energy being drained. Two have to go after Deku and Melissa. Bakugo growled at her, they have been captured, I need to stop them. Katsuki. Stop what you are doing for a minute, Kirishima said to him as he blocked his path, you've got to rest. Midoriya and Melissa may have gotten captured, but we're gonna go after them. You just need to rest. Please. Bakugo then stopped what he was doing, realizing what had happened. Kirishima and Uraraka got him to stop moving around so much, but he looked like he was in shock. Then he gripped onto his head like he got dizzy from his energy being drained. Kirishima and Uraraka guided him to the couch, and Bakugo sat there to calm down. Ida went to get some water for him as Recovery Girl tried to explain what happened to him. You have to rest. Your quirk has been tampered with, Recovery Girl told him, you must have faced someone with an energy-draining quirk. They can drain your quirk's energy, but not any physical energy. That's why you're feeling dizzy and lightheaded. You're still recovering from it. Bakugo felt it even when he was sitting down. Kirishima and Uraraka kept an eye on him as Ida finally came back with some water. Bakugo took it without any insults and gulped it down. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Kitsun sat there, but Bakugo didn't even seem to notice that she was here already. Toga is the one that did this, Bakugo said under his breath. She was disguised as Uraraka this whole time, wasn't she? Uraraka's eyes widened as he tried to comprehend what had happened. Bakugo could barely even look at her as she tried to answer him. Yes, she was. Ever since this morning when you guys went to school, Uraraka told them, she got me last night. Toga must have somehow gotten in through the front gate and made her way in through the balcony door. I wasn't expecting it. Bakugo clearly was still trying to understand this whole situation, but then he remembered something that made him look at her finally. Only she noticed how serious he looked. She got nervous, wondering what just happened. Bakugo looked nervous at Uraraka and then at All Might, clearly understanding what happened. Bakugo? What's wrong? Uraraka asked him. Yeah, man. You can tell us, Kirishima said back. Then Bakugo grabbed onto Uraraka's shoulders, shocking her for a moment. His eyes were a bit intense as he tried to understand one thing that happened today. Uraraka. Please tell me that you were with us when we went to see All Might, Bakugo said to her with intense eyes. Uraraka's eyes widened, and Bakugo knew that she wasn't with them the moment she looked at him. He felt his heart rate pick up, seeing Uraraka looking worried about what had happened. He could tell that she was putting two and two together in that moment, which only made him more frustrated that he didn't see this coming. All Might seemed to notice what was going on, making him tense up from what Bakugo asked Uraraka. No, Bakugo. Please don't tell me that you, Izuku and Toga were. Uraraka said back, unable to finish the sentence. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock, realizing what they had just done. All Might knew right away and couldn't move from his spot as his knees trembled. He noticed and tried not to draw too much attention to All Might. Soon enough, however, Ida and a few others noticed as he felt the need to sit down next to Bakugo. All Might. Is something wrong? Ida asked him, why is it so important to know if Toga was with you too or not? Yeah. Unless there's something else going on that we don't know about, Yaoyorozu said back. All Might and Bakugo shared a look as Uraraka too was worried about this situation. They didn't want to say anything since this wasn't something that they should share with unless Midoriya was here with All Might. They couldn't say anything and turned to All Might for advice. Bakugo really wanted to pull them aside and ask them what to do in this sort of situation. He's never dealt with anything like this before. Even Uraraka looked like she wanted to avoid this conversation about One for All. Unfortunately, you all can't know about any of this, All Might said to them. What happened between me, young Toga, Midoriya and Bakugo stays between us. It's confidential and needs to stay that way. That's what you said about this case. Kirishima exclaimed to them, seriously? Why can't you just trust us? This is different, All Might told them, this has nothing to do with this case. And yet Toga got involved, so technically it does have to do with it, Ashido said with her arms crossed. You have to tell us, Kaminari said back, this is the best way we can get Midoriya and Melissa back. We can keep a secret. This can stay between Class 2A, Yaoyorozu said back, whatever it is, we'd understand. If Toga knows about it, then it must be important based on your reaction. Yeah. We're Midoriya's friends, and we would never be disrespectful towards him, Ida told him, you need to trust us. Whatever happened, we can figure this out together as a class. Mr. Aizawa shared a look with All Might, and Bakugo could tell that he too wanted to know what this was about. He didn't know anything about One for All being a part of this or anything about it. The only ones that knew about it in the dormitory was Bakugo and Uraraka. All Might looked at Class 2A as a whole and noticed how determined they were to help their friends. Bakugo knew that they were determined to find them and bring them back to the dormitory. He spotted Kirishima and knew that Midoriya wanted to tell him the truth. He hesitated and now he wondered if him knowing earlier would have helped at all. He looked at All Might, knowing that it was bound to get out sooner or later. With how things are going with One for All and how it's growing and evolving, they were soon going to ask questions. Even his new quirks were bound to come up sooner or rather as well. All Might and Bakugo shared a look, and All Might soon nodded nervously. Bakugo stayed by his side, knowing that this was going to be hard for them to process. He had to stay by his side just in case they needed some kind of explanation for anything involving One for All. Even Uraraka looked nervous, and they all stared at them, ready for an answer. All Might let out a long sigh, feeling a little nervous about this conversation. All right, I'll tell you, All Might told them, you might want to sit down for this. They all listened to him and sat down on the couches or on the floor by the coffee table. Even Mr. Aizawa joined them by sitting on the arm of the couch. Bakugo stared at All Might, knowing how hard this must be for him to tell so many people at once. They had to realize that this was a big deal for All Might. For a moment, it was quiet. First things first, I need you to understand that young Midoriya I'm sure always wanted to tell everyone you this secret, but I told him not to. It was important to me for him to keep this from all of you, All Might told them, this isn't something that I go around telling everyone. Even young Midoriya is trying his best to keep it under wraps. They all looked at each other, confused as to where this was going. What is this about All Might? Ida asked him, why would Midoriya keep anything a secret from us? He's our friend. All Might hesitated but faced them as Bakugo sat beside him along with Uraraka. Because his quirk was passed down to him from me, All Might told them, he got his quirk from me because I saw potential with him back then. What? Class 1A cried out in unison. Why you passed it down to him? Yaoyorozu cried out, what do you mean? But that's impossible. Ida cried out, you can't pass down a quirk. I've never heard of such a thing. It's true my quirk isn't even mine to begin with. It was passed down to me from someone else, All Might explained to them, you have to understand that this quirk is different from any other quirk. It's important and around for reason. Young Midoriya never meant to keep this a secret, I put that on him because of how dangerous it is to tell everyone. People would try to take it for themselves if they knew about this quirk's abilities. They were all confused and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Then Bakugo noticed Kirishima looking at him, realizing how calm him and Uraraka were. Wait a minute, Kirishima said as he got up from his spot, Katsuki, you knew about this? Bakugo hesitated to tell him anything, nervous to what he might say for once. With them being together, he wasn't expecting this to come out so early on. He soon looked at him and noticed how hurt he looked. This is what Midoriya was trying to tell me all this time, Kirishima told him. He wanted to but didn't say anything. Bakugo felt bad for him, knowing how close him and Midoriya had gotten in the past few days. Even Uraraka looked at the girls with nervous looks. I'm guessing that you knew too, huh? Ashido asked her. Why, yeah, sorry. I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't say anything, Uraraka said to them. Don't blame them. They were only trying to protect young Midoriya, All Might told them. They were only following me and making sure that One for All was protected and safe. They all looked hurt, but understood somewhat. Even Mr. Aizawa was shocked to hear this coming from All Might. It seemed like a lot, even for him. All Might and Mr. Aizawa both stared at each other for a moment, and then he let out a sigh. This is a lot, but this just makes things worse, Mr. Aizawa told him. That means that Midoriya was born quirkless, am I right? Class 2A were all confused and whipped their heads to face All Might. He hesitated to answer, but realized what was going on. Well, that's not how passing it down works. He could still have a quirk if I passed it down to him, All Might told him. One for All is pretty complex, especially nowadays. All Might, Mr. Aizawa interrupted. All Might flinched, making him realize that there was no reason to keep it a secret any longer for Midoriya. He slumped his shoulders, and Bakugo could tell that he felt bad for revealing this without Midoriya. Yes, he's quirkless, All Might said back. I met him during that sludge villain incident. Class 2A were baffled about this and started whispering around to themselves. You knew him for that long? Kirishima pointed out, even before UA? Yeah, I watched him jump in to help young Bakugo from that sludge villain, All Might explained to them. He didn't have a quirk, but still risked his life to save him. I thought that he was the best person to give One for All to. To be the next symbol of peace. Class 2A couldn't even believe this, but it was all making sense to them. It all makes sense now, Ida told him. That's why you and him are always hero training and having lunch together. I always thought it was weird that you two were always spending more time together more than us. Even I grew suspicious of this as well, Todoroki said to them. His power is so similar to All Might's. I thought that too, Ribbit, Azui pointed out. I guess we kind of all had a feeling that there was something going on with Midoriya from the beginning, Kirishima said to him. He's kind of always inspiring us just like you, All Might, Yaoyorozu pointed out, always pushing himself to do better and wanting to help others. I too have felt that the same way about him. All Might couldn't help smile, realizing how much he impacted his entire class. Then he realized how things were now with Midoriya being captured by the Kage villains. He felt his fists clench around his knees, feeling a little nervous for him and Melissa. All Might. If the Kage villains are after Deku and Melissa, then does this mean that they know about One for All? Bakugo asked him. Ugh, my brain hurts, Kaminari said to them. If Toga knows about it, then it's possible that they just found out, All Might told them with a shaky voice. Then again, they might have already known about it. This isn't good, Yaoyorozu pointed out to them. If One for All is that strong, then there's no telling what they'll do. What do you mean, Yaoyorozu? Jiro asked her. Yaoyorozu got nervous to show them this, but she soon took out the flash drive that she was hiding from Mr. Aizawa. He grew suspicious of her as she held it in her hand. This flash drive contains some files about what's going on, Yaoyorozu told them. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa, but we kind of broke into the staff room. We needed to know what was going on. Mr. Aizawa didn't like that she did this, but let her talk anyway. She stared at him, knowing what was happening with this case. This case, Midoriya and Melissa being captured, they have one thing in common now that we know the truth, Yaoyorozu said to them. It took a while to figure it out, but then Kaminari figured it out surprisingly enough. They're both quirkless, Kaminari said out loud without thinking. Class 2A were all shocked to hear this, but this only worried them even more. Yaoyorozu held the flash drive, and Bakugo already wanted to know more about what was going on. Yes. The Kage villains are after Quirkless kids. Somewhere in the shadows. Midoriya felt really weak as he stirred awake. He could barely tell what was going on, as if something was making him stay asleep. He could barely move his arms and legs, wondering what was going on. He couldn't remember what happened as he noticed his arms dangling above him. He felt them hurting from clearly being up like that for so long. He couldn't move his legs either, feeling something chaining him down. He tried to wake up, but something was making him feel weaker than usual. He couldn't even feel one for all as he tried to wake himself up. His vision was blurry and couldn't make out anything for a long time. For a while, he just stayed like that for a long time. He wanted to get out of these chains, but something about them was holding him back. No, maybe it wasn't that. It might have been a quirk making him feel this way. He then remembered that mysterious figure coming out to him along with Uraraka. It even shocked him again, realizing that it wasn't Uraraka, but Himiko Toga disguised as her. He had fallen for it again. Midoriya had to get out of here, but he didn't even know where he was. He then remembered what had been going on in the past few days, making his eyes widen in shock. Melissa? Melissa? Where are you? Midoriya cried out. He could barely see anything, noticing that it was a little dark. He didn't even know where he was as he tried to look around. Midoriya still a bit out of it, so he could barely tell what was going on. Soon enough, he heard someone stirring awake. Melissa? Is that you? Midoriya asked her. I can't see you. You can stop yelling. Melissa is kind of in the middle of something. Midoriya's eyes widened as his vision started to clear up. He spotted the mysterious figure along with a few others in hooded capes. He even noticed Toga with her hood off and showing off her messy pigtails. He gritted his teeth in anger as Toga noticed, looking pissed off. Why you did this? Midoriya gritted his teeth. Why are you here? Why are you doing this to me and Ochako? Toga didn't say anything, and the mysterious figure soon blocked his view from her. They grabbed his attention, but he still wanted answers from Toga. She's just following my orders. Whatever history you two have has nothing to do with this, the mysterious figure said to him. Midoriya stared at the mysterious figure, realizing how feminine the voice was. He didn't notice it before. But as they were talking to him, the mysterious figure sounded more like a girl than before. What do you want from me and Melissa? Midoriya asked them. Whatever your plan is, it's not gonna work. My class will find you and stop you. The mysterious figure and a few others seemed entertained by his statement. Midoriya noticed the mysterious figure trying to keep them in line, knowing that they were in charge of this whole thing. He wanted to understand what was going on, but really wanted to get Melissa out of here. Do you realize who you're dealing with? I guess not, since we always try to stay out of the media, the mysterious figure said to them. Even some pro heroes don't even know this, the Kage villains. Midoriya stared at them, not recognizing any of these villains or their voice. The Kage villains? You mean, like you stay hidden in the shadows, Midoriya pointed out. I've never even heard of you. Good. We want to keep it that way, the mysterious figure said, but I guess taking 2 people from UA wasn't the smartest move. Oh well. We'll just leave this city and go to a different one. Suddenly Midoriya felt weaker as the mysterious figure grabbed his chin and went to get a good look at him. You, on the other hand, can answer me a few questions. Why is it that you have a quirk? According to your hospital files, you're quirkless. So how come you have a quirk so strong and powerful? The mysterious figure asked him. Midoriya's heartbeat picked up a bit as she held on to his face. He couldn't say anything, but didn't know or understand how she even got those hospital files. Those were confidential, and she clearly knew what she was doing. He didn't say anything, but then realized something important. Toga was with him when they talked about One for All. Toga didn't say anything to the mysterious figure. Midoriya wondered if this meant anything, but turned to the mysterious figure. I don't have to tell you anything. Those are confidential, Midoriya told her. If you actually watched the sports festival, maybe would have known that I have quirk. Everyone watches it. The mysterious figure's quirk got stronger, and Midoriya felt dizzy from it and almost blacked out. Then they let go of him, and Midoriya felt his jaw loosen up from her grip. He tried to feel one for all when she turned away, but there was no sign of it getting any stronger. Before he could even try to turn it out, the mysterious figure looked at him. She seemed intrigued by this revelation, which worried him. Midoriya wondered if her quirk could feel something off about him based on her asking these questions. He had to be careful around her whenever he tried to use one for all. Interesting, my quirk can only work on anyone with quirk, and yet yours feels different from everyone else's. Almost as if it didn't belong to you, the mysterious figure said to him. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, hoping that she wouldn't put anything else together. He really had to get out of there along with Melissa. A quirk that can be passed down. That sounds rather impossible, one of the figures said to their leader. There's no way that this kid has a unique quirk like that. Look at him, he's so plain looking, one of them with a deep voice said to her. Midoriya noticed as they spoke about this, Toga didn't say a word. She stayed behind them, minding her own business as she cleaned her tools. Then the mysterious figure turned around to face Toga. Toga. You were the one infiltrating UA. You two apparently know each other, the mysterious figure said to her. Did you know about any of this beforehand? Is he really quirkless or not? Midoriya's heart raced as Toga looked at him and then her new leader. He was nervous, but tried not to show it as she stood up to the mysterious figure. For a moment, she didn't say anything. She then put her knife away and looked a bit tired of this already. As far as I can tell, he has a quirk, Toga said back. Whether or not he's quirkless doesn't really change anything, does it? Midoriya's eyes widened, shocked to hear her say such a thing. He really thought that she would say something about his quirk. She was right there with them when they revealed a bunch of things about One for All. And yet, she didn't say anything. Midoriya wondered if she was playing games with him and didn't want to drop his guard down around her. She seemed to possibly have a plan or two up her sleeve. The mysterious figure stood up to Toga and then turned to Midoriya. He noticed that she was still suspicious of Toga, even if he couldn't see her face. No. It doesn't change anything, but it does bring up some interesting questions, the mysterious figure said to her and the rest of the group of villains. If he can give someone a quirk, then can others? Or is this a specific quirk that has the ability to be passed down? This definitely gets in the way of the plans a little bit. Midoriya was confused, not understanding what they were doing here in the shadows. Before he could say anything, he thought that he heard someone say his name. It sounded like Melissa, which got him riled up again. Dedeku? Melissa said to him, are you there? Midoriya was about to say something, but then the mysterious figure grabbed his chin to stop him from saying anything about their plans. Bring her over to us, the mysterious figure said to one of their members. They soon went over to Melissa, who was kind of hidden in the shadows. They soon got Melissa, who was in chains, brought over to Midoriya. Her glasses were missing with her wrists stuck in chains as they pulled her over to Midoriya. She soon saw him, but it was a bit blurry for her. She soon was chained to the wall nearby, but she tried to fight through it to get to Midoriya. Deku! Let him go! Melissa cried out. The mysterious figure let go of Midoriya's chin and went over to Melissa. Midoriya tried to get out of the chains, but they were stronger than they looked. She soon walked up to her, making Melissa a bit uncomfortable. Melissa, was it? The mysterious figure pointed out, you don't look Japanese. Are you a foreign exchange student or something? Like I would tell you anything about me and my family, Melissa said to them. Let Deku go. He's not quirkless, so you can let him go. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, hearing her trying to get him out of here. He tried to get out of the chains, but couldn't even use One for All. Really? Because according to his files from the hospital, he is quirkless, the mysterious figure said to her. Whatever's going on, he's clearly hiding something. You might as well tell us before something happens to your little friend here. Midoriya gritted his teeth in anger, knowing that they weren't playing around. Melissa seemed confused as to why he was quirkless on his hospital files. He couldn't let them know as Melissa tried to break out of her chains. Don't say anything to them, Deku. Whatever you're hiding, I'm sure that it's something important, Melissa said to him. You would never hide anything unless it were for a reason. Midoriya hesitated, but the mysterious figure seemed annoyed by this stumping their plans. She walked away surprisingly as the others waited for her order. Let Izuku go, but keep the chains on, the mysterious figure said to him. He needs to see this along with his little friend here. No one hesitated as they put Midoriya down onto the floor with the heavy chains on his wrists and ankles. He could barely walk, but enough to move and follow the mysterious figure. Melissa was soon unchained to the wall, and she soon hugged Midoriya the moment she got to do it. Deku. What do we do? Melissa asked him. We've got to get out of here. Hey. No whispering or planning anything in front of us, one of them said to her. Melissa was soon separated from Midoriya and kept them apart from each other as the mysterious figure got them to follow her. For a moment, they looked around wondering where they were. It looked like an abandoned factory and warehouse, but nothing that Midoriya recognized. For a moment, however, he thought that he spotted something familiar. It looked like a sticker or logo that used to be on this building. It was old, but it looked familiar. Soon enough, however, he got pushed to keep going. You two are probably wondering why you're here in the first place, the mysterious figure said to them. If you haven't figured it out, we're after anyone who is quirkless. Specifically teenagers, since they're still developing their quirks at that age. That is, if they had quirks in the first place. Midoriya and Melissa shared a look, worried about where this was going. They followed the mysterious figure as they kept talking. Melissa Shield. Age 17. We could barely find any information on you, the mysterious figure said to them. That is until we find out that you were connected to All Might, that is. In fact, both of you seem to know him rather well somehow. Melissa and Midoriya didn't think that they knew about that, which worried him. The mysterious figure eyed them, but didn't expect an answer from them. Whatever the case may be, if Midoriya is the one with a quirk like this, then that changes a lot of things with our plans, the mysterious figure said to them. Midoriya stiffened up, worried about this. Wait. You just said that it didn't change anything, one of them said to her. Think about it. If he can give his quirk to others, then we can finally put our plan into motion, the mysterious figure said to her members. Midoriya and Melissa shared a look, clearly worried about this. He really wanted to get out of here, but he could barely activate his quirk. Melissa was in trouble as well, but things didn't look good for him and one for all at the moment. He even noticed all of the members start to understand while he was left in the dark. Even Toga's eyes widened and looked at him like she didn't like where this was going. He wondered if she even wanted to be a part of this group or not. They kept walking and soon entered a room that had something inside of it. It looked like some kind of machine as the lights turned on. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, worried about where this was going. What is this? Melissa asked, clearly nervous to say anything. This is our plan, the mysterious figure said to them. Midoriya and Melissa were confused as to what this was. The mysterious figure soon turned to Melissa, which only got Midoriya more protective of her. Would like to know how it works? The mysterious figure asked her. Melissa's eyes widened in shock as Midoriya tried to block their way to her. The mysterious figure was intrigued by this exchange, but Midoriya stood his ground. You're going anywhere near her, Midoriya growled at her. Whatever your plan is, leave her out of it. Maybe she should decide for herself. I mean, this is a great opportunity for her, the mysterious figure said to her. After all, this can give you a quirk. Any quirk that suits you. Your personality, your skills overall, how smart you are. We have figured out a way to give quirkless kids a quirk all on their own. Midoriya and Melissa's eyes widened in shock, not expecting any of this. Midoriya thought that this had to be a trap, but then noticed Melissa eyeing the machine like she wanted to know more about it. He knew her well enough to know that she was tempted to learn about it. She is an inventor and engineer after all. There's no way, Melissa said under her breath. Yes. We found a way, the mysterious figure said to her, that's why we stay hidden. If others knew about this, then everyone would come here and want quirks all the time. We only want quirkless kids to get the chance to use it. Kids that deserve it. Midoriya's heart dropped, realizing how big of a deal this was. He would have wanted to see this so long ago, and now that he was seeing it for the first time, he couldn't believe it. He always wanted a quirk and now he had one, but seeing this made him feel like a kid again. He couldn't look away, realizing that they were helping quirkless kids. but still, they were capturing them in order to do it. He wondered if there was an ulterior motive behind this. Something that would make this a trap for anyone coming here to get a quirk. There's something you're not telling us, Midoriya said to them. If you're trying to help others that are quirkless, you probably want something in return. The mysterious figure turned to him, and Midoriya was wondering what they were hiding. They haven't revealed themselves to him, which he didn't even know if that mattered. He still didn't trust them as he faced her. For a moment, she stood there as he wondered why she was doing this. Soon enough, she grabbed her hood and revealed her face to Midoriya and Melissa. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock to see her looking like a regular person. She had dark brown hair and onyx eyes with no sign of being a mutant or anything that made her stand out. Something about it didn't seem right as she faced him. I was quirkless too back then, the mysterious figure said to him. We all were. Things were hard for all of us, trying to fit in with everyone. You wouldn't understand having a quirk and all. Then again, maybe you did. Midoriya couldn't tell if she was playing with him, which only made things harder to not say anything. He bit his lip, knowing that he couldn't say anything about One for All. He was tempted to say something since he was once quirkless. He couldn't though, knowing what they could with it. Something about it made him want to help them, but he couldn't since his quirk was too important to say anything. Whatever the case may be, we built this machine all together without any quirks. We did it using engineering, inventing and constructing skills and degrees. We didn't need any quirks to get this made. Just our smarts and skills to get this done, the mysterious figure said to them. Midoriya noticed Melissa's eyes lighting up just seeing how much potential this machine had. He was worried that they were just trapping them or planning something else behind their back. She could still have ulterior motives, and Midoriya couldn't let that go. The mysterious figure then turned to Melissa with her eyes lit up with her hand out. So Melissa, are you interested? Somewhere in the shadows. Midoriya's eyes widened, not liking where this was going. He felt like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Melissa faced the mysterious figure, reaching out to her. She giving Melissa an opportunity of a lifetime, but Midoriya knew that something wasn't right. He wanted her to feel like she could decide on her own, but this was clearly a trap. Melissa hesitated, but then looked at the machine. Midoriya noticed her being tempted to get closer to the machine and worried about her. He didn't want her making a stupid decision, but noticed her reaching out towards them. Melissa. What are you doing? This could a trap, Midoriya said to her. Then he soon felt his knees weakening from the mysterious figure's quirk, making him dizzy. Midoriya tried to activate One for All, but it was barely there. He couldn't activate it since it wasn't ready to be used from it being tampered with. Their quirk was making it weaker as they stopped him from using it. You don't get to say anything, the mysterious figure said back. You have a quirk. You wouldn't understand the pain we've been through. I'm sure Melissa here has been through a lot as well being quirkless. We should let her decide on what she wants to do. Midoriya hated this since he wanted to tell Melissa what he's been through. He really wanted to say something, but he couldn't. This could all be a trap, and yet Melissa was given this opportunity to have a quirk. He understood completely and yet couldn't say anything. He wanted to help her, but the mysterious figure's quirk was stopping him from doing so. Deku, you should understand why I want to do this, but you don't know what it's like being quirkless, Melissa said to him. Midoriya's heart broke, feeling for her. He wanted desperately to tell her, but bit his lip. She was too far away to whisper to her as she stood in front of the mysterious figure. Midoriya couldn't hold this back, but he couldn't do anything to stop this. His knees were shaking and felt dizzy from their quirk, unable to activate One for All. I do understand, Midoriya said under his breath. I just don't want you making a mistake. You're already so smart and talented without one. You don't need a quirk to prove yourself or to be better than everyone else. Melissa seemed to hesitate to go over to the machine, which seemed to bother the mysterious figure. Their quirk activated even more, making Midoriya weak-kneed and almost collapsing from feeling dizzy. Deku! Melissa exclaimed to him. Before she could run over to him, the mysterious figure grabbed her by the wrist very tightly. Midoriya noticed the mysterious figure's eyes glowing blue, but flickered in and out like a glitch. Melissa couldn't run away from her as she dragged her over to the machine. Sorry, but that was the easy way, the mysterious figure said to her. now we're doing this the hard way. Melissa tried to fight through her grip, but somehow she had gotten stronger. And no. Deku! Melissa exclaimed to him. Midoriya tried to get her away from the mysterious figure, but was grabbed by the members of Kage villains. He was still dizzy from the quirk and couldn't activate One for All. He tried so hard as he fought through their grip. One for All was still weak, and he couldn't break out of their grips as they held him down along with the chains. He couldn't get to Melissa as he gritted his teeth in anger. Let go of her. Melissa! Midoriya cried out. Melissa tried to fight her off, but their grip was so strong. The mysterious figure soon dragged Melissa over to the machine, grabbing her wrists and placing them into something to keep her in place. Melissa stood there, trying to get out of the machine's grip. Midoriya tried so hard to get her out of there, but the mysterious figure was already activating the machine. No! Stop! Midoriya cried out through tears, leave her alone. Melissa doesn't want this. Too late. She's already involved, the mysterious figure said to him, you are as well. Your quirk will help us in the long run. The mysterious figure soon pushed a couple of buttons and lever once things were set up. Midoriya tried so hard to activate One for All and felt a little something, but it wasn't enough to activate it. He noticed that the machine was pointing straight at Melissa as it turned on. Melissa's eyes widened in terror as the machine powered up. Melissa! Midoriya cried out. Melissa tried so hard to get away, but soon enough the machine zapped her with some sort of blue laser. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as it circled around her. It acted like static electricity as it surrounded her. She cried out in pain, feeling something coming over her. Midoriya wanted to get over there and stop this machine, but he worried what it might do to her if he stopped it midway there. The blue electricity seemed to be circling around her as if it was acknowledging her. Midoriya was worried what this might do to her as it kept going. He tried to activate One for All, but the mysterious figure had her eyes on him as well as their quirk. Melissa couldn't get away as the blue electricity circled around her. Soon enough, Midoriya noticed her starting to calm down a bit. He noticed that her hair was flowing along with the blue electricity as if a quirk had activated. She didn't seem to look any different, which made Midoriya feel a bit more relieved. But he spotted something about her eyes looking more like what the mysterious figure had. They were glowing blue and were more intense than hers. The mysterious figure soon noticed the machine beeping and turned it off. Once she did, Melissa's hair fell down to her shoulders. She felt her knees shaking as she fell to the floor with her hands still locked into place. Melissa! Midoriya cried out as he tried to get to her. The mysterious figure went over to Melissa and unlocked the things that held her into place. She sat there for a moment as if she didn't know what was going on. Midoriya really wanted to run over and check on her. The mysterious figure looked at Midoriya, and then looked at Melissa. Something about her seemed off as she tried to stand up. Are you okay? Your quirk should be able to function properly. You might feel wobbly or dizzy for a moment, but that'll subside, the mysterious figure asked her. Melissa nodded and tried to get up. She stumbled a little, but soon tried to stand up. Once she touched the thing that held her down, something made it lock into place as if someone were standing there. Melissa's eyes widened in shock, but then looked at her hand. She had done that without even trying. It looks like you have a quirk, Melissa, the mysterious figure said to her. Melissa's eyes widened in shock and looked down at her hands. She noticed a weird, blue static running through her fingers as if she could do something with it. She gripped her hands into fists, and Midoriya noticed her getting upset. Midoriya noticed it, feeling the need to go to her. He had to check on her, but he couldn't get away from the members of the Kage villains. Before he knew it, Melissa tried to throw a punch at the mysterious figure. She dodged her and tried to stop her from using her quirk against her. Why? Why did you do this to me? Melissa exclaimed to her, I was fine without a quirk. Deku reminded me of that. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not quirkless like you and me were, the mysterious figure said to her. He doesn't understand what we've been through. How much we have to do in order to fit in. I know you go through the same thing as well as all of us did. Even so I learned how to use tools to create things. Invent amazing gadgets to help people, Melissa said to her. I never wanted this. I already have the skills I need to do all of those things. The mysterious figure was shocked to hear her say this, and Midoriya really wanted to help her out of here. He felt One for All start to recharge with her quirk starting to focus more on Melissa. He could feel it, but had to focus on it a little more. Don't you want a quirk that can make things easier for you? The mysterious figure asked her, you might even have a quirk that can help us. Melissa, if you really are good at all of those things, then maybe you can help us build this machine. Make it stronger. Help others that don't have that ability. Melissa's eyes widened as she faced her. Midoriya noticed her hesitating, and he knew that he had to do something. One for All soon activated as he suddenly broke out of their grips. He soon launched towards Melissa and tried to grab her. Melissa! We've got to get out of here! Midoriya cried out. Before he could even grab her, he felt someone punch him out of nowhere. He didn't even see them go after him as someone in a hooded cape appeared out of thin air. They had become invisible, which threw Midoriya off a bit. One for All flowed through him as he tried to get some leverage and launched towards Melissa. He tried so hard to reach her, but then someone else got in the way with a quirk that kept throwing him off. One of them suddenly appeared through the floor and punched him similar to Mirio. He wasn't expecting it and felt himself stumble as he headed for Melissa. For a moment, Midoriya felt like a fog came over him and could barely see anything. Something was blocking his eyesight, and then he felt someone punch him in the gut. He tried to fight through it, but then he felt someone slam into him and then against a wall. Midoriya felt like the wind was being knocked out of him, but he tried to get up. He tried to activate One for All, but that user with the phasing through walls came up from behind and pinned him down with no problem. Midoriya was outmatched with a lot of these Kage villains having very stealthy quirks that worked in their favor. Midoriya then noticed Melissa standing across from him, and she looked like she didn't know what to do. Melissa! Get out of here! Go! Midoriya cried out, you can go find Mr. Aizawa and All Might. Melissa didn't respond, which worried him. She didn't even seem to be worried that much, which confused him. Midoriya then worried that the machine did something to her. Midoriya knew that there was more to this machine than he first thought. The mysterious figure then walked over to him with a smile on her face. He noticed that her eyes were blue again and flickering in and out similar to the machine. He wondered if something was wrong with it. You and Melissa aren't going anywhere, the mysterious figure said to him, besides, she looks like she wants to stay. Right, Melissa? Midoriya's heart raced, seeing her still looking confused as to what was going on. Melissa's eyes looked a bit off, but then they started to glow. Midoriya felt chills go up and down his back, seeing her like this. Midoriya knew that something was wrong, and he couldn't get her out of this place. I think I want to update this machine, Melissa said to them. It's amazing, but there's so much more that you can do with this. Midoriya worried about her, knowing that something wasn't right about this Kage villain group. He had a feeling that the machine might have done this without them realizing it. Midoriya noticed Melissa looking at the machine like she could actually make it better or even stronger than it is now. The mysterious figure looked at her with wide eyes like this is exactly who they needed around here. Midoriya tried to get out of their grips, but then noticed one of the hoods came off. His eyes widened, remembering their face on the news. It was that kid that was missing. They had a quirk now and was on the Kage villain's side. Midoriya knew that this machine did something to them. Melissa! Something isn't right. Midoriya cried out, these Kage villains. They're the missing Quirkless kids. They have quirks now because of this machine. Melissa's eyes widened in shock, but then Midoriya noticed her eyes spark a little. Something came over her as if the machine had a weird effect on her, and maybe all of them. The mysterious figure then looked at Midoriya like he knew too much about what was going on. She walked up to him as the others held him up. Midoriya didn't know what she was planning on doing, but something about her seemed different. Like he shouldn't have said anything about what was going on. You're not going anywhere. You know too much already, the mysterious figure said to Midoriya. Whatever your quirk is or whether you were born quirkless or not, you're still part of the plan. Your little friend Melissa here might even able to help us more than we expected. Midoriya's eyes widened, realizing that they were all being used. He looked at Toga, who was realizing what was going on here. She too even seemed a bit confused about this situation. He knew that she was smart enough to realize that something was off around here. She soon locked onto him, and she seemed to understand that this wasn't what she wanted to be a part of. Kuro. What is going on around here? Toga asked the mysterious figure. You never told me about any of this. I thought that we were on the page here. Giving other quirkless kids quirks so that we could all fit in better. The mysterious figure now known as Kuro turned around to face Toga. She seemed annoyed that Toga even said her name out loud. Kuro soon walked over to Toga with glitchy blue eyes which threw her off for a moment. She stood there, staring at her as if she might try to pull something behind her back. Toga. I know that you had a hard time even with a quirk, so I'll give you another chance, Kuro said to her, but you're cutting in really close with Midoriya here. If you two know each other, then I better expect you to stay away from him. Nothing has changed. You will still get what you want if you just stay away from Midoriya. Toga looked at Midoriya and even she didn't know what to do about this situation. Fine. It's not like we're friends or anything, Toga said to her. Midoriya actually noticed her hesitating as Kuro stepped away from Toga. He felt bad for Toga for once and noticed her looking a bit nervous about something. He wondered if he could do something to get them both out of here. Then Midoriya noticed Melissa standing a bit closer to the machine. She looked at it, not even paying attention to Midoriya. Her eyes seemed more interested in trying to make this machine much stronger. Like something took over her, which worried him. So you want to help quirkless kids fit in better around Japan? But what about Deku? Why is he here? He's not quirkless, Melissa asked Kuro. Midoriya noticed her looking at him, which made him stiffen up. Kuro and Melissa both looked at him, which worried him that Melissa was starting to side with them. He didn't want to deal with this, but knew that Melissa under the influence of the machine somehow. True, but like I said, if his quirk can be passed down, then this could change things, Kuro said to Melissa. Midoriya's quirk being a part of this plan could help us make quirkless kids stronger. Stronger than pro heroes. Midoriya's eyes widened, not liking where this was going. Melissa then looked at him as if she was trying to fight something off. But then she looked at the machine as if she was tempted to do something with it. She then reached out to touch it, and Midoriya noticed something changing with the machine. It looked like it was rearranging to the way Melissa wanted it to look and work. Midoriya's eyes widened, seeing her quirk at work. She looked like she had some sort of techapath quirk, which wasn't surprising since she was so good with technology and building inventions. Soon enough, Melissa's quirk stopped as the machine was soon looking like a slightly different version of it. Kuro looked annoyed that she did that without permission, but noticed the differences. Melissa. This is amazing. What did you do exactly? Kuro asked her. This machine gives quirks to anyone who's quirkless, right? So I just upgraded it a bit, Melissa told her. It can give someone a quirk, but also take away a quirk and store it inside of the machine. That way you can give it to someone that deserves it. Midoriya's heart dropped, hoping that this wasn't true. He didn't believe that this could actually work, and yet Melissa had just been given a quirk. They all looked at Midoriya like he was the first one to try it. He activated one for all instantly, but Kuro activated her quirk onto him. He tried to get away as quickly as possible, but Kuro's quirk was getting through to him. Midoriya tried to fight through it, but he couldn't stand up any longer. You're not getting away. Not ever again, Kuro said to him. You're a part of this plan now. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Midoriya tried so hard to stay awake, but knew that her quirk was too strong to fight back. He soon felt himself black out, but saw Melissa looking at him with those blue electric eyes. Something about it didn't feel right. Melissa, I'll get you out of here, I promise. In Class 2A's dormitory. It had been a day since Midoriya and Melissa were captured by the Kage villains. Bakugo and the whole class had get up early to hero train and get ready to go after them. Mr. Aizawa wanted them to get a good night's rest before they head out to find them. Even if they didn't know where they were, Class 2A was determined to find them. Bakugo had gotten up early, ready to hero train right away. Everyone had their breakfast and had their gym uniforms on, ready to go. Even Kitsun was somewhat interested in what they were doing. She wanted to help in some way, even if she couldn't do much with her quirk. They all sat there, ready to help Midoriya and Melissa. Bakugo was quiet as he ate his cereal and orange juice. Something about it felt weird when he came down for breakfast this morning. Even Uraraka seemed a bit quiet about this whole thing. Then again, everyone in their class just found out about One for All and Midoriya's connection to All Might. Everyone was probably feeling a bit weirded out by it. So Midoriya really was quirkless when he was in middle school, huh? Kirishima asked him. He told me that before any of this happened. I guess he wasn't lying about that. Things were different back then. Yeah. That's gotta be a little weird for him, Ashido said to them. I mean, to have friends like us that were born with quirks. That's gotta make him feel a bit out of place. Now I kind of feel bad for him, Kaminari said to them. Midoriya didn't seem like someone that deserved any of this. Not having a quirk, I mean, makes me realize that he had just gotten One for All during the entrance exams, Ida told them. He didn't even know what to do. He just stood there not knowing what to do or how to get points. And then he saved Uraraka from that 0-pointer. He didn't even hesitate to jump in and help her. Bakugo's eyes widened, not knowing anything about that. He looked at Uraraka, and she looked a bit nervous talking about this. Yeah, he was a bit reckless back then, Uraraka said back, but he's definitely gotten stronger. Stronger? He has a multiple quirks within One for All. Mineta exclaimed to them. He's so lucky. Not only that, but he met All Might and got to have the chance to become the next symbol of peace. First the girls, and now these quirks? Why does Midoriya get everything, but I get nothing? I would make a great symbol of peace. Yeah. You'd be called Grape Justice, Jiraiya teased as Kaminari laughed at him. Mineta groaned at her as his face turned bright red. Bakugo was surprised that everyone seemed okay with this. Something about it kind of felt relieving to not hide this from his class anymore. Even if it wasn't his secret, it felt much lighter to see everyone finally being okay with it. But still, something about it felt weird to him. They didn't know what he went through in middle school. Kirishima might have known a little bit about it, but no one even knew about what he had done. Kirishima soon noticed him only playing with his food. Katsuki? Is something wrong? Kirishima asked him. Is this about One for All? We can stop talking about it if it's making you uncomfortable. Bakugo snapped out of it, seeing some of his classmates looking concerned about him. It's nothing, just stupid stuff from middle school, Bakugo said back. What do you mean, Bakugo? Yaoyorozu asked him. You and Midoriya have known each other for much longer than us. Did something happen between you two? Hey, yeah. You knew him when he was quirkless, Kaminari pointed out. Were you guys friends or something? Then again, you two are kind of complicated even in UA. Bakugo flinched from that sentence, and Jiraiya jabbed Kaminari with her earphone jack. He could barely look at them as he barely touched his breakfast. He couldn't seem to find the words to even talk about it. Katsuki. Don't worry about it, Kirishima said to him. We just found out about this last night. You don't need to tell us anything else. Bakugo hesitated, but then realized that they were all supportive of Midoriya, unlike elementary and middle school. He never had that until UA. Something about it seemed to change a lot between them. Even if he didn't see it at times, things were definitely much different. He thought that he would be number one instantly at UA, but things didn't go as planned. I was a bully to him, Bakugo said out loud. There. Is that what you wanted to hear? I was a bully to him for 10 fucking years and never supported or did anything for him. And now things are completely different and he still talks to me. I wouldn't if I were him. They were all shocked to see him lash out like that. He didn't even get up and cause a scene. He just sat there, taking it in like he deserved it. It was quiet as everyone sat there staring at him. He couldn't even look up at them as they all shared looks with each other. Bakugo. We knew that things were a bit complicated, Uraraka told him, but he's not the only one that's changed. You have too. She's right. I'd say you've helped us out more than the first month of being here at UA, Kirishima reminded him. I'd say that you've even been less intense around Midoriya lately. You're not really a bully towards him, just a bit more of a rival if anything, Ashido said to him. Whatever you guys went through in elementary and middle school is over, Uraraka told him. Just think of UA as a clean slate. I'm sure he thought of it as one as well. I can't imagine how it felt to enter UA at the time. When I met him, he was such a nervous wreck that he tripped on his two own feet. Bakugo then noticed Uraraka laughing, but soon started to cry. Everyone worried about her, knowing that she was worried about Midoriya and Melissa. Bakugo felt bad for her, knowing that she was one of his closest friends. Kirishima even got up to check on her. Uraraka. We'll find him, Kirishima asked her, both Midoriya and Melissa. I know I'm just worried that they already took him away, Uraraka said to them through tears. This isn't the League of Villains, this is a whole different villain group, we know nothing about them. Which is why Mr. Aizawa is gonna help us today with hero training. He might even know something about their quirks, Ida pointed out. He's right. We need to focus on hero training and go from there, Yaoyorozu told them. Bakugo noticed Uraraka feeling a bit better as she wiped her tears away. It took her a bit to wipe them away as they soon finished breakfast. Once they were done, they got up and were ready for hero training. They were soon all in Gym Gamma, facing Mr. Aizawa and All Might. Surprisingly enough, there was the principal and Detective Tsukachi with them, which confused them. Even Recovery Girl was there with them to help with some healing just in case. They were surprised that not all of the teachers were there, but wondered if it was because of them not knowing anything about Midoriya's quirk. They needed to keep it between them and no one else. Mr. Aizawa? Not to be rude, but why are they all here? Kaminari asked him. They're here because they apparently already know about One for All. They want to make sure things stay between us and Class 2A, Mr. Aizawa explained to them. Class 2A's eyes all widened in shock, realizing that Recovery Girl and even Principal Nizu knew about it. What surprised them the most was that Detective Tsukachi knew about One for All. Some of them wondered if he knew about this through All Might, which made more sense. All Might told us what happened, and we knew that you all were planning on hero training to get Midoriya and Melissa back, Principal Nizu said to them. You're gonna need some support and information from Detective Tsukachi. He knows about the case and has even ran into a couple of the Kage villains as well. Really? So you know where Midoriya and Melissa are? Ashido asked him with eager in her eyes. Well, not really, Tsukachi said, making them drop their shoulders. I may not know where they are, but I do know some of the quirks that you'd have to deal with. We actually never caught their faces, but have seen their quirk in action. We've noticed that they're usually some kind of stealth-type quirk like Himiko Toga's. One of them has a quirk that can allow them to phase through walls. We almost got another one with a quirk that allows them to distort or mess with a sense like your eyesight or your sense of smell, for example. Class 2A were all surprised to hear this, not expecting such strong quirks. No wonder Toga was a part of this group, Ida said to him. She probably left the League of Villains some time after the winter dance for some reason. Bakugo noticed Uraraka looking a bit guilty, like she could have done something to stop this. She soon shook it off as they focused on hero training. Is there anything else that you can tell us about the Kage villains? Like maybe the one that took Midoriya and Melissa? Yaoyorozu asked him. Bakugo felt weaker than usual because of them messing with his quirk. It was some kind of energy-draining quirk. Detective Tsukachi's eyes widened as he looked at Bakugo as if he was shocked to see him okay and safe. Why, you faced their leader? I didn't know about this, Tsukachi told All Might. Bakugo stiffened up, realizing what had happened. The leader of the Kage villain group took Midoriya and Melissa away. No wonder he had trouble with them. Their leader is always in the shadows and letting their members do their work, Tsukachi told them. Something about Melissa and Midoriya must have pulled them out of hiding. Maybe they could sense something about One for All. Whether they know about it or not, that's just a possibility. We can't slip up when we go up against them. With One for All in their hands, they could become stronger than they already are. Class 2A got nervous, knowing how much trouble Bakugo had with them. Is that all? Mr. Aizawa asked him. Yeah. We don't have a whole lot to go off of, but we're hoping to find them while they're hero training, Tsukachi said back. All Might. We'll find them in any way that we can. We won't let them take Melissa and Midoriya. Hopefully we can find the missing Quirkless kids as well along the way. Let's hope so, All Might said back with genuine eyes. Once Detective Tsukachi and Principal Nizu left, Recovery Girl stayed behind just in case. Soon enough, Mr. Aizawa was ready to hero train them. Now let's get started. Somewhere in the shadows. Toga stood in the abandoned factory, not understanding this plan anymore. She wanted to help them of course, but something about it really annoyed her. They had used her and only wanted her for her quirk and not because they actually cared about her. She left the League of Villains because she needed to figure things out. She thought that this place was a great way to start over, but something about it seemed off. Kuro was working on the machine along with Melissa, which confused her a little. She knew that the missing Quirkless kids were the ones that joined them, but didn't question it. She was never around to see what happens with the machine. It was the first time seeing someone who was Quirkless actually gain one. She had no idea that the machine somehow influenced them in this way. Something about it felt off, and she didn't like it. She looked at it as if it might go off at any moment again. Toga thought that the missing Quirkless kids wanted to join them because they wanted to help other Quirkless kids. She didn't care about that, but what bothered her was the fact that the machine was basically influencing them. Toga hadn't been here for that long and finally noticed that they all had the same glitchy, blue eyes. Something about it gave her chills, knowing that the machine did this to them. She was just glad that she wasn't Quirkless and trusted that thing to give her one. Something about it made her see her quirk in a different way, like she valued it more. It felt strangely good to have something that wasn't tampered or messed with. It was hers and no one could take it away from her. Toga felt a little more relieved, especially after hearing Midoriya say those things to Melissa. Even if she did have a quirk, something about him saying that made her realize that she didn't have to prove anything to herself. Toga was special even with such a weird quirk. Even if he was talking to Melissa, something about it resonated with her. She then looked up to see Kuro and Melissa focused on the machine. They were still working on it as Melissa used her quirk. Something about it was weird seeing her using a quirk that the machine gave her. She kept rearranging the machine with a few tweaks here and there, trying to get it just right. She even updated the things that hold you in place into heavier ones. Toga knew just looking at them that those were meant for Midoriya. She noticed Melissa's eyes glitching blue as if she was overdoing it. Melissa soon stopped, and Kuro got her to settle down for a while. Even some of the others stayed by the machine just to make sure things were in motion. Toga noticed Midoriya in the corner of the factory with a few other Kage villains. She really wanted to do something about this, but didn't know if Midoriya could even do anything. Toga even got into trouble with Kuro, and she knew not to mess with her. Her quirk was scary enough, feeling that energy-draining feeling coming over her wasn't a good feeling. She got chills just remembering how it felt. Toga then put her hands in her pocket, not knowing what to do. Then her eyes widened, realizing that she had Midoriya's phone in her pocket the whole time. She held it, not knowing what to do with it. She couldn't just call Uraraka. She wouldn't trust her, and there's no way that she would call Bakugo. Midoriya clearly needed to be the one to call or text them somehow. Toga hesitated to even help him for a moment, wondering if this was worth it. Midoriya and Uraraka have changed so much ever since the winter dance. She even left the League of Villains because of what happened. She felt like she needed to step away from them and start over. But somewhere along the way, Midoriya and Uraraka had opened up to one another without her even realizing it. They don't need her anymore. But then as she stood there watching him, she realized that she too had changed. She had left the League of Villains and started over because of them. She did all of that, and she didn't know why. Then she found out about One for All, which was too much for her. Something about it though made her feel close to Midoriya in a different way. She knew something that not everyone knew about. But then Midoriya said all of that stuff to Melissa, which got through to her. Something about it made her realize that her quirk was special in her own way. Something that never really made her feel good. Her quirk always made her feel out of place, but she still liked it in some ways. But something Midoriya and what he said made her realize how much she valued her quirk. She even admitted that she kind of liked being herself for once at one point. When she was out of disguise as Uraraka. Something about it felt relieving, like something had changed. She felt like her love for Uraraka and Midoriya was different now, but it felt good. Toga knew that she had to do something, but knew that she had to leave right away. She looked at his phone and noticed the Kage villains standing as if they were guarding him. Toga knew their quirks, and they were so much harder to get around. She then noticed that Midoriya was waking up, but could barely move. He was chained up again on the floor, but clearly was still exhausted from Kuro using her quirk. It had only already been a full night for them staying here, and Toga knew that he was exhausted. He couldn't get out of here and had to rely on his classmates. He wouldn't trust her whether she helped him or not, but for some reason she still wanted to help him. Soon enough, she walked over to the two Kage villains who noticed her right away. Kuro told you not to be anywhere near him. Remember? One of them with a deep voice pointed out. Of course, I just wanted to check on him, Toga said to them. Izuku and I still go way back, you know? They were not impressed and didn't want her anywhere near him. Toga knew that she had to get the phone over to him somehow. She could easily stealthily put it down where they couldn't see it. She just needed to do it fast and without them seeing it somehow. Then Toga noticed them looking at the machine. They seemed somewhat interested in it, which caught her interest. That girl seems to know what she's doing, Toga said to them. She might end up being one of the best Kage villains around if Kuro wants her to stick around. I wouldn't want her around if I were you. She might even replace one of you if she keeps this up. One of them seemed to be bothered by this, Toga knowing that they were the missing Quirkless kids. Something about their eyes seemed to glitch once she said that. Kuro said that my quirk was perfect for this plan, the one with the deep voice said to her. I've been by her side since day one. Yeah, well, Kuro clearly has a new favorite member. You should try to impress her. Maybe she'll want you to stay if you work harder, Toga said to them. You seem like someone that can get a job done when they want to. They soon stepped away from Midoriya enough for Toga to subtly inch her way closer to him. He spotted her stepping closer to her, which seemed to confuse him. She eyed him, giving him a glance down at his phone very inconspicuously. Before the others could even notice her, she carefully dropped the phone onto her foot and skidded it across to Midoriya ever so smoothly. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, not saying a word as he looked up at Toga. She smiled at Midoriya, knowing that they might not see each other again. Toga then walked away as one of the Kage villains walked off towards Kuro. She might have stirred up some drama, which might help them delay the machine. Toga had done her job and now she had to get out of here before she was caught. Toga wanted to look back at Midoriya, but she couldn't get herself to do it. She liked him, but something about it did feel different now. She couldn't be around him anymore, knowing that him and Uraraka were much different now. She eyed Kuro and Melissa as she walked very quietly as if she weren't even there. Toga headed out of there, hoping that Midoriya could handle things for now. She was about to finally exit the abandoned factory when all of a sudden one of the Kage villains caught her leaving. It was one that she always forgets about because they are always hiding in the shadows. She tried not to react as if she expected to be caught. Toga. What are you doing walking away from us? They asked her. You know that Kuro doesn't want us leaving without telling her where you're going. I just needed some fresh air, Toga said to them. Can't a girl get some peace and quiet around here? Besides, it's stuffy in here. They gave her a suspicious look, which Toga tried not to react to. She knew how to handle stuff like this, but they were different. They knew how to hide in the shadows and keep secrets. They stared at her like they could see right through her. I can tell that you're hiding something, they said to her. It better not be anything about Midoriya over there. I heard that you and him have history. We may know each other, but that doesn't mean we're friends, Toga said to them. Besides, he's from UA. He would never be a friend with someone like me. You know what I heard is that Kuro is thinking about replacing Yami with Melissa. She'd be a great replacement, but she might cause some stir up with Yami if you know what I mean. He can be a bit sensitive? They pointed out to her. Exactly, Toga said back. They soon looked at Yami, about ready to talk to Kuro about this whole thing. Toga knew that she got them right where she wanted them. Thanks for the heads up, they said to her. I'll make sure that they don't fight again. They might cause a scene, and we'll have to move everything to a different location again. The shadow quirk user finally slipped through the shadows and headed towards Kuro and Yami. Toga quickly left the factory as quickly and quietly as she could. She was quick on her feet, but knew how to be quiet when she was running. She didn't look back as she realized what she had done. Toga couldn't help smile, knowing that Midoriya would be okay. Somewhere in the shadows. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock after witnessing something that he never expected. Toga had snuck around the Kage villains just to give him his phone back. She knew what she was doing, and yet was helping him anyway. She had came all this way just to help him get his phone back. Toga must have realized something as she somehow skidded his phone over to him. He couldn't believe that she did this for him. Toga even smiled at him, which for some reason made him feel bad for her. Something about her smile seemed genuine as she left him behind. Midoriya had a feeling that she might not come back. She never did anything to help him or even Uraraka. She always did things for herself and the League of Villains. But now she left them and even joined the Kage villains. Something about her though seemed different. Like he got through to her somehow during all of that. Then again, she could have going through something when she left the winter dance. He had no idea, but knew that she definitely was done with the Kage villains. Something about it actually made him more relieved that she got away before she caught with his phone. Something tells me that they might have tested out the machine on her if she didn't get away. He felt chills go up and down his back, knowing that he had to get him and Melissa out of this place. He eyed his phone right next to his foot and subtly moved it underneath his leg. He couldn't afford to get caught with his phone on him. Midoriya then noticed that the one Kage villain looking after him was walking over to Kuro. They didn't look happy and the other one soon stepped away to make sure things were taken care of. Midoriya knew that he had to take this opportunity to text someone. He soon found the group chat that had everyone in it for emergencies or special events going on. He didn't know what to send that would help them find him. He didn't even know where he was. He had to do something soon or else they might spot him sending a text message. He then remembered seeing something like a sticker or logo. He didn't know what it was, but seemed familiar to him. He wondered if anyone would know what it was as he tried to look for it. He soon saw one across from him. Midoriya soon subtly looked around to see if anyone would catch him. Everyone was focused on Kuro and the other Kage villain arguing. He had to do this quickly or else he might get caught. He took a picture, but his hands were a little shaky. He took a couple of pictures just to be sure that he got it. Midoriya wondered if he should take a picture of the machine, but had to get at least this sent to them. It was more important so they could find them. He quickly sent it, feeling himself relax. He had finally helped him and Melissa in some way and now he just had to wait. He quickly hid his phone before they saw it. Luckily they were arguing about something that Midoriya wasn't paying attention to. He spotted Melissa who was caught in the middle of it. He felt really bad for her, knowing that she probably didn't know what was going on. He wondered if she even wanted to do this or if it was the machine's influence on her. Midoriya had to stop Kuro and get Melissa away from her. Kuro was a little upset, but soon this shadow user came out of nowhere and broke them up before they started throwing fists at each other. You guys need to stop. We don't want to relocate again, do we? They pointed out to Kuro and the other Kage villain. But she's replacing me with that American exchange student. The other Kage villain explained to them, Kuro always trusted me for these sort of things. Now you're changing so many things so quickly. I don't know if we should even be doing this anymore. You say you want help Quirkless kids, but all you do is gather them to help you out with this machine. Kuro didn't like where this was going, and Midoriya wondered if this might be his chance of getting out of here. They were arguing and weren't even paying attention to him. If he did, he might able to go about this stealthily just like Toga. He couldn't run or be quiet like her, but he could definitely run really fast. He noticed that Melissa's eyes were flickering from the conflict going on, wondering if he could get rid of that in some way later. Yami. You know that I would never replace you, Kuro said to him, Kajino. Who told you this? Kajino's eyes widened and growled, and Midoriya knew right away that Toga tried to cause drama between them all. It was Himiko. She tricked me, Kajino said to them, she's probably long gone by now. I can't believe she did that. Kuro didn't seem as annoyed or upset as much as Midoriya expected. If anything, she seemed to expect this from her. Then she looked at Midoriya, which gave him chills. He stiffened up, worried that she might be onto him. She smiled subtly at him, and Midoriya knew that he was in trouble. Yami. Nothing has changed, Kuro told him, you're still important to me. If you really feel like we need to stop and go back to what we were doing before, then you're realizing the big picture here. This machine will help us with anyone that deserves Quirk. We can finally help anyone that's been through so much. Just like you. You're the one that wanted to go through with this plan. That's still coming true, but now we have something that can help us help others that deserve it more. Kuro eyed Midoriya, making him freeze in place. He could barely move as her quirk soon made its way towards him. He tried to activate One for All, but then felt a surge of pain going up his head as if something was warning him. He wasn't expecting it, however, as Kuro's quirk soon got to him. He felt the energy draining from him just as he activated One for All. He tried to activate Black Whip to get away, but she had already gotten through to him. Midoriya felt Black Whip fading away as his energy was being drained. He had to get away from her, but she was making him stay in this factory. Soon enough, she walked up to him with a few others following her. He could barely move as he felt her staring at him. Midoriya tried to activate One for All, but it felt like it was slipping away from him. Yami. Unlock Midoriya's chains and bring him over to the machine, Kuro said to them. We need to do something about this quirk of his. He doesn't deserve it as much as others do. Midoriya's heart raced as he tried to activate One for All out of pure instinct. He activated it, but Kuro got through to him again. He tried to shoot out the Black Whip right at her, but Yami got in the way and stopped him. Midoriya noticed how strong he was as Kuro used her quirk on him. Soon enough, the Black Whip dissipated as Midoriya felt One for All slip away from him. He knew that he had to rely on Class 2A to get here just in time. But he knew that he was running out of time. In Gym Gamma, Uraraka and her classmates were hero training all morning. They had to get ready to fight off these Kage villains. Something about this felt good, getting ready to help her friends out. Even if she felt weird at first with Melissa being around, things were different now. She still considered her friend and would never leave Melissa behind like that. That's not what a hero would do. She and everyone else kept hero training with either Jairu, Kuda, Hagakure, Azui, or Shuji. They were all pretty good at stealth in some ways and were able to practice with them. Uraraka got the hang of it since she could definitely use her quirk in a stealthy way. Bakugo on the other hand definitely had trouble with this hero training. Even someone like Todoroki wasn't used to it as well. Uraraka tried her best as she practiced with Jairu as she tried to hear her footsteps from far away. She had get to Jairu without her being spotted or her find a way around her earphone jacks. She knew right away that make her lighter as she made her way towards her. She even floated herself once she got close enough to flip over her and appear before her. Jairu jumped, not expecting her to be so nimble. Oh my gosh! You scared me, Uraraka! Jairu exclaimed to her, I never thought that you would be so good at this. Yeah. I guess I might have picked up a few things from fighting Toga for the past few months, Uraraka said to her. She kind of somehow silences her footsteps. I don't know how, but I took that as inspiration. Wow, isn't it weird to be using a villain's tactic like that? Jairu asked her, I mean, she did capture and disguise as you. Uraraka understood where she was coming from and still didn't like her. But something about using this as a way to get back her friends felt good. It was like she using the villain's tactics to their advantage. It felt kind of satisfying to see things the way Midoriya does. Taking inspiration from others to see if they can do anything with their own quirk and skills. Yeah, but I made it into my own way of helping Midoriya and Melissa, Uraraka told her, so I consider it a win. If you say so, Jairu said back. Uraraka looked back, seeing everyone hero training with their classmates. Yaoyorozu was struggling to come up with stealthy objects and soon got caught by Jairu earlier. Uraraka could tell that she was overthinking it as she kept running towards her. Luckily she seemed to take this really well and knew what to do to improve. Sato did his best to stay stealthy, but his stomps gave him away. He was able to lighten them up, but Jairu still caught him. Bakugo was struggling to get into this kind of hero training, failing to get past Shuji. He was so loud with his explosions that Shuji could hear him from the other side of the gym. Kirishima even tried to be sneaky, which was somehow hard for him too. Something about his stomping being too loud is what got him caught. Ida could barely do anything without getting caught since he was so used to being fast. He tried to be more strategic rather than fast, but Shuji still had the upper hand in this one. Todoroki going up against Kuro, who was able to use the animals, mostly birds, as intel and be his eyes in the sky. Todoroki got confused as to how he was supposed to avoid being seen, but Kuro didn't want to fight Todoroki since they were so different. Kaminari had a hard time with Kuro because he didn't want to accidentally hurt the animals. He didn't know how to go about it without hurting them by accident, which gave Kuro the upper hand. Tokoyami was able to scare the birds off, which gave him the upper hand. Kuro tried to get them back, but Tokoyami soon had the upper hand in this one. Azui was trying to sneak around Ashido with her camouflage, and Ashido had to spot her before she captured her. She did good for a while there, but then Azui was able to get the jump on her and wrap her up in her tongue. It really grossed her out, which didn't help. Even Mineta went up against Azui and tried to throw balls at her to stop her from jumping. He almost got her with it, but she was able to pin him down, which he didn't seem to mind. Hagakure did the same, trying to sneak up on Ojiro. He tried to sense her and even almost tripped her with his tail. Eventually he figured it out and was able to stop her with his tail. Even Aoyama went up against her, trying to shoot lasers at her with his belt. She was able to refract it away from him since she could learn how to do that now. He wasn't used to it, and she somehow got the upper hand. He seemed to be a bit dramatic about losing this one. Zero had to the upper hand since he could just tape her and find her that way. He still had a hard time finding her, but he soon wrapped her up in his own tape. Uraraka was upset that so many of them weren't doing so well with this hero training. She really wanted to get out there and help Midoriya and Melissa. She really thought that they were ready. Even Bakugo seemed like he wanted to go after them, but he too didn't know how to be stealthy or know how to deal with stealthy quirks. Uraraka knew that this training was more about getting used to facing off these types of quirks, but it was still upsetting seeing them not doing so good in general. This is gonna be a tough fight, isn't it? Uraraka asked Jiro. Maybe. Maybe not, Jiro said back, we don't know what's going on over there. Maybe we'll somehow be able to outnumber them and defeat that way. Uraraka hoped that she was right about that. She couldn't risk Midoriya and Melissa once they found them. She really hoped that Detective Tsukachi would find them fast. She didn't know how much longer she could take of just waiting for them to answer. Uraraka really felt the need to go after them herself, but would never go without backup and friends. I really want to believe that you're right about that, Uraraka told her. Soon enough, everyone settled down in Gym Gamma to get some water. Uraraka noticed Mr. Aizawa and All Might talking as they stood around the gym, getting ready for another round. She wondered what they were talking about, but knew not to eavesdrop on them. Uraraka? Ida interrupted her thoughts. Huh? What? Uraraka said back. I said that we should switch up partners just so that we can get a better grip on this hero training, Ida said to her. Yes please. I've had enough of Shuji and his annoying ears picking up everything that I do, Bakugo said to them. That's because you don't know how to be stealthy, Shuji said to him, which only made him prove his point even more when he yelled at him. Why don't we go around Bakugo? Azui asked him, see if you can catch me, but I doubt you will. Bakugo took that as a challenge, and they soon started to get ready to hero train. Before they could even step back onto the gym floor, all of their phones went off simultaneously. They all whipped their heads over to their phones, confused as to what just happened. They all stood there looking at each other, realizing what it might be. You don't think? Ida asked them before even grabbing his phone. They all got nervous and soon grabbed their phones to look at the text message that they got. It was Midoriya. They were all shocked to see Midoriya sending them something. That meant that he was okay and trying to help them in some way. But whatever he sent them confused pretty much everyone. He sent them a picture of a sticker or logo of something old. And why would Midoriya send us this? Kaminari asked them. I have no idea, but maybe he's trying to give us a clue as to where he is, Yaoyorozu said to them. That's probably the best guess. Yeah, but this could be anything, Kirishima said to them. I can't even tell what it is. It looks like a sticker of some sort, Uraraka said to them. Maybe a logo. Ugh. I can't tell what it is, Ashido said to them as she got impatient. Alright everyone. Phones away, Mr. Aizawa told them as he cancelled their quirks, you know the rules. Boo but Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya sent us a text message, Ida pointed out. it could be important. All Might and Mr. Aizawa were shocked to hear this as Ida shared what he sent to them. They were equally confused as they all looked at it. All Might seemed to be somewhat interested in this, and Bakugo noticed it looking familiar as well. They didn't know why, but something about it seemed to stump them a bit. This looks familiar, All Might said to them. I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah, me too, Bakugo said back. It looks like a logo of some sort. Maybe for merchandise. It's possible that they're in an old and maybe abandoned factory, Mr. Aizawa pointed out. I don't recognize the logo though. Bakugo noticed how familiar it looked, and his eyes lit up. He knew what this was as looked up at All Might. This is a factory that made trading cards, Bakugo said to them. I knew I recognized it somewhere. They used to make these all the time back when I was little. I heard that the factory was abandoned a long time ago because it wasn't doing so well against other merchandise. He must be there. He must have took a picture, knowing that you'd recognize it, All Might told him. Bakugo looked at the picture, wondering if there was anything else that he should look at. There wasn't anything else on the picture, but it definitely looked abandoned. Class 2A all looked at the picture, and then back at Mr. Aizawa. Is that factory far away? Maybe we can go get him right now, Ashido asked them. It's not far, but they might have caught him in the act, Mr. Aizawa told them. The Kage villains tend to go from location to location so that we don't catch them. They're pretty hard to catch because of their quirks. Class 2A worried about them, but they knew that they needed to go after them. All Might soon called Detective Tsukachi to tell him where they were. They all knew that they had to go after their friends right away as they grabbed their backpacks and shoulder bags. Mr. Aizawa. Please let us help, Yaoyorozu said to him. As Class Republic, I need to be there to help my friends. We want to do this to save our friends, Ida said to him. I can't let them get taken away from us. Mr. Aizawa let out a sigh and soon waved them out of the gym. Come on. Go get your hero costumes on and meet me over by the front gate, Mr. Aizawa told them. We've gotta go before they abandon the factory. Class 2A all got excited, but knew that this was serious. They all ran through the doors, heading for UA to grab their hero costumes. Uraraka and everyone else ran as fast as they could, trying to stay quiet since classes were going on. They had to stay quiet so no one would stop classes. Uraraka soon made her way to grab her hero costume and so did everyone else. Before they knew it, they were all dressed and ready to go. Uraraka and everyone else stood tall and were ready to go get Midoriya and Melissa back. As soon as they left the school, they spotted Mr. Aizawa with All Might and Detective Tsukachi. They were ready to head out towards the abandoned factory. Alright. Let's head out, Class 2A. Meanwhile, in the abandoned factory, Midoriya's heart was racing as Yami walked over to him as his energy drained a little from Kuro's quirk. He could feel one for all, but it was still weak from her tampering with it. He soon felt a surge of pain running up and down his head as if something was warning him. Kuro was getting the machine ready, and Midoriya tried to fight through Yami's grip. Yami soon took his chains off of the floor and grabbed onto Midoriya tightly so he wouldn't get away. He pulled Midoriya towards the machine as he tried to fight him off. He ran for it, but Yami was really strong. Midoriya could barely reach out to One for All, but something about it did feel different. He felt a pain surge up his head again as if it kept warning him to get away. Midoriya then spotted Melissa as she stood there with them. He locked onto her as Yami dragged him towards the machine. She looked out of it as if the machine had done something to her. Melissa! Please stop the machine! Midoriya cried out, I know you would never let this happen. We're friends. I may not be quirkless, but that doesn't mean that I didn't have a hard time like you did. Melissa's eyes flickered in and out as if he was getting through to her. She soon widened her eyes as if she could see what was happening to Midoriya. Yami soon pulled him over towards the machine, making Melissa snap out of it. Before she could even stop the machine, Kuro activated her quirk on Melissa. She felt her energy draining away from her as she tried to reach for the machine. Melissa turned around to see Kuro standing over her. It looks like we need to use the machine on you again, Kuro said back. Your quirk might be fading away already. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, not expecting her to say that. That made him lose focus and got chained to the machine as Yami took off his chains and hooked him up to it. He tried to get away, but realized that Melissa's quirk was temporary. He realized that this machine might be a temporary thing for him as well. Still, he couldn't let this happen to One for All. Well, what do you mean my quirk is temporary? Melissa asked as she felt herself being weakened. Exactly that. The machine only gives you a quirk for a little while. But the more you use it, the longer you will get used to it and have it for a longer amount of time, Kuro explained to her. Don't worry. You can go up next. First things first, Midoriya here needs to be taught a lesson. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as Kuro walked over to the machine. He tried so hard to get out of it, but Kuro's energy made him weak in the knees. He tried to activate One for All, but that surging pain was breaking his concentration. She soon flipped a few switches and pressed a couple of buttons as Melissa realized what she had done. Oh, and Melissa. Thank you for this upgrade, Kuro told her. I couldn't have done this without you. Now we can finally take quirks away, store them and give them to anyone who deserves it. You're going to help a lot of quirkless kids. Melissa's eyes widened as Midoriya locked onto her. He couldn't get out of this machine as Kuro soon pulled a lever to activate it. Midoriya felt the machine powering up more than before, making his heart race. His head was hurting so much that he couldn't focus on what was going on. His energy was being drained as he tried to activate One for All, but nothing worked. Melissa! You've got to stop this machine. Midoriya cried out, please. You can't let them do this. Midoriya then noticed the machine building up as if it needed more time to take his quirk. He couldn't get away from it as he tried so desperately to activate One for All. Something about it seemed stronger than before, which scared Midoriya, seeing the blue electricity becoming a much stronger surge of power. Melissa tried to go after the machine, but Kuro's energy draining her quirk was getting through to her. Midoriya's eyes widened as the power building up soon launched right at him. Melissa! Midoriya cried out. Deku! Melissa cried out to him through tears, no. Soon enough, the blue electricity surged through Midoriya. His heart was racing, feeling the energy all around him. It was so strong that he didn't expect it to feel this way. He felt his legs shaking a lot as the surge of electricity tried to wrap around him. Midoriya cried out in pain, feeling something coming over him. He felt a weird and uncomfortable feeling of something reaching into him. Stop this! Melissa cried out, you can't do this to him. Kuro's eyes flickered as well for a moment, but she shook it off and kept this going. Sorry, but we need to do this in order to help other quirkless kids. Besides, he doesn't deserve it as much as others, Kuro said to her. You could even have it if you really wanted to. Midoriya tried to fight through this, but the blue electricity was soon wrapping around him as if it acknowledged him. He soon got those surging headaches again as he tried to activate One for All. The more he did that, however, the more he noticed the machine was recognizing his quirk. It kept trying to wrap around him, but he kept fighting back. Something about it didn't feel right, and soon Midoriya felt something inside of him being tugged away. It was One for All. Midoriya's heart was racing, and he couldn't stop this from happening. All Might told him that no one could take it away from him unless he gave it to someone. No one could take it away from him, and yet this machine was stronger than he expected. He tried to fight through it, feeling himself refusing to let it go. And no, why you won't take it away, Midoriya said as he gritted his teeth. This is my quirk, I worked hard for it, you can't just take it away from me too, won't let you. Midoriya tried to keep fighting it, hoping that Bakugo or anyone else saw his text. He really needed them right about now. Midoriya kept fighting, but the blue electricity was starting to wrap around him even more. He felt like the blue electricity was trying to reach inside of him and find One for All. Midoriya didn't like that feeling as he tried to fight it off. You worked hard for this quirk? Kuro said to him as her eyes flickered in and out. Deku, Melissa said through tears as she felt weaker from Kuro's quirk. I'm sorry. Midoriya suddenly felt that surge of pain running up his head again, making him lose focus. He felt like something reached inside of him and tried to grab onto One for All. Suddenly, Midoriya felt like One for All was fighting back as his eyes glowed like a kaleidoscope. He even glowed brightly as if it was trying to stop the machine from taking it away. Suddenly there was a gust of wind coming from Midoriya as if he caused it to happen. Kuro and everyone else were so confused as to what was going on as they watched Midoriya glowing brightly. What the hell? What is this? Kuro asked. Melissa tried to reach up, noticing what was going on. Midoriya couldn't even see them anymore as One for All took over and tried to stop it from taking it. Melissa's hand reached out to him, wanting to help him. Tears ran down her face, knowing that he didn't deserve this. Deku! Melissa cried out. All of a sudden, someone crashed through some windows and doors as they came in from the front and back. Class 2A and Mr. Aizawa finally arrived, ready to help their friends. With Class 2A, they all arrived just in time as All Might and Detective Tsukachi made their way over to the abandoned factory. Class 2A knew that they'd arrive soon as they finally entered through the windows and doors all around the factory. They all stood there, finally facing off against the Kage villains. Bakugo and Uraraka stood there, ready to take them down. He even got his gauntlets out and was ready to face them since they were prepared to face their quirks. They got ready as a few of them got their quirks ready to fight them off. You're not stopping us from getting that kid's quirk. Yami cried out, not while we're here. Bakugo and Uraraka were already shocked to hear this, but couldn't lose focus. They had to fight through them to get to Midoriya and Melissa. He caused some smoke to emerge from his hands, ready to take them on. Sorry, but you're gonna have to stop us first, Bakugo said to them with a smirk. Soon enough, Yami ran in to punch Bakugo as he dodged him really easily. Bakugo then swung an explosive punch right back at him as others came in to fight Class 2A. One of them tried to sneak up on Uraraka, but Bakugo quickly spotted them and told her to duck. He quickly swung an explosion right at them as smoke came up in front of them. Uraraka spotted them easily now and touched them so they were floating in the air. She grabbed them and swung them down to pin them to the floor. Bakugo smirked, realizing that Uraraka was ready to help Midoriya and Melissa. He soon noticed Yami trying to fight him, but managed to dodge him pretty easily. His punches were strong, but he had wide-open swings that were easy to dodge. Then as he swung his own explosives at him, Yami managed to dodge it by phasing through a wall. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock, remembering what Tsukachi told them. He didn't know that he was the one with that quirk. He waited for him to come up, but didn't expect him to come up from the floor as he punched him. Bakugo felt that as he fell to the floor. He stood up as he gritted his teeth in anger. Yami stood over him with a smile as well as if didn't mind fighting someone like him. You're pretty strong, but not strong enough, Yami said to him. Bakugo noticed Class 2A fighting the others and noticed that the hooded capes were coming off. One by one, Mr. Aizawa realized who they were. Bakugo was confused as to why he was shocked when facing them. What is Mr. Aizawa? Ida asked him. These are the missing Quirkless kids, Mr. Aizawa told them. Bakugo's heart skipped a beat, realizing what was going on. They were a part of the Kage villains for some reason. He didn't understand it, but Yami seemed a bit off as Bakugo looked at him. His eyes were glowing a blue electric color, but it was glitching as if something was wrong with him. He didn't know if it was his quirk or something else since they just got here. You have no idea what's been going on around here, Yami told him, you might as well learn the hard way. Yami went at him full-on punch, but Bakugo flipped over him with an explosion. He tried to grab onto his arm, but Yami was strong as he tried to slam Bakugo into the floor. He suddenly felt him slam down hard, not expecting him to be so strong. Before he could get up, Yami was about to punch him. Bakugo instinctively used his explosions to get Yami away from him, but he kept going at it. He still got burned, but didn't back down from the fight. Bakugo felt like something was wrong as his eyes glowed a weird blue that seemed to make him stronger. Bakugo felt him punch his side, but soon managed to pick him up by the throat. He tried to burn his arm, but Yami wasn't budging. I told you that you weren't strong enough, Yami said to him. Before Bakugo could say anything, Todoroki froze him into place. Bakugo felt his grip loosen up from him being frozen and soon got away from him. Yami was freezing cold, but soon phased through it. Todoroki ran over to Bakugo to check on him, but Yami was still going at it. Their other classmates were helping out and trying to fight off the Kage villains. Bakugo noticed Uraraka fighting them off with Jiro and Mr. Aizawa. He kept cancelling out their quirks, which helped them in the long run. They were strong stealth-like quirks, but were outnumbered by a few of them. Bakugo faced Yami, but felt like something wasn't right here. He had a feeling that something was going on in the back area of the factory. Bakugo could feel something strong coming from that area, and it wasn't anything good. Icy hot. We need to get back there, Bakugo said back, something's going on, and he's not letting us through for a reason. Midoriya and Melissa must be back there, Todoroki said back, I'll distract him while you make a run for it. Todoroki faced off against Yami, and Bakugo soon got ready to flip over him. As soon as Todoroki tried to freeze him, Yami phased through it so easily. Bakugo pretended to go after him as Yami went at him with a punch. Before he could, however, Bakugo flipped over him and sent an explosion right in his face. He caused some smoke to come up, which helped him get away from Yami. He soon spotted Uraraka, Ida, and Mr. Aizawa trying to get through them as well. Class 2A was fighting the others off, and Bakugo had to get to Midoriya and Melissa. Bakugo soon swung an explosion right at one of the Kage villains that didn't see him coming. Mr. Aizawa, Uraraka, and Ida soon were able to get away from them as they ran to go after Midoriya and Melissa. We've got to get to Deku and Melissa, Bakugo said to them, something's wrong. As they ran, something felt a little off. Bakugo for a moment felt like he couldn't see where he was going. He thought that he got some smoke in his eyes, but it wasn't going away. He soon looked around to notice that he couldn't see Uraraka, Ida, and Mr. Aizawa. Bakugo couldn't find them anywhere and had a feeling that someone was messing with his eyesight. Mr. Aizawa. Use your quirk, Bakugo told him even though he couldn't see him, someone is here with that sensory quirk. Before he knew it, however, he felt like someone was sneaking up on him. He tried to send out an explosion at them, but they weren't there anymore. Someone was messing with him, but soon his eyesight came back. He was back in the factory, and then saw someone trying to get the jump on Mr. Aizawa. Bakugo soon swung his explosions right at them, which shocked Mr. Aizawa. Watch out! Bakugo cried out. Bakugo stopped them from taking Mr. Aizawa down, knocking them out with an explosion. It was a camouflage-type quirk, but it didn't make them invisible all the way. Class 2A had defeated them, but a couple of them got away to head over to the back room. Soon enough, Detective Tsukachi and his police force came barging in to grab them. Even All Might came by and couldn't believe what he was seeing. These are the missing Quirkless kids, All Might pointed out. Class 2A were all shocked to hear this, realizing that there was more going on than they expected. Even All Might and Mr. Aizawa weren't expecting this. Some of them got away, Uraraka told them, we've got to go after them. Deku and Melissa need our help. Before they even ran for it, Bakugo noticed a weird breeze coming from the back room. It felt strong enough to give him chills. Something about this energy felt off, like something wasn't quite right with it. Class 2A didn't seem to notice yet, but Bakugo noticed All Might getting a bit of a weird feeling. Bakugo didn't like this at all. Something's wrong, All Might said to them. What? What do you mean, All Might? Uraraka asked him with wide eyes. It feels like there's something wrong with One for All Might told them. Bakugo's eyes widened along with everyone else. Before he knew it, he was running over to the back room. Everyone ran over for it, following Bakugo through the abandoned factory. He felt the wind picking up, which only gave him more chills up and down his whole body. Something about this felt off, but then he suddenly felt like he ran into a burst of energy. Everyone felt it and instinctively used their arms as shields to force their way through. They didn't understand what was going on, but Bakugo tried to get a good look at it. Bakugo's heart raced, seeing Midoriya hooked up to this giant machine. Not only that, but he was glowing like a kaleidoscope through his eyes and body. The machine was surging out a lot of blue electricity and wrapping around Midoriya as if it was trying to do something to One for All. Midoriya! Class 2A cried out in unison. Bakugo then spotted Melissa on the floor along with a couple of the Kage villains. He went over to help her, but she was crying. She didn't even expect to see Bakugo there along with everyone else. Bakugo? Uncle Might? Why you're all here? Melissa exclaimed to them. Melissa! What's going on? Ida cried out. It's Deku. The Kage villains are trying to take his quirk with this machine. Melissa explained out loud. Class 2A, Mr. Aizawa and All Might were all shocked to see this happening. They had just found out about One for All and now this was happening to him. Melissa was crying as if something happened that she wished she didn't do. It's my fault. I shouldn't have helped them. Melissa explained to them, I don't know what came over me. It was the machine. There's something wrong with it. Bakugo and everyone else was confused, but had to stop this right away. We need to stop this machine. All Might cried out. Mr. Aizawa went to shut it off, but he felt his quirk being drained instantly. He felt his knees shaking and tried to fight through it as Kuro came up from behind the machine. Bakugo gritted his teeth in anger, knowing that she was the leader. The one that took Midoriya and Melissa away from them. You're not going anywhere near this machine. In the abandoned factory. Class 2A, Mr. Aizawa and All Might all witnessed Midoriya's quirk being taken away by this giant machine. They couldn't believe what was happening as the one that took Midoriya and Melissa away stood there. She smiled at the machine as if she wanted this to happen all along. Bakugo gritted his teeth, knowing that she did all of this to Midoriya and Melissa. She even had a quirk, which shocked them and didn't expect it. Midoriya glowed intensely because of One for All as the blue electricity surrounded and circled around him. His eyes glowed very brightly with all sorts of colors, trying to fight against the machine. Uraraka, Bakugo, and the rest of Class 2A didn't know what to do as they stood there. They couldn't even look away, seeing One for All glowing so brightly as the wind picked up all around them. We need to stop this machine. Uraraka cried out. Melissa here helped us upgrade it, so there's no way I'm letting you disassemble it. They were all shocked to hear this and turned to Melissa, who was looking guilty for doing this. Some of them even noticed that her eyes were glitching as if something was wrong with her. They were glitching a blue electric color just like Kuros and all of the other Kage villains. What did you do to her? Bakugo asked her. Melissa would never help you make something dangerous like this. Dangerous? This machine gave me my quirk, Kuro said to them. It gave us all quirks. That's why we're here. To build this machine and give quirkless kids a chance to fit in. Even Melissa here has a quirk now. Class 2A all whipped their heads at her, not expecting this to happen. All Might ran over to her to check on her and make sure that she was okay. Melissa could barely look at them, feeling guilty for what she did. Melissa? Is this true? All Might asked her. Melissa hesitated to say anything as she looked at her shaky hands. She couldn't get herself to say anything, but Bakugo could tell that she might have done something with it. Tears came up from underneath her eyes, which caught their attention. Yes, this machine gave me a quirk, Melissa explained to them. I couldn't control it though something felt off about it. All Might and everyone else was shocked to hear this. Bakugo looked at the machine as the wind picked up around Midoriya. One for All was fighting back for some reason against the machine. Wait a minute, Kaminari said over the wind, if this machine gave Melissa a quirk, then what about Midoriya? What are you doing to him? Yaoyorozu asked him. Kuro's eyes glitched, and Bakugo noticed her looking a little worried for a moment. But then she smiled once her eyes were glowing blue again. Before she could say anything, One for All's power seemed to be getting pulled away from Midoriya. Everyone looked at him as the wind picked up and blew everyone away from the machine. Bakugo tried to hold on to something, but there wasn't anything to grab onto. They all tried to help each other out as Bakugo felt himself getting pushed towards the machine. He soon grabbed onto it, trying to climb towards Midoriya. He then noticed Uraraka trying to grab onto something, but there was nothing to grab onto. He quickly reached out and grabbed her to hold onto the giant machine. Thanks, Uraraka said to him. Don't thank me yet. We need to stop this machine, Bakugo said to her. Zero had launched tape right at a pillar to stop himself from flying away from Midoriya. He grabbed onto Kirishima and Todoroki since they almost lost their footing. Mr. Aizawa tried to use his scarf, but he was weak from Kuro's quirk. He grabbed All Might before he could fly away from Midoriya. All Might held on to Melissa, but she was struggling to stay with him. Azui was able to grab a few of their friends as Mineta stopped some of them from flying off with his sticky balls. Even Shuji and Tokoyami were able to stop a few of them from flying off. Bakugo then noticed Kuro laying down on the floor near the machine. He tried to climb alongside the machine along with Uraraka, but the burst of energy was so strong. It felt like One for All was fighting against the machine, trying to stop it from getting taken away. Uraraka tried to hold on to it, but felt herself slipping away. Bakugo held on to her as they kept going. What do we do? Uraraka cried out, Izuku need us. There's nothing you can do about it now. Kuro cried out, you're too late. Soon Midoriya's quirk will be ours. We can finally help other quirkless kids who deserve this quirk way more than him. Uraraka and Bakugo were shocked to hear this, but then realized that Kuro didn't know about One for All. She thought that he was born with this quirk. They couldn't reveal it to her, but this wasn't okay whether he was born quirkless or not. You can't do this. Uraraka cried out, you don't know anything about him. Whether he's quirkless or not doesn't give you the right to take it away from him. He's been through a lot just like any other quirkless kids around Japan. Kuro's eyes glitched again as if something was wrong. Bakugo noticed her looking scared as to what was going on, as if something was wrong with Kuro's quirk. Bakugo then knew that the machine did this to her. He could tell that she was fighting through something as her eyes glitched in and out like that. Bakugo then looked at Midoriya, who was trying to stop the machine from taking One for All away from him. His eyes were glowing as if One for All had activated all around him. It wasn't letting up as the wind picked up and pushed them away from him. Bakugo tried to climb over to Midoriya as Uraraka tried to hold on to it as well. Bakugo. What do we do? Uraraka cried out. We need to stop this damn machine. Bakugo cried back. Uraraka looked at the machine, but didn't understand any of it. Even Bakugo couldn't figure it out, but then he spotted something that made him freeze up. There was a storage container inside of it, as if it was trying to store One for All. He could see something trying to enter the machine, but Midoriya wasn't letting it. Bakugo didn't know how to stop it as he looked at all of the buttons, switches and levers. I don't know how to stop it. Bakugo cried out, I could make it stronger without meaning to if I don't know what I'm doing. We need Melissa. She can help us. Uraraka cried out. Bakugo's eyes widened, realizing that she had a quirk now. Somehow this machine was able to give her a quirk. He turned around, trying to look for her. It took a while to find her, but he spotted her with All Might and Mr. Aizawa. They were helping each other as the wind picked up. Bakugo then looked at Uraraka, and then spotted Zero nearby. Zero. Bring Melissa over to us. We need her to shut off the machine. Bakugo cried out. On it. Zero said to him. Zero soon used his tape to swing over to Melissa. She seemed hesitant to help them, but soon Zero got through to her. Bakugo then looked at Uraraka, ready to grab Melissa. Use your zero gravity quirk to help pull her over here, Bakugo said to her. I'll hold on to you so you don't go flying. Uraraka's eyes widened but then nodded as she turned on her quirk. Bakugo quickly grabbed her as she reached out for Melissa. Zero soon brought her over to him as she was swung over to them. His tape soon came off of her as Zero tried to help out his friends. Melissa held on to the machine, but she seemed to be hesitant to help them. Melissa. We need you. Uraraka cried out. I can't, Melissa said back. I'm the one that did this, I'm sorry. Uraraka and Bakugo shared a look, knowing that she was going through something in the middle of this. She even fought through tears as they held on to the machine. Bakugo needed Melissa to help them, however. Melissa. This machine did this to you, Bakugo told her. Whatever happened was because of this thing. You didn't mean to do any of it. Besides, we need you to turn it off. If you really helped upgrade it, then maybe you can help turn it off, Uraraka explained to her. Melissa then looked at them as her eyes glitched a little from the machine's effects on her. She seemed to look more confident in herself as her eyes glowed blue again. Bakugo was worried about her, but then she soon climbed around the machine to turn it off. They followed her as Melissa looked for a way to shut it off. Bakugo and Uraraka helped her stay put as she went through some switches and buttons. Once she touched it, however, they noticed something coming over her. It was like the machine was responding to her, but Melissa soon stopped what she was doing to look at it. Melissa noticed that the machine was still trying to take away Midoriya's quirk. She looked at Midoriya, who looked like he was starting to be overwhelmed by the blue electricity wrapping around him. He was gritting his teeth as if he was fighting against the machine. He's exhausted. Deku might not be able to fight against this for much longer. Melissa cried out, we need to do something right now. Melissa touched the machine without meaning to, and the machine responded to her. It seemed to power up when she didn't mean to do that, making the machine stronger. Melissa's eyes widened in shock as Midoriya's eyes widened from the power burst. The blue electricity got more intense, making his legs shake from the intensity. He could barely fight against it as the machine tried to take his quirk. Izuku. No. Uraraka cried out. Melissa tried to calm down as she soon realized that machine was pulling something out of him. They could see a weird rainbow aura coming out of Midoriya as he fought against it. The blue electricity circled around him as if it had found his quirk. His eyes widened as if he knew what was going on. Melissa's eyes widened, not liking where this was going. She tried to figure out what to do as she faced the machine. Then she looked at her hand, and then Midoriya. She remembered what he said to her earlier. She didn't have to prove herself to anyone or have a quirk to fit in. Melissa was smart and talented even if without a quirk. She faced the machine, seeing where the switches and buttons were arranged. She remembered how Kuro turned it on and knew what to do. Melissa noticed a button that she recognized that seemed to help fuel the blue electricity some more energy. She pressed the button, hoping for the best. Once she pushed it, the blue electricity seemed to subside. One for All seemed to respond as the rainbow aura suddenly formed back into Midoriya. He looked exhausted, but the blue electricity was still going at it. Melissa had to keep going as she tried to find another switch or button. Melissa found a switch that was the only one, flipped the other way and flipped it back. That seemed to slow it down a bit, which helped Midoriya catch his breath. The blue electricity was still going at it, however. It was circling around him like it couldn't let go of him. Melissa looked everywhere for the next step, but didn't know where to look. She didn't remember what other button Kuro pushed. None of them stood out as Midoriya's quirk started to react to the blue electricity. Something about it seemed to be slowing down a bit, but was still being pulled away from him. Melissa looked around and noticed that the machine had to power up earlier. She then noticed a lever that hadn't been touched. Melissa then remembered Kuro pulling the lever, and so Melissa pulled it back. That caused the machine to power down, causing the blue electricity to shut down. One for All seemed to calm down, but Midoriya was still glowing as if it couldn't turn off. The machine soon powered down, and Midoriya's cuffs holding him into place unlocked from the machine being turned off. He soon collapsed onto the floor as One for All kept glowing. Izuku! Uraraka cried out as they all ran over to him. Everyone ran as fast as they could to get to Midoriya, and Uraraka noticed One for All was still glowing. She and everyone else could feel it acting up as if it couldn't shut off. He was laying down, but clearly conscious as his eyes glowed from One for All's aura and energy radiating off of him. Everyone was worried about him, and Uraraka ran over to him to help him. But then Bakugo grabbed her, worried that something might happen to her. Bakugo! What are you doing? I need to help Izuku, Uraraka said to him. Something's wrong with One for All, Bakugo said to her, you shouldn't go anywhere near him. Uraraka and everyone else stared at Midoriya, worried about him. His eyes were wide open as they glowed a bright rainbow color. His body was glowing as well, but it was more subtle than before. It looked like the glow around him was coming off of him as a mist, as if it started to calm down. Uraraka looked back at Midoriya, wanting to help her boyfriend. Soon enough, however, Uraraka pulled away from Bakugo and ran over to him. He got nervous as she sat down to check on him. Izuku? Are you okay? Please wake up, Uraraka said to him as her voice cracked. Midoriya barely responded to her as she lifted him up onto her lap to help him feel better. She remembered how her quirk evolved along with his and soon activated her quirk to heal his. Izuku, just stay still and let me help you, Uraraka said to him. Midoriya laid on her lap as she placed her hands onto his head to help heal him. Her quirk glowed pink, which seemed to resound to One for All. It seemed to acknowledge it as it soon calmed down. His eyes were still glowing, but the aura around him seemed to fade away. Then Kuro stood nearby as her eyes started to go back to being onyx eyes instead of blue. She stared at Midoriya as if she didn't mean to do any of this. Well, what just happened? Didn't mean to do any of this, I just wanted to help Quirkless kids fit in more with everyone else, Kuro said to them with tears in her eyes. Bakugo gritted his teeth in anger, realizing what had happened to Midoriya. Kuro did this, but she says that she didn't mean to do any of this. She clearly didn't know that the machine was doing this to them and somehow influenced them. But he still didn't like the fact that she said that when she didn't even realize who hooked up to the machine. You idiot, you have no idea what you were messing with. Bakugo cried out, Deku has been through more than you think, and you did this to him? You don't even know what is Quirk or how important it is. You could have messed up everything. Kuro's eyes widened in shock, unable to say much else. Her eyes filled up with tears as she faced Bakugo. 2M, I'm sorry, Kuro said to them. I'm sorry, I wanted to help Quirkless kids, that's all I wanted to do. Class 2A all looked at her, realizing that they weren't necessarily villains per se. Kuro and her group were just trying to help others fit in with everyone else. They just wanted to feel less out of place and make sure they get a chance of becoming a hero. Uraraka and Bakugo kind of felt bad for her, realizing that the machine was stronger than they expected. They wondered if this machine had that much of an influence on him. Uraraka kept healing Midoriya and noticed that the aura around him seemed to finally settle down. His eyes even started to glow less, but something happened as she healed him. Class 2A were all in awe, seeing the aura around Midoriya swirl around him as if it was trying to heal him. It soon absorbed into him as it activated inside of him how it usually activated. That caused some rainbow sparks to come off of him as his eyes glowed intensely for a minute. They all shielded their eyes, not expecting this to happen. Soon enough, it faded away. Class 2A all looked at Midoriya and Uraraka, hoping that he was okay. She held him close, hoping that he would wake up or respond to her. She felt hot tears start to form when he wasn't responding to her, trying to wake him up. He laid there on her lap, not moving an inch. Izuku. Wake up. Please wake up, Uraraka said to him through tears. For a moment, Uraraka thought she felt one for all flowing through him. Then he squinted his eyes like something hurt and soon held his head like he had a really bad headache. She couldn't help but smile, seeing Midoriya wake up. He looked up and smiled up at her with his usual green eyes. Ochako, you're here, Midoriya said under his breath. She couldn't hold herself back any longer and hugged him really tightly. Her embrace hurt him a little though, so she gave him space. Sorry. I was worried about you, we all were, Uraraka said to him as she eyed Class 2A. Midoriya's eyes widened and turned around to see Class 2A, Mr. Aizawa and All Might. Even Bakugo was here, and Uraraka noticed him getting emotional about this. He couldn't look away, seeing his classmates and friends all here. Uraraka could tell that he appreciated them finally showing up to help him and Melissa. You're all here, you got my message, Midoriya said to them. I'm glad. Yeah. Bakugo was actually the one to figure out where you were, Kaminari said to him, who knew that he was a fanboy like you. Bakugo gave him a dirty glare, making him jump back a bit. Midoriya couldn't help but smile, and Uraraka felt so relieved seeing him smiling. I knew you would. This factory is the place that made those trading cards that we liked so much, Midoriya said to him. We used to get those all the time when we were kids. Bakugo flinched as if this was embarrassing and didn't look at anyone in the eyes. I don't remember, Bakugo said under his breath. Midoriya tried to stand up, but his head pounded so much that he almost fell over. Uraraka and everyone else went over to help him, but she grabbed him just in time. She held him before he could fall to the floor. Izuku, are you okay? Uraraka asked him, that machine really messed with your quirk. Midoriya held his head as he tried to walk with her help along the way. He stumbled a little from feeling exhausted. Soon enough, Ida ran over to him and helped him up since he was exhausted. He could fall asleep right then and there as they carried him. As they walked over to Class 2A, Midoriya noticed Melissa. Uraraka noticed him looking worried about her as they came over to them. Melissa, are you okay? Midoriya asked her, do you still have a quirk or is it wearing off? Melissa's eyes widened and looked at her hands as if she could feel something. She seemed to be back to normal, but her eyes did have a slight glowing blue to them. It's still there, but barely, Melissa said to him. I didn't need to turn off the machine though. You reminded me that I don't need a quirk to prove myself. I guess I just forgot, and you reminded me of that. Thank you, Deku. Midoriya's eyes widened and felt a little embarrassed as Uraraka and Ida held him up. It was nothing. I just didn't want to fall for their traps, Midoriya said to her. the Kage villains clearly had something up their sleeves. But I guess the machine was the one influencing them all along. Yeah. It seems that way, Mr. Aizawa told them. This machine must have been used on them long enough to the point where it messed with them. It must have done something to them to where it became addicting and started to become something else. I have a feeling that they never even meant to be villains in the first place. Uraraka and Bakugo were shocked to hear this as they turned to face the machine. Something about it gave them chills as they all stood there. In the abandoned factory. Class 2A, Mr. Aizawa and All Might all stared at the machine as if it might do something to them. Most of them felt weird just leaving this here. Then again, the police would probably just tear it down or take it away anyway. Uraraka and Ida held Midoriya up, worried that his quirk was messed with. They needed to get him out of here before things got out of control again. Even Bakugo didn't want to stay here for much longer. Then they noticed Melissa looking at her hand as if she could do something to stop this from getting any worse. Even All Might noticed her looking down at her hands as if she could still feel her quirk. Melissa? Is something wrong? All Might asked her. Melissa hesitated for a moment, but then looked up at him with a confident gaze. Uncle Might. I think I know what to do, Melissa said to him. Uraraka and Bakugo had a feeling that they knew what she wanted to do. Even Mr. Aizawa and All Might agreed with her, and she soon walked over to the machine. Midoriya noticed her eyes looking less intense finally as they started to become her normal blue eyes. She was running out of time as she walked over to the machine. Melissa took a deep breath in and out as she placed her hands onto the machine. She focused on the machine, which caused it to react to her quirk. Everyone was in awe as she rearranged the machine into pieces. She was disassembling it one by one so no one would take it away and use it ever again. She kept it up as they watched her taking care of it. It took a bit out of her to do it, but soon enough the whole machine was in pieces. Soon enough, Melissa shut off her quirk and was exhausted. All Might caught her as she stumbled her way back over to them. Uraraka and Bakugo noticed her looking a bit sad, but then smiled at her hands as if something happened. I think that was the last bit of my quirk, Melissa said to them. At least I used my quirk to help everyone. Midoriya was so relieved to see that machine gone for good. They felt bad however for Melissa, and Uraraka noticed Midoriya looking at her with sad eyes. She understood how he was feeling since she knew what he's been through. He even almost lost his quirk to that machine today. Luckily they got to this factory just in time. Detective Tsukachi and the police force soon arrested them and brought them to their police cars. They all wondered what they would do to them or possibly send the missing Quirkless kids back to their homes. But they were involved, so no one knew what were getting themselves into. Then Midoriya spotted Kuro, who seemed to be acting much less intimidating than usual. She seemed somewhat normal and less like a villain as she got dragged towards the police car. Before they dragged her out, Midoriya called out to her. Kuro, Midoriya said to her, catching her attention, I know that things are complicated and confusing, but I do understand where you're coming from. Things were tough for me too. Whether I was quirkless or not, I still relate to you. I know that deep down, you just wanted to help quirkless kids fit in. Feel like they were a part of something special. Class 2A were all shocked to hear Midoriya talk like this to Kuro, the person that captured him and Melissa. They knew that he needed to say this before she left in the police car. You too can be a hero, Midoriya said to her. Kuro. Please don't let that go. Kuro's eyes widened in shock, and it clearly got through to her. Her eyes glistened from holding back tears as she turned around to nod to Midoriya. Thanks for that, Midoriya, but I don't deserve such kindness from you, Kuro said to him, but I will consider what you told me. Soon enough, the police brought Kuro and the Kage villains into the police cars and drove away. Class 2A took their time as they headed out of the factory. They headed back to UA, but Detective Tsukachi asked if they should take Midoriya and Melissa to UA right away. Midoriya hesitated, not wanting to leave them behind. Even Melissa felt a bit weird leaving All Might. That's okay. We'll just head back with everyone else, Midoriya said back. But Izuku. Your quirk, Uraraka said to him, you need to be healed properly. It's okay. I just need to rest, Midoriya said to her. Besides, I could use some fresh air right about now. Me too. It was really stuffy in there, Melissa told them. Detective Tsukachi eventually left them behind as they stood there outside of the abandoned factory. Soon enough, they all left with Midoriya around Uraraka and Ida's arms. They walked back to UA. Uraraka noticed Midoriya relaxing into their arms. He seemed to take in the fresh air like it was the best thing he's ever felt in a while. "This feels so good," Midoriya said under his breath. "I really needed this." "Are you sure that you're okay, Midoriya? You could have gotten hurt a lot more than you did over there," Ida asked him. "Yeah. I didn't know that One for All was this strong," Kaminari said, but then covered his mouth in an instant. It took Midoriya a moment to realize what Kaminari just said as Jiraiya jabbed him in the ribs. Then his eyes widened in shock and whipped his head around to see his classmates looking at him with hesitant eyes. He couldn't look away as they walked through the city. "Wait, you all know?" Midoriya asked them. But how?" "I kind of had to tell them," All Might told him. "You were in trouble, and everyone was asking questions. And with your quirk growing and evolving, it was bound to get out eventually within Class 2A. Midoriya couldn't believe this, but wasn't upset or anything. If anything, something about it felt relieving to not hide this from them ever again. "Don't worry, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu said to him, "we won't say anything to anyone. This quirk of yours is clearly important and different compared to anyone else's in our class. I just can't believe that you and All Might have been keeping from us for so long," Ashido pointed out. "I mean, you knew him even before UA? That's crazy." "Shoo. Ashido. Not so loud," Jiraiya said to her. "I'm just glad that we finally understand why you've been secretive lately," Kirishima said to him, "but I'm not mad. None of us are. We understand why you had to keep it a secret from all of us." "Yeah. Nothing's changed," Ida told him. "We still see you as our friend and classmate. If anything, we want to support you through all of this. If you ever need help with any of these quirks, you can come to us for advice and hero training." "Ida's right. These quirks might be worth exploring," Yaoyorozu said to him. "Even if you don't know all of them, we still want to help you." "I have a feeling that Black Whip is one of those quirks within One for All," Todoroki pointed out. Midoriya couldn't hide it any longer and let out an exhale. "Yeah, it is," Midoriya said to them. "I can't believe that you would do this for me. I mean, I had no idea that you all knew, and now you want to help me figure this out. It seems too good to be true." Midoriya felt so emotional for a moment that his vision became blurry as Uraraka and Ida held him up. Soon enough, tears fell down his face and felt overwhelmed with so much feelings of support. I don't know what to say," Midoriya said to them through tears. "We want to help you through this, Izuku," Uraraka said to him with a smile. "We're your friends. Whether you're quirkless or not, we care about you." Soon Midoriya let it all out as Ida and Uraraka held him up. Tears fell down his face, and this clearly meant a lot to him. They stopped walking for a moment just to give him a moment to cry it out. Uraraka held him as Ida kept him from falling over. He kept crying for a long minute, but soon wiped his eyes before heading to UA. "I'm sorry, I think I'm just tired from that machine trying to take away my quirk," Midoriya said to them. "It still feels weird for some reason." Class 2A all looked worried and headed over to UA. Uraraka soon got tired and let Bakugo take over for her. Midoriya wasn't expecting that and felt a little awkward about it. "Then we should get you to the dormitory so Recovery Girl can heal you," Bakugo told him. "He's right. Your quirk might be healed because of Uraraka, but we need to make sure things are okay with it," Ida said to him. Midoriya looked at Uraraka, not even realizing that she did that for him again. She did that around the time that he got sick. She helped him again, and he felt he owed her. She smiled at him with a slight blush around her face. "I guess I owe you a date," Midoriya said with a smile back. Uraraka soon leaned into him, almost ignoring Bakugo who was in the middle of this. "If you really want to," Uraraka said to him. "Ugh. Can you not flirt in front of me, please?" Bakugo groaned at them. "It's making me want to gag." Uraraka smiled from that and soon leaned into Midoriya to kiss him. Bakugo's eyes widened as his face turned bright red from her being so close to him. Before she could even kiss Midoriya, she burst out laughing from Bakugo's blushing red face. "Sorry, Izuku, but Bakugo's face is priceless right now," Uraraka explained to him as she laughed out loud. "Maybe don't kiss your boyfriend when you're inches away from my damn face," Bakugo said to her. "Get a room when we get back to the dormitory." Class 2A all laughed at Bakugo's bright red face, seeing him looking so embarrassed. He whipped his head around to see everyone laughing at him, which only made his face even redder than before. Your face? It's so red. Kaminari cracked up with tears forming underneath his eyes. You really got him good, Uraraka. Ashido cried out as she held her stomach from laughing so hard. All of you stop laughing. Bakugo yelled at them, Uraraka should know something about personal space. Before anyone could defend Uraraka, Midoriya winced from his head hurting. He instinctively gripped onto his head as if he suddenly got a massive headache. He almost fell over, but Bakugo grabbed him before he could. He squeezed his eyes shut as the headache got worse. Izuku. Are you okay? Uraraka asked him as everyone worried about him. He soon felt his headache go away once Uraraka placed her hand onto his arm. Something about her seemed to respond to his quirk as his headache slowly faded away. When he opened his eyes, they were glowing slightly like a kaleidoscope from earlier. Class 2A all froze in place, worried about their friend. Even All Might was worried, but then the kaleidoscope look in his eyes wore off once he blinked and shook his head. He held his head like he felt that for a moment. Well, that felt weird, Midoriya said out loud without thinking about it. Izuku. What just happened? Are you okay? Uraraka asked back. Midoriya tried to shake off this feeling as he looked up at everyone looking worried about him. All of his classmates were worried about him as they stood there. He looked at his hand, realizing that it was shaking from what had happened. For a moment, he was quiet and felt like there was something wrong with One for All. I don't know, Midoriya said to them, something's wrong. Ida and Bakugo shared a look, knowing that they had to get him back to the dormitory and fast. Let's go. We have to get you back to UA right now, Ida said to him, whatever's going on, Recovery Girl will know what to do. I hope you're right, Midoriya said under his breath. They all felt bad for him as they realized that they were almost there. The front gate was in the distance, and Ida and Bakugo soon carried him all the way to the dormitory. Midoriya felt a little dizzy from being exhausted from what happened, but they finally entered the dormitory just in time. Midoriya felt relieved to finally be back and felt himself collapse into Bakugo and Ida's arms. They had to catch him before he fell to the floor. Don't worry, Midoriya. We've got you, Ida said to him as they carried him over to the couch. They soon noticed that Recovery Girl and Principal Nizu were here to help out. Even Kitsun was there to greet them with some of her boxes and bags ready to be moved into her new dorm room. Oh good. You brought them back to UA safe and sound, Recovery Girl said back, bring Midoriya over here. I'll check on both him and Melissa. She walked over to Midoriya to check on him, noticing him looking exhausted. She looked at All Might, worried about him and One for All. What happened? Recovery Girl asked them, you're gonna have to explain to me why he's exhausted. They all hesitated, worried that she might scold them for what happened. But then All Might stepped up to tell her, knowing that she knew about One for All. Well, it's hard to explain, but there was this machine that may have tried to, well, take One for All from young Midoriya, All Might said back. Recovery Girl gave him a dirty look like he could have done something to stop this from happening. Then Ida stepped up as his friend to help him. It was really strong, and we struggled to stop it. But then Melissa here was able to shut it off, Ida explained to her. But something is wrong with One for All. The machine must have messed with his quirk, Uraraka said to her. We thought that you might be able to help him. Recovery Girl let out a sigh and went back to Midoriya to check on him. Class 2A all sat on the couches, sitting on the edge of them as Recovery Girl got closer to him. She checked on his heartbeat, which seemed better than before. She even checked on his reflexes, but noticed not much of a difference other than him being tired. She even checked his forehead to make sure that he wasn't coming down with a fever just in case. She then checked his eyes, not seeing anything for a moment. But then she thought she noticed something change with his eye color for a moment. Well? Anything? All Might asked, clearly eager to know what's going on. All Might. You're still impatient as ever, Recovery Girl said to him, but mostly he's fine. Just exhausted from what you just explained. If this machine really did all of that, then he might need to stop using One for All for a while. He's gonna need to rest it for a bit. Maybe take time off of hero training. Midoriya's eyes widened, looking upset that it had to come to this. He didn't want to fall behind, but he understood since he didn't want to mess with it more than he should. He suddenly felt a headache come up again as he gripped onto his head as he winced. Recovery Girl noticed his eyes glow for a moment as if something wasn't right with it. Izuku. What's wrong? Uraraka asked him with worried eyes. I don't know, my head hurts for some reason, Midoriya said as his eyes glowed a little. Class 2A were all worried about Midoriya as he gripped onto his head. Soon enough, it faded away along with that kaleidoscope glow to his eyes. Recovery Girl, there's something wrong with One for All, Midoriya said to her, the machine must have messed with it. I kept getting these headaches even before it all happened. It felt like it was warning me to get away from the machine. It must have somehow messed with One for All. It kept happening until they all came to help me. Recovery Girl and All Might shared a look, both confused as to what this meant. You never had this issue with One for All, Recovery Girl said back. If anything, One for All was totally different for you. It was more about physical training with Gran Torino if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you're right about that, All Might said back as scratched the back of his head. One for All seems to be growing and evolving. It's much more complex than we first thought. You're right about that, Recovery Girl said back. These other quirks, it's possible that your headaches were the cause of another quirk. Maybe it was trying to tell you something. The machine must have messed with One for All and that quirk specifically. Midoriya didn't like the sound of that, knowing that this quirk was warning him to get away from it. Can't you heal him or maybe subside it somehow? Uraraka asked her. I don't think there's anything that I can do at the moment, Recovery Girl explained to them. He's too exhausted for me to heal him. He's gonna have to get some rest and take a break from hero training for a bit. One for All clearly is exhausted after what happened. It's probably reacting to what happened earlier today. These headaches might not go away until we can figure out a way to subside them or control them later on. Midoriya felt his shoulders slump down as Class 2A sat around the couches. They felt bad for Midoriya, knowing that they couldn't do anything to help him. He sat there, wondering if there was anything he could to figure this out. But for now, he had to rest. Sorry, Midoriya. But this is the only way to help you, Recovery Girl said to him. If I could heal you, I would. Clearly this quirk is a lot to handle. Whatever it is, I'm sure your friends will help you out along the way. Class 2A soon looked up, feeling eager to help him. Hey, yeah, Kirishima said to him with a smile, we can help you figure out what's going on with your quirks. Maybe we can even find out more about One for All and whatever these quirks are, Yaoyorozu said to him. All Might said that One for All was passed down from generation to generation. Maybe we can search them and try to find out what they are. Soon enough, everyone was agreeing to help him find out more about One for All. Midoriya was so appreciative that they wanted to help him figure this out. He sat there, feeling that he didn't need to do this alone anymore. Something about it felt so relieving. You really want to help me with this? I mean, I don't even know anything about the past One for All users, Midoriya said to them. All I know is Black Whip belongs to some guy named Banjo. Float was All Might's master's quirk, Nana Shimura. I've used it before, but not a lot. That's really all I know about it. Well, we're gonna help you find the rest, Ashido said to him. We want to do this for you. You've done so much for us. Let us help you while you rest, Todoroki said to him. Midoriya was so moved by his friends wanting to help him. Something about it made him feel so much warmth and comfort as he sat there in the common room. He soon felt a bit dizzy from being exhausted, which caused him to sway a little. Uraraka came over to help him and soon settled him down onto the couch's arm. Izuku. You're exhausted, Uraraka said to him. You should rest. We can talk about it after you take a nap, okay? Midoriya looked up at Uraraka's smile, which made his heart flutter. He couldn't help feel more relaxed when she was with him. Something about it made him feel more relaxed as he soon drifted to sleep. Okay, Midoriya said as he fell asleep. Soon enough, he was out cold pretty much right away. In Class 2A's dormitory. Class 2A decided to let Midoriya sleep for a while. They left him alone on the couch as they got ready for dinner. Uraraka kept glancing at him, worried about him waking up from a nightmare. She even wondered if something was wrong with One for All. Now that everyone about One for All, she felt like she could finally relax. With him sleeping in the common room, she didn't worry as much anymore. Uraraka? Are you okay? Yaoyorozu asked her. She snapped out of it, seeing Yaoyorozu cutting some vegetables in the kitchen. Sada was making dinner with her, and Uraraka was getting ready to set up the plates. She kind of got distracted, trying to keep an eye on Midoriya. Why yeah Uraraka said as she trailed off. I just worried about Izuku is all. I just hope that one for all isn't bothering him too much. Uraraka couldn't help but worry about him, glancing at him as Yaoyorozu got dinner ready. She soon felt Yaoyorozu's hand on her shoulder, trying to comfort her. Hey! Izuku's gonna be fine, Yaoyorozu said to her, we're all here to help you look after him. She's right. We won't let anything happen to Midoriya while he's figuring this out, Ida said to her. Yaoyorozu's now class representative, it's her duty to help her friends and classmates through these tough situations. Dude. You need to chill, Kaminari said to him. Midoriya is asleep. He's not even waking up. It's safe to say that one for all isn't going to be bothering him in his sleep, Kirishima said back. Uraraka looked back at him, noticing that he was sleeping with a blanket that she put over him. He stirred a little, but only because he was trying to get comfortable. He didn't even look upset or nervous about anything while he slept. Something about him seemed more relaxed. That alone made Uraraka worry less about him. Maybe you're right. I don't want one for all to lose control like last time, Uraraka said back, back when Black Whip first showed up. Apparently that's why his room was messy that one time. He told me so himself. Yeah. I remember that, Ashido said to her. That was so weird when that first happened. His quirk was pretty strong, and Shinso was able to stop it. Yeah. Shinso was somehow able to stop it from losing control, Mineta said back. We're lucky that he managed to pull that off. Uraraka's eyes widened, realizing what they just said. She wondered if Shinso could actually help them, even though she didn't know very well. Either way, it was their best chance to helping Midoriya through this. Wait a minute. Shinso, Uraraka said back, he stopped one for all from losing control. Maybe he can help us figure out what's going on. Something about his quirk seems to react to one for all in some ways. Class 2A all looked to each other, and Uraraka wondered if this was a good idea. Even Bakugo didn't seem to like the idea of Shinso brainwashing Midoriya. Are you sure, Uraraka? That seems to be a bit brutal on Midoriya's side of things. We don't even know what his quirk does to one for all, Yaoyorozu said to her. She's right. Even during the sports festival Midoriya was able to break free from his hold on him, Ojiro said to her. Uraraka wondered if maybe Shinso's quirk wasn't the best idea. She wanted to help him, but Midoriya was the one that should make the decision. I think it might be the best option, Bakugo said to Uraraka surprisingly. Deku is gonna need some way to try to figure this out. Shinso's quirk might be a way to stop it from getting worse. Uraraka was surprised that he even sided with her on this one. He's kind of like Mr. Aizawa in that sense if you think about it, Shiro said to them. Maybe Bakugo and Uraraka are right. He might actually be able to stop it from losing control. Maybe even figure out what's wrong with it. Class 2A seemed to second guess on this plan as they stood around thinking about it. Uraraka and Bakugo looked at each other, wondering if this really was the best option. Something about it though felt like it might work. What's this about Shinso I'm hearing? Mr. Aizawa said as he walked into the kitchen. They weren't expecting Mr. Aizawa to walk into the kitchen so nonchalantly. All of them flinched from him showing up out of nowhere as Bakugo and Uraraka looked at him. They looked at each other, but then decided to handle things. We were wondering if Shinso might be able to help with Izuku's quirk, Uraraka said to him. Since he kind of is able to stop it from losing control, I thought that he would be able to help us figure out what's going on with one for all. He's kind of like you in that regards, Kaminari commented. Maybe you can contact him, Mr. Aizawa, if that's okay with you, Ida said to him. Mr. Aizawa all stared at them, and they seemed to be a little tense about it. He soon let out a sigh, as he faced Uraraka and Bakugo. Fine. I'll contact him. Just don't do anything that might mess with Midoriya's quirk, Mr. Aizawa said to them. This might take a while to get Shinso over here. In the meantime, Midoriya needs some rest. He soon left the common room, and they all let out a sigh of relief. That was easier than I thought it was gonna be, Ashido said to them. Soon enough, Kitsun came down for dinner. Uraraka was so happy to see her settling down okay as her eyes lit up seeing dinner being made. Even Melissa came out of her room to see how things were going after getting some rest. "Hey Kitsun. Are you finally finished unpacking?" Uraraka asked her. "Yeah. I got it all settled down and put away pretty fast," Kitsun said to them. "It's such a small dorm room, but I don't mind it. I think it's cute the way it turned out." Uraraka couldn't help smile, seeing Kitsun finally up from unpacking and settling down. She was really happy to have her friend finally here at UA. "It's nice to have you here Kitsun," Ida said to her. "Dinner should be ready soon." "Thank you. It looks good," Kitsun said to them. Then Uraraka noticed her looking around for someone. She spotted Midoriya sleeping, and Uraraka noticed her looking relieved to seeing him so relaxed. "Midoriya's looks like he's doing better," Kitsun said back. "Yeah. He just needed some rest," Uraraka said to her. "He's probably exhausted from that machine." Uraraka noticed Melissa joining in a conversation with the others, but noticed Uraraka mention the machine. She looked down at hands as if her quirk really was gone. Uraraka kind of felt bad for her, wondering if there was anything that she could do to help her feel better. She walked over to her, and Melissa seemed to want to talk to her. "Melissa. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. I kind of worried about you and Izuku being closer than I originally thought," Uraraka said to her. "I was just jealous of you, I guess. You're so smart and talented even without a quirk." Melissa was surprised, and Uraraka felt weird confessing this to her in front of her friends and classmates. She looked at her and soon gave her a hug without even expecting that. Uraraka felt weird for a moment, but knew that she had been through a lot as well lately. Melissa soon let go of her, happy to see her. "You don't have to jealous of anything Ochako," Melissa said to her. "You're so amazing and talented as well with such a strong quirk in your hands. You and Deku are together now. I'm happy for you too. Yeah, I may have had a little crush on him, but I realized that I'm just not ready for stuff like that. I'm still trying to figure things out as well. That quirk of mine that I had it reminded of how much I've progressed without one. I finally go home feeling like I can start fresh again." Uraraka was glad to hear this from her. Melissa looked like she really needed this. She couldn't help smile at her, feeling much more relieved to hear this from her. "I'm glad that things worked out for you," Uraraka said back. "Me too," Melissa said to her. "Still. We never got the chance to see your quirk," Ashido said to her with a pout. "Yeah. What kind of quirk was it?" Kaminari said back. "Was it strong and flashy? I bet it was some kind of telekinetic quirk." "You seem like the telekinetic type," Shiro said to her. Melissa looked at her hand, and Uraraka noticed her trying to remember that feeling of having a quirk. "I don't know exactly, but it felt like I could rearrange and assemble the machine with just the touch of my fingertips," Melissa said to them. "It was like I could see how to upgrade and update it just by analyzing it. It was really weird, but kind of fascinating how it worked." It sounds like a technopathic quirk," Ida said to them. "How interesting." "Heh, technopath is close enough," Shiro said to them. "It sounds so cool. I wish I could have seen it in action." Ashido squealed. "But we still like you the way you are without one," Uraraka said to her with a smile. Melissa smiled back, happy to have friends supporting her. Meanwhile with Midoriya. Midoriya was asleep on the couch in the common room, not knowing what was going on with his classmates and friends. He felt something stirring within him as if One for All was trying to heal itself. He felt something weird and off about it as it tried to rest. Something about it felt like it wasn't able to get the right amount of rest or it didn't heal the way it should have. He felt like the energy from the machine really exhausted his quirk to the point where he couldn't even reach out to it. He tried to contact the past users of One for All, but they were out of reach. He tried again, but something felt off about them. They weren't able to even go to him since his quirk was exhausted. One for All needed to rest. Midoriya felt like he needed to let it rest, but something about it did feel like it needed something to help him heal. Whatever it was, he knew that he would find the answer soon enough. For now, he needed to let One for All rest some more even when he was just doing some school work. Midoriya could still feel that energy from the blue electricity, but it was almost gone. It was subtle, but he could feel the blue sparks or static running up and down One for All. Even One for All felt a little bit stronger than usual, as if it had evolved some more. For a moment, he felt One for All finally reaching out to him. Only it wasn't the usual way it reached out to him. Once it made contact with him, his eyes glowed as if something was wrong. He felt the energy coursing through him as if One for All was trying to tell him something. Midoriya felt it, and they could almost tell him what was going on. Before he could recognize the user of the quirk, he felt a tug away from it. Someone was waking him up as he felt a bit of a shaking feeling around his shoulders. Izuku. Wake up, Uraraka said to him. Midoriya's eyes stopped glowing as soon as he blinked and realized that he was sitting upright already. Uraraka and everyone in Class 2A was here to help him snap out of it. Even Melissa and Kitsun were here to help. They all looked worried about him, realizing that One for All was acting up again. He looked at Uraraka as if things were finally settling down. Midoriya tried to catch his breath as he let Uraraka help him calm down. Izuku. Are you okay? You were glowing in your sleep, Uraraka said to him. Yeah, Midoriya said as he trailed off. I just felt something come over me for a minute, that's all. I'm okay now, Ochako. Yaoyorozu went to grab him some tea to help him rest, which he appreciated. He took a sip, feeling much better already. The warmth of the tea felt so relieving. Something about it seemed to help One for All calm down. Wow, that hit that spot just right, Midoriya said to Yaoyorozu. Is this a new tea? It feels different from your usual tea. No. It's my usual herbal blend tea for relaxing, Yaoyorozu said to him. It should help you rest. Midoriya looked at it, feeling a different sensation with One for All. Something about it felt more relaxed and healed from just a sip of this tea. It felt really good as he took another sip of it. Weird, Midoriya said under his breath. Uraraka then kneeled down and checked on him by placing her hand onto his forehead. He didn't seem to mind as she checked on him for a fever. You don't have any sign of a fever, Uraraka told him. That's good. We don't want your quirk losing control again like last time. Wait, your quirk does that when you're sick? Melissa pointed out. Yeah. It was brutal, Shiro said to her. Trust me. You're lucky that you weren't there to see it. Midoriya took another sip of his tea, feeling much better. He didn't even get a headache like earlier. He noticed that One for All was calmer now that he drank some tea. He looked up at everyone, and they looked like they were all worried about him. He appreciated them doing this, but it felt weird that they were just standing there. It's okay, guys. I'm fine, Midoriya said back. My quirk isn't acting up anymore. This tea seemed to be helping a lot. Thanks again for the tea, Yaoyorozu. Of course, Yaoyorozu said with a smile on her face. Alright everyone. Let's give Midoriya some space, Ida said to them. He still needs to rest. Oh. Maybe you can sit on the couch for dinner tonight. I'll make you a tray so you can use that for tonight, Yaoyorozu said, already making it out of her arm. I've already told you guys a bunch of times. No eating on the couch, Ida said to them. You've already stained it a few times in the past few weeks. Come on, Ida. Midoriya needs to rest, Ashido said to him. You need to let loose every once in a while. Ida reacted to that as Yaoyorozu and Sato took care of Midoriya as he sat upright. Ida didn't say anything else as Yaoyorozu came over with more tea and their dinner set up for him. Midoriya's eyes lit up as he sat up to look at his dinner. Yaoyorozu. You didn't need to do this, Midoriya said to her. I could have sat at the table. It's not like I'm sick or anything. Yeah, but we want you to rest so you can get back to hero training, Yaoyorozu said to him. Besides, when do you ever get to sit back and relax like this? Midoriya thought about it and realized that it has been a long time since he's done this. I guess it's been a long time, Midoriya said to her. Midoriya noticed Uraraka looking at him like she was worried about him still. Before he could eat, he held her hand to get her attention. Ochako. I'm fine. Go eat with everyone else, Midoriya said to her. I'll just stay here and eat. Uraraka looked at him with such longing eyes, and Midoriya could tell that she didn't want to leave his side. She soon left him alone and went to eat with everyone else. In the dining room, everyone was soon eating their dinner, feeling so relieved to be settling down. As they ate, however, Uraraka could hear the TV in the background. She knew that Midoriya was resting, but she tempted to go sit with him. She could see him eating dinner and drinking some tea while watching a movie that he's seen before. She felt like he was going to be fine tonight, but she still wanted to check on him. Uraraka felt bad for him that he was eating by himself. Uraraka. Why don't you sit with him? Yaoyorozu asked her. Are you sure? Uraraka asked her. Yeah. Go ahead. He probably needs you right now more than ever, Ashido said to her. Uraraka hesitated, but then noticed that Yaoyorozu made her a tray to join him. She couldn't help smile and grabbed it from her. She set up the tray and walked over to the common room area. She walked over to him while he was eating by himself. It took him a moment to realize that Uraraka was coming over to eat with him. Ochako? What are you doing here? Midoriya asked her. May I sit with you? Uraraka asked back, I was hoping to join you. Midoriya couldn't help but smile and scooched over for her to join him to watch the movie. She sat with him, and they both enjoyed dinner together. They didn't say much, but just sitting with him made her feel much better. She side-glanced him as she ate her dinner, noticing him doing the same thing. She couldn't help but laugh at him looking at her. He blushed a little from them sitting next to each other, and she soon scooched closer to him. Uraraka felt his shoulder against hers, feeling a little bit of his warmth next to her. She felt so much better knowing that Midoriya enjoying his dinner with her. He was drinking a lot more tea than usual, which surprised her. He usually didn't drink Yaoyorozu's tea very much, but maybe it was helping one for all somehow. He somehow ended up finishing the tea before his dinner. Once they were almost finished dinner, Midoriya looked at Uraraka with curious eyes. She noticed and wondered if he wanted to talk about something. Izuku. What's wrong? Uraraka asked him. Midoriya sat next to her, and she could tell that something was bothering him. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything to her. She didn't want to push him into anything that made him uncomfortable. She could wait, even if it was tough for her. I had a dream about one for all, Midoriya said back. It felt different from any other dream that I've had. Uraraka's eyes widened and worried about him. She didn't know what that meant, but hoped that it wasn't anything that bothered him. It felt like one for all was healing. I couldn't reach it or activate it for some reason, Midoriya said to her, but I think one of the users was trying to reach out to me. But I couldn't tell what they were saying. Uraraka wondered if the machine messed with his quirk or possibly damaged it. He was glowing from it earlier, so she worried that it did something to him. She held his hand, hoping that they could figure this out soon enough. Maybe they'll reach out to you when you're healed enough, Uraraka said to him, you just need to take time off. I'm right here with you if you need anything. At least those headaches are gone. Yeah, Midoriya said back, but these headaches definitely have something to do with this one for all user. That machine must have messed with it somehow. Whatever the case may be, we'll help you heal and rest, Uraraka said to him, we even figured out something that might help one for all. Mr. Aizawa is going to try to contact Shinso to help figure this out. Midoriya's eyes widened, clearly shocked that he was getting involved. Shinso? Why Shinso? Midoriya said to her. Well, he did help you control your quirk better back then, Uraraka pointed out. Maybe he can help you fix one for all or figure out what's wrong with it. He's the best option that we've got. Midoriya hesitated, but Uraraka noticed him start to warm up to the idea of him helping them. Okay. If you think it's a good idea, then I'm okay with at least trying it out, Midoriya said back. Uraraka smiled at him as he finished his dinner. He already looked like he was already feeling better. Once he finished his dinner, Uraraka soon put their trays on the coffee table and made room for him to lay down. Midoriya hesitated, but he soon laid his head onto her shoulder. She felt his green hair tickle her face as she relaxed with him with a good movie. He felt so warm as he soon relaxed even more onto her shoulder. She didn't want to move, feeling so comfortable with him nearby. I love Ochako, Midoriya said without thinking. Uraraka couldn't help but smile as she held his hand tightly. I love too, Izuku, Uraraka said with a smile on her face. Soon enough, they both fell asleep together watching a movie. In Class 2A's dormitory. Midoriya and Uraraka were asleep in the common room alone with everyone else asleep. It was quiet as Midoriya soon stirred awake. He realized that he fell asleep while watching a movie. As he woke up, however, he had this feeling that Toga might have been around. Then he realized that he must have been dreaming about her. He remembered her helping him out of the abandoned factory. Something about her seemed to change in that moment. She purposely slid his phone over to him as if she wanted him out of the factory. She seemed to be against the Kage villains at the time. Midoriya remembered her smiling at him, and it felt different this time around. Something about her smile felt genuine. Like her actual smile. He wondered if he would ever see her again as she left the factory. Something about it felt sad that he might not see her ever again. He felt bad for her, seeing her leaving them behind. Toga clearly had been through something to make want to run off alone. Midoriya looked down at Uraraka, remembering that Toga disguised herself as Uraraka again. She was asleep, just like that night when he saw her asleep on the couch. Only he could that it was her by the way he slept. Something about the way she glowed from the moonlight and warm face made him feel so much better. He couldn't but smile at her, feeling like she could finally get a good night's sleep. He soon felt really thirsty and tried to get up without waking her. He was somehow able to do so, and he was finally getting some water from the kitchen. He took a sip from the cup that he drank out of, feeling the refreshing water go down his throat. He drank it all in one gulp, catching his breath when he was done. He didn't even notice that he didn't have any headaches this time around. One for All seemed to be feeling much better as he stood there. He could tell that this might take a little while to heal. Midoriya looked out the window, wanting to get some fresh air. He soon looked over at Uraraka, noticing how tired she was. He decided to have some time out of the dormitory and stepped out. The wind felt good against his skin as he stepped out onto the stairs. His green hair blew through the wind, and he closed his eyes to see how good it felt. Something about standing outside felt really good, especially since he was resting one for all. He hadn't done something like this in a while, just resting and feeling the wind through his hair. It felt like something that he had been missing for a while. It felt good. Midoriya soon sat on the stairs, just looking out at the stars and moon. They sparkled up above, and his green eyes sparkled along with them. Something about it felt so good and relaxing just sitting outside alone. It was quiet with everyone sleeping in the dormitory. It was something that he never thought about doing, but felt good to finally relax. For a moment, he could feel One for All healing. Something about it felt much lighter and open as he sat there watching the stars glimmer in the night sky. He felt something coming over him as if One for All felt it too. He sat there, not even realizing that his eyes were glowing slightly as he looked at the stars and moon. Izuku? He snapped out of it as if something was pulling him away for a moment. Midoriya turned around to see Uraraka standing there with a blanket. She was wrapped up in it with tired eyes as if she had found herself alone. She looked worried about him, but soon relaxed seeing him sitting outside. "What are you doing outside?" Uraraka asked him. "You must be freezing." "Sorry. I just needed some fresh air," Midoriya said to her. She came over to him and sat down next to him. She soon wrapped him in a blanket along with her as they bundled up together. Uraraka and Midoriya were soon staring at the stars and moon, feeling so good to be doing this together. It was quiet for a good while of them just sitting outside. The wind picked up, and Midoriya cuddled up to her to keep her warm. Uraraka smiled at him and put her head onto his shoulder for comfort. "Wow," Uraraka said to him, "this is nice, we should do this more often." "Yeah, it is nice out tonight," Midoriya said to her. Midoriya stared at the stars and moon, feeling relaxed even more with Uraraka by his side. His eyes couldn't look away, feeling so good to have someone he cared about by his side throughout all of this. He was glad that Uraraka and Bakugo told Class 2A about One for All. Even All Might seemed to be fine with it, which made him feel even more relieved. He really appreciated Uraraka and everyone else looking out for him. Then he remembered Toga's smile, never realizing that no one knew about her helping him. He lifted his head and looked over at Uraraka. She noticed him staring at her, which seemed to grab her attention. "Ochako, I need to tell you something," Midoriya said to her. "It's about Toga." Uraraka's eyes widened, clearly not expecting him to even bring her up right now. She didn't say anything as he tried to figure out how to tell her. "Toga, she helped me contact you guys. She's the reason that you guys found me and Melissa," Midoriya said to her. "I know that you don't like her, but something happened with her. I could tell that she's been through a lot. She seemed to be against whatever the Kage villains were up to. She even smiled at me before leaving. Something about it just felt like she was goodbye to me. Uraraka sat there, not saying anything to him for a good while. Midoriya waited for her to say anything and noticed trying to process what he just said to her. Something about it seemed to bother her. He tried to look at Uraraka's face and noticed her looking more awake than before. So Toga is gone, huh? Uraraka pointed out, weird. I thought that I would be glad that she's not coming back. Something about it feels weird without her around. Midoriya noticed her looking a little upset about something and soon didn't even look at him. She actually helped you and Melissa. If it weren't for her we might not be sitting here together tonight, Uraraka said to him. I kind of feel bad that we couldn't do anything for her. I mean, I know she's a villain, but I feel like we could have done something for her. Maybe make her feel like she belonged somewhere. Midoriya could tell that Uraraka has been thinking about this for a while. Probably ever since the winter dance. Something about that made him realize that Toga did seem different now. She seemed more open to leaving them behind for some reason. Whatever Toga was through, Midoriya could tell that she felt the need to leave and start over. As if she didn't belong wherever they were. I kind of wonder if she would even belong here at UA, Midoriya said to her. I mean, she would be a great hero with a quirk like that. I kind of feel like we could do something to help her, you know? Uraraka didn't say anything or even react to that idea. She didn't even seem upset about him suggesting that as she sat there with him. Midoriya thought that he would hate it, but something about it seemed relieving. Helping someone like her and become a student here at UA would be an amazing feeling. Yeah, she would be a great hero, Uraraka said back. I wish I could have done something back then during the winter dance. Midoriya understood that feeling now, seeing Toga smiling at him. Only she wasn't crying this time around. I feel the same way, Midoriya said back. Uraraka looked at him, and Midoriya seemed to understand what she was going through back then. She must have been thinking about this for a long time. Wanting to help Toga back then, and now this happened. He wondered if they could even help her, but she was already long gone by now. She might not even be around UA anytime soon. Maybe we could help her someday soon, Uraraka said to him. You and me, we seem to be the only ones that can get through to her. I may not understand her, but I feel like I need to do for her. For some reason, she always seemed to be drawn to us. I don't really get it, but maybe it's because we're supposed to help her. Midoriya completely agreed with her. I think you're right. Toga felt different when she was disguised as you. I could tell that something was off about her. She seemed like she needed some sort of validation. Something about her seemed like she wanted to figure things out. She even kept one for all a secret. She knows about it, and yet didn't say anything to the Kage villains. She could have easily said something to them, but she didn't, Midoriya said to her. Toga must have known that it was too important for anyone to know about. In any case, Uraraka and Midoriya knew that things were different now between the three of them. They sat outside, feeling the cool breeze through their hair. For a long time, they just sat there appreciating what Toga did for them. She may have left them, but he had a feeling that they would see her again soon. In Class 2A dormitory. It was finally morning as the sun rose above UA. It had been only a few hours, but now Midoriya had gotten a bit more rest. Everyone was up and having breakfast with Midoriya and Uraraka. They couldn't sleep that much last night, but Midoriya did seem to feel better. One for All wasn't acting up that much, but he did get a headache for a moment. They all ate their breakfast, and soon Melissa came out with her bags and suitcases. Midoriya didn't even realize that she was already leaving. He was confused, seeing her bringing them out as Mr. Aizawa helped with them. Melissa? You're leaving already? Midoriya asked her, but I thought that you were staying for a week. Yeah, but I thought about what you said, Melissa said to him. I realized that things have changed. There's a lot that I need to work on back on Island. You all have been working so hard to become heroes, so I figured that I should get back to working hard like you guys. Everyone got up, realizing that she really was leaving. They wanted her to stay longer, but she had already made up her mind. But you just got here. Ashido pointed out, I wanted us to have a sleepover with you. Maybe next time, Melissa said back. Uncle Might should be coming over any minute to help me out. Then Melissa looked at Midoriya and Uraraka, smiling at them widely. She walked over to Midoriya and tucked her hair behind her ear as she looked up at him. I'm gonna miss you, Deku, Melissa said to him. Thank you for what you said to me earlier. You really opened my eyes to what I should be working towards. Midoriya's eyes widened and his cheeks were slightly red from embarrassment. It was nothing really, Melissa said to him. I just wanted you to keep going with your amazing inventions. You're so talented, and I would never want you to give up on that just because of what happened earlier this week. Just because you're quirkless doesn't mean you're not special. Melissa's eyes lit up and almost felt like crying right there in front of Midoriya. Before he knew it, Melissa hugged Midoriya tightly. Thank you, Deku. For everything, Melissa said back to him. Midoriya hugged her back as everyone got ready to say goodbye to her. They all wanted her to stay longer, but understood why she decided to leave. Soon enough, All Might came over to bring her suitcases and bags into the Uber car. As they came over and put everything away, Melissa looked at Uraraka, who seemed to be upset about her leaving. Melissa walked over to Uraraka with a smile on her face. Uraraka surprisingly gave her a hug for support, realizing that she was a good friend. Melissa. I'm glad that you're okay and safe, Uraraka said to her. Just look after yourself. You too, Ochako, Melissa said back. Take care of Deku. He's gonna need you. Uraraka smiled through tears, realizing how much she was going to miss her. She hugged her back, feeling like she could finally relax. Uraraka felt like Melissa and her could finally let things be the way they are. Melissa let go of her and soon walked over to the Uber car. She soon gave All Might a hug, clearly upset about leaving him as well. Midoriya stood with his classmates, upset to see Melissa go home. But when she looked back at their class, she looked happy to see them all together. You guys take care of yourselves. When I come back, you better be closer to becoming amazing heroes. Melissa exclaimed to them. Midoriya felt like he was going to tear up seeing her smiling brightly at them. Of course we will. Midoriya exclaimed to her, and you better work hard on those inventions of yours. I will. Melissa exclaimed back through tears. Soon enough, Melissa got into the Uber car and drove away. Class 2A all stood there, watching her leave UA, so proud to be her friends. Midoriya knew that Melissa would be back again someday soon. He stood tall, knowing that things would be different now,